I mean, we certainly have the ability to choose what to talk about and what not to talk about. I mean, if someone asks a specific question, then of course we will try to answer it. But we'll just avoid something if we can't tell from this distance.
Did anyone Did we throw up a thing on on the Facebook page to be like, jump on in X amount of time?
I just did.
Fantastic.
I just basically said we're live.
You said we're live now, so basically people can come on now, but you're just not recording yet.
Yeah.
All right.
So if you were to go to the Twitch channel, I think you'd find the screen very funny, Joe.
The which panel? The streaming panel?
The Twitch. Yeah. No. The Twitch.
Oh.
Twitch.tv/overpowerlives.
Twitch.tv/overpower?
Yeah, lives.
You just snuck a camera into my room so you see me like sick in my pajamas?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, don't record that part. Twitch TV /
Twitch.tv
Power lives. There we go. Oh, I see the timer. That looks great. It's gonna be great.
Who's in control of that? And I assume that's the AV gentleman on site. We'll just have to.
Yeah. So I spoke to the guy Corey, and then there's the timer and everything. Oh shoot! Supposed to be here. We go. Supposed to be on this scene over here. There we go. Okay. Well, peace starts at 10.
All right. Not surprising that we're starting a little late. It's with these overpowered tournaments, I do feel like we're always about 10 to 15 minutes late. And I guess it's not really an overpower thing. I feel like Magic tournaments were always a tad late as well.
Yeah, Joe, I agree. I would say that Magic tournaments typically started late. I mean, there's a lot of people that see the 10 o'clock start time and they show up at 9:55 and they try to register.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's just totally standard. As many times as you can tell people registration ends at 9:30 or 9:45, it's just you're not gonna turn people away at the door.
Right.
So Joe, how many of these have you been to? I mean, you've probably been to 30, 40 of these tournaments by now.
So for until a few years back when Valhalla started, we'd do 4 events a year. And my first event was it was the Canadian event in 2015, which was the first one of the year. And I haven't actually. Valhalla is just. I really want to go. I love Larry. I definitely want to check that out. But Valhalla has just always happened to fall on a weekend where I've had other plans, so I haven't made it to either one of those. So I think it's just been 32 minus. I've missed 2 of them in that time. So yeah, I guess exactly 30. And then unfortunately, I'm missing this one from a play standpoint, but I'm very excited to get to be here doing the commentary. So at least I don't feel completely left out. I still get to be a part of it.
There's a question right now.
Ooh.
On a scale from 1 to 10, how scared of the penguin are you?
Did Josh Alexander log on himself to ask that question?
Yes.
It's actually Josh is someone who consistently uses Penguin, and I think I've got to say I love it when experienced players have their own thing that they use. When we did the test match yesterday, Penguin's got an 11. He's got a make 2 additional attacks, so he has the speed. He has the ability to lock himself out, which with your max 6 character, that's what you're usually afraid of, is how easy it is for them to die. And sometimes those characters have the advantage of people look at Penguin and they underestimate him, so they don't always go for him first. They go for one of the targets they see as more dangerous. So in that way, I think Josh has had a lot of success with Penguin, and I've never seen anyone else play him in a main event. And I've seen Josh, I'm pretty sure Josh in Boston right before the pandemic, 2019, that Josh made the finals with him. I could be wrong about that. I can't keep track of every deck, but he's definitely been in the top 8 with Penguin before.
Yeah, I mean, Penguin's got 3 different level 6 stats, so even though he is a max 6, he can really throw some nasty teamworks, or at least start nasty teamworks.
Yeah,
where did you guys see that question? I did not see that question in the chat.
Okay, so it's not in the chat. If you look at the the discussion, there's 3 different tabs: the discussion, tournament area, and the start here. In the discussion tab, there is a chat zone that has instead of having the hashtag, it has the 2 bubbles, and it's called Ask the Goat. And that's where people can drop questions and people can do question and answers.
I see it now. Yeah, Ask the Goat.
Oh, so that's the only place people are going to be able to.
Well, no, questions? This is a separate one for, like, if they want to create a forum for question and answers. And originally, Howard wanted to create an area where Marcel could answer questions.
Okay. Gotcha. So most people, when they log on, if they log on to the Discord and they're watching this today, they will be asking questions in the chat feature table. Is that correct?
I think so. That's where we'd like to keep them, or wherever. I'm gonna keep an eye out on the server and see where people are joining, and if they're joining and what they're doing. And
okay.
I'll if anything pops up, I'll ping you guys to let you know.
Cool.
Do we have a rough idea of how many players might be showing up? I know they were thinking maybe close to 30, but maybe 25 to 30 in that range. Is anyone in the room?
I texted Dave, but let me see. Greg's usually staring at his phone more. Let me see if Greg will get back.
I'm really looking forward to seeing how many different players we can get on the feature table today. I'm sure that we'll have the same person on a few times, whoever's doing very well, but I think we'll have quite a variety. It should be
yeah, that'll
people on there.
And it's great too. I have to say too, when I first started, so you and I, Phil, must have been like ships passing. When did you stop playing consistently?
Well, so I mean, obviously, I played way back in the day originally until the game ended at OP Cup 3, basically. And then I heard that Marcel had gone to a tournament or 2 in Canada, and I started to watch some of the original videos that Jack had put online. And then I went to the first tournament that I went to was, I want to say, Peace Bridge, maybe 2013, something like that, somewhere in that time frame, because my cousin and I went up for Peace Bridge that tournament. We had a really good time, and that's where John, on our way back, mentioned that he really wanted to try to run our own tournament, and that was where the K2 was born. And so then I played pretty consistently through the next 2 years, and I want to say maybe OP Cup 2015 was the last event that I played. Yeah. So
yeah, it was right. And we were probably at that same OP Cup, and everyone was new to me at that point. We met back in the day. Like I definitely played a couple events that you were at. I think you came to Boston right at the end of the original run of the game for the Scarlet Witch Invitational, right? Do you remember that tournament?
I was definitely in Boston at what was that gentleman's name? I think I might have stayed at his house. The guy that did everything in Boston. Mo? Does Mo sound like something?
Mo? Yeah, Mo Doucette. Yep. Yeah, that was his big tournament that he did.
So I was there. Yeah, that's correct. I couldn't tell you what happened, so I probably didn't win.
I remember I was not as good back then as I feel like I am now. But so I played in the Battles tournament because that was what I'd always done with my friends. So I still have my trophy from that tournament that for winning the Battles tournament.
Oh, nice. Yeah. I had played Battles forever as well. I originally got into Overpower when the game came out. My cousin and I used to collect sports cards together, and he must have got a starter deck or something and really enjoyed it. So I ended up, the first so many tournaments I played were just at the Hanover Mall in Pennsylvania, and all we knew were Battles. And then I ended up calling the OP hotline, the 1-800 number that were on the back of the cards. This was back when long distance phone calls cost a lot of money. So I would call the OP hotline, and I would talk to Keith Bursack, and he was the OP hotline back then. He was basically the only person that was ever there, and hardly anyone else ever called. So it was more or less just like I was talking to Keith for hours every night about the game and what was going on. And he eventually mentioned a tournament in Philadelphia, that in the Philadelphia area, but they were using missions, right? Because of course. And so that was when I had to learn how to play with missions. My parents drove me down for that event, and Keith was kind enough to lend me a power leech right after IQ came out, and I didn't have one yet. So that was how Keith and I started our long relationship as well.
That's awesome. I'd never heard that story. Keith never told us that story either. It's funny, Keith never mentioned to me in all the work we've done that he was doing the OP hotline. Like I'd heard of it, but I didn't know that he was the one that answered it.
Yeah, he was doing, I mean, I'm sure time goes slow when you're a kid, but like a year or two there for sure, he was doing it, because I actually ended up traveling to my first national in Chicago where I met Marcel. Neither of us were qualified when we went out, and we both had to play in the grinder. So we had to go 5 or 6-0 to get into the tournament the next day. And we both did. And we met at the like player meeting after that. And the only reason I was able to go to Chicago was because Keith was going, and my parents had met Keith in Philadelphia, and I was probably like 15 or something. And I ended up staying with him in his hotel room and meeting him out there. And yeah, that was great.
That's awesome. That's such a great story. That's the thing I think about this game that's been so amazing is so many of the friendships that I have, like lifelong friendships, are from this game. So Sean Sawyer, who can't be there today, he's on his way back from China visiting his in-laws. But I actually met him so it came out in 93, the first set. So I met him when he was in 6th grade and I was in 7th grade. And that's how we met, is my group of 4 friends were collecting the cards, and then he was a big Spider-Man fan, and he started collecting the cards with a couple of his friends. And we were the only ones at school that played, so we started to make trades. And we actually met because I'm not proud of this, but kind of ripped him off a little bit in a trade. So we had 4 people buying cards, and so he had a Thor, and IQ Thor at the time was like very rare and probably one of the the most expensive IQ cards, but he didn't have a lot of cards. So we gave him a brick of like, just every common and uncommon hero of Bishop and Rogue and Gambit and all the IQ heroes that he wanted for the Thor. And then later, he found out that Thor was really valuable, but I still can see that it was a good trade and that it allowed him to use all his favorite heroes. It's not always about the money.
Yeah, I mean, back in the day, like, talking about Magic for a second, I certainly traded like Tiki Dragons for Ancestral Recalls, stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, that back then there was no eBay, so like, it was really hard to even know what was necessarily so much more rare than other things, and what was available in your play group or your area was really all you had access to. So like, volume of cards as a kid was huge. Like I can remember going with actually my little league coach. He was a big baseball card collector, and he'd take me along on the weekends. We'd go to the different shops and they'd play the pack game. So him and the owner would each buy a pack, and whoever got the most valuable card out of the pack got both packs. So they were doing a little gambling back in the day. And
that's funny.
I got the nickname the Vulture because I would just hang around and, they'd take like the most valuable card out of the pack and keep it or sell it or whatever. But like the rest of the commons and uncommons, they just didn't want or need, right? So I built a whole collection off of all this stuff that they were just like giving away and they didn't want. And yeah, so like I can certainly appreciate as a kid looking at the cards for what they were and not for like how much they were worth necessarily at first. And yeah, if I was Sean in that situation, sure, maybe down the road you might be a little upset about the Thor, but like at the time, I mean, to get all those different cards of all the characters that you love, and that was just much more personally valuable.
Yeah, and in the end, it's we became friends, and we're still, Sean's been one of my best friends since he was in 6th grade, so it certainly worked out.
Yeah.
But it's totally. so many friends, like you're saying with Keith. Now you've known him since you were a teenager. It's like that's literally how I met Sean, and through Sean, that's how I met Ronald, who's here with us. Ronald and Sean were on the soccer team when they were in college. And then I can also tell you other groups of friends, like my good friend Howard knows him very well, and some of the other Overpower people do. You probably remember Lee Valentine, Phil.
Yeah, the name certainly rings a bell, and I'm sure I met him. I didn't have too many interactions with him, I don't think, but I don't know if
him and that group of friends. So Mark Barnabo and John Beresford and Andrew Gallant and Patrick. There's a whole group of people that like I'll still go play Dungeons and Dragons with that one group. Lee, unfortunately, one of the greatest guys I've ever met. I love him to death, and I love his family. He's got he's always struggling a little bit with different health issues. So he hasn't been able to make a lot of tournaments, which is a bummer, but just great guys and great friendships. I think that's really the thing, to talk about the BMG endeavor. That's really the thing more than anything else that's made me want to come back to this, is just the amount of community we were able to form through these tournaments. A game that hasn't been on the shelves in 22 years now, and there's still these, getting together with these friends that I've had for 20 years, and then making friends that I do things outside of, work with, like, outside of the game with, has been fantastic. The, Dave McMillan, who I do BMG with, has become one of my closest friends, and then his in-laws, Steve and Greg, have gotten pulled into the game, and we, us and Ronald have done video games together. We've been on like a video game team and done a little bit of online competitive video games. It's just those relationships and that community that you form through what's been through Overpower has seemed really special to me, and I also feel like it's not been the same way with other CCGs that I've gotten into. I don't know why. It's like I definitely have a few friends that I made through Magic that have stuck through the years, but something about Overpower, it's just stuck so much more.
Yeah, I would agree. I think that the Overpower tournaments have always been a little bit smaller than the Magic tournaments, and so you do end up playing the same people more often. You end up spending more time with people, carpooling, sharing hotels, sharing friends' floors, wherever you end up. And yeah, just over time you do you do bond with people. I can remember when I stepped away from the game um, back in 2015 and was still following along and seeing, people were getting married, and like I was seeing photos of large groups of you guys at people's weddings and things, and just thinking about how great it was that the community was being built so strongly through this game. And I think the older you get, the more you recognize the things that are important in life, and certainly interpersonal relationships and community is, far more important than who wins a given tournament. I mean, you don't even remember half the time 10 years later.
I totally agree. Like, speaking of
sidebar. The Discord stream, we can see who's in it right now. The Twitch stream is paused, so nobody can hear our conversation. But the YouTube stream has our audio live right now. So just keep in mind that we can't mute the YouTube stream. So after, let's say, there's a pause in between the game and we'll put the music on, we can jump into the private chat to talk, but I don't have control over the YouTube stream, so we can't control the audio there, okay?
Well, hopefully we're keeping them entertained with old war stories of overpower of old.
Yeah, I mean, we'll just mute, I guess, in between and take a little break if there's music.
Yeah. Just wanted to keep you guys, give you the heads up on that so we can keep that work around.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
We currently have 3 people viewing the stream on YouTube, 2 people on Twitch, and just us on Discord.
Well, hello everybody. It's nice that you're here. We're just kind of chit-chatting for now, but we'll get a little more into the official games and decks once we start to see some players sit down. We did just get word from Doug Sims.
Yeah.
We are close to starting.
Yeah, 10:30.
Yeah, to go back to what we were talking about, though, it's definitely Overpower's been one of those things where it does form those out-of-game relationships. I think literally my favorite Overpower memory is not actually playing at the tournament. It was when we first started to really get serious about the BMG venture. We did one of those. Sean, Keith Bursack, Dave McMillan, and myself got together and did like a team building day at one of those like Bordeborg places where you had to solve physical problems to get like through pits and things like that. And we just had this one where you had to like hold onto a rope and climb across this pit like with a rope, or you had to do like these tiny little rails on the side. And Dave and Sean and I managed to make it over, and Keith was the last one over. And there was one on the edge where you had to like jump out and put your foot on the middle thing and then leap over. And Keith ran and just got a running start and just leapt, and we all managed to catch him as he was going to fall in and physically pull him up onto the other thing, and we all hit the button and got out with like a few seconds left. And it's nothing to do with Overpower, but it's just like that was that thing where it was like it's so silly, but it was this team building thing, and we just were laughing so hard at that. And it's just the idea that all of this comes from this silly card game that we started playing in '92. Like the first one I picked up had a picture of Jubilee on the front.
Yeah, I can't remember what the first characters I got were. I'm pretty sure that Clobber in Time was my first starter. And I do remember that Wolverine was my guy and Spider-Man was my cousin's guy. And so we would go together to try to get a box. And it was hard to get some of those rarer heroes in One Per Decks back in the day.
Well, and then one thing that was really interesting, this is for people that can hear us now that don't know the history, Overpower in the first couple of sets would have, I think more than one set had regional rarity. Some of them were distributed fine, like Power Surge was perfectly fine. But I know with IQ, Rogue and Bishop were super rare out in California on the West Coast. And then I can't remember what the ones on the East Coast were, but that was a thing in the original set is Magneto wasn't distributed super well on the East Coast. So it was like a pretty common card. But to your earlier point, we didn't have eBay back then. And so I still remember one of my dearest lifelong friends, Morgan Albert. We tried to pull him back into the game. He actually lives near Tulsa, and we were trying to pull him into OKC. He would go on chat rooms. You remember back in the day, like you just have the chat rooms. There was ones people set up for Overpower, and he would spend hours in there chatting with people, and they would just do these trades where they would trust each other. Like he would go throw the cards in the mail, and then the cards would always come in, and he must have done 30 of those. That's how we got our original Juggernaut hero when Power Surge came out. And it worked, like literally out of like 30 just blind trust transactions. We never got ripped off on a single one. And that's how we built a lot of the regionally rare ones with people in different places.
Yeah, I can tell you to this day, I have still never seen a Power Leech come out of a pack of IQ. And I've seen quite a lot of IQ opened.
I've seen 4 boxes open because we did 3 boxes ourselves back in the day, and then I've seen 1 opened in like post like in the late 2010s, and I've seen 1 when we were kids. We opened all 3 of the 4 of us we all like were mowing lawns and saving up so we could buy the box of IQ, and my box had 1, and so out of 4 boxes I've seen 1.
Yeah, I mean, based on the collation, I'm quite familiar with the collation of IQ, and you should get about 1 in every 3 boxes, so it is quite rare. Same with some of the very rare heroes like Spider-Man and Thor. Those you're really only going to get those cards out of about 1 in every 3 boxes.
And Phil, not to put you on the spot, but this is something BMG related we can chat about, because this is something that's not really, we haven't been keeping this secret, but I'd love to get your thoughts on it. We've, full, no wrong answers. But so that was something about the game that I feel like, so rarity based on the power of cards is something that I feel like has always been a struggle for CCGs. And so you have this issue with collectible card games where the people that you want to push the game are your brick and mortar stores. You need them to be holding tournaments because that's what builds all the community that we're talking about, is getting to play competitively. And a brick and mortar store doesn't have a lot of incentive to get players to buy into a new game unless there's a secondary market. So Magic, them buying singles and reselling them is about a 40% markup. So a huge incentive for them to push like limited play. And make that markup. So you need to have some kind of rarity. But when you have what you're talking about, where Power Leech was a necessary card, like when that card came out, before it was errated to be a targeted card, you were not gonna probably win a big tournament if you didn't have that helping you out through some of the games. And that was definitely, like you said, that was a barrier of entry for great players that were of a younger age. So one of the things we've been throwing around for the next release of Overpower is to do rarity based on art. So for example, say you got an Alex Ross or a Jim Lee to do alternate versions of hero cards, and that's your big chase, is to get that, card that's 1 in 3 boxes, to get like a foil Jim Lee version of a big character like a Wolverine or a Hellboy. So you still have that chase, you still have the rarity, you still have a secondary market, but you at 15 is going to be able to put that competitive deck together without having to drop hundreds of dollars.
Yeah, no, I like that idea. I think that Magic did something similar with their foils, because I mean, you couldn't really play a foil card in a regular card deck, or at least I don't think you were supposed to with Magic, because you could sort of tell the difference in the stiffness of the cards when you're shuffling them. And so the idea of making chase cards just better versions of the same cards really will appeal to the collector side. And then the players will still have the cards that they need to play. And you can still have rarer cards, of course, but I would hope that if you're buying a box or 2 that you could probably get the cards that you need to play.
I agree. And that's an agreement for any CCG. I would hope that if a kid, I mean, there is something, as much as I personally lean away from games that have a lot of like really needing to chase rare things. I've only recently got into painting miniatures. There's a Marvel game, Crisis Protocol, that I love that is very well flavored and excellent design. And not, it's actually designed very well, so it's easy to get into it without putting a ton of money in. During the pandemic, I got into painting the minis. But all of the people I play with constantly try to get me to do Warhammer, and that's one that has a very big reputation for being a almost intentionally expensive hobby. Ooh, sorry. I will. You're gonna have to save that for later. We've seen a mat thrown down on the mat. I don't know what that means, but
yeah, I guess we're about to get into the action here.
I think I might be wrong. I think that was Scott Flint throwing that down. So we should. I'll stop rambling on about other games, but we should have a very interesting attendance today. So. I know I was reading, I believe Miles had...
Wait a second, Joe. Wait a second. I'm just going to start my recording on my end.
Yeah, let's do it.
3, 2, 1. Recording is live.
All right, welcome to the Greater Columbus Convention Center in the heart of Ohio for this year's OP Cup. I think we're going to have a great tournament today, and things are just starting to get started. So if you want to ask us any questions, we're available on YouTube or on the Discord chat. And yeah, thanks for being with us.
A little bit of technical difficulty, Ronald. I'm getting a repeat on what Phil's saying.
Okay, where? Do you have one of the streams open by chance?
I don't have any repeat.
That is a good lesson of Joe not being good at technology. I had Twitch open, and so I was hearing both in my ear.
So I just launched Twitch Live. That's why.
That's great. So thankfully, me, who's bad at technology, had someone on here to explain to shut another window. But this is already gearing up to be a fantastic match. So I can tell you right now that is definitely David McMillan on the right, because I've play tested against this deck many times, and it's interesting to see the version of this that he's gone with. I'm not sure who his opponent is, but he's got a really interesting deck going on here too. He's definitely got a fighting strength variant playing the Fatal Attraction mission set. So he's definitely going to be focused on his anti-energy event, which will probably ding Dave pretty hard if it comes up at the wrong time, because Dave has shifted to an energy deck.
Yeah, Dave is looks like he went with the Dracula's Armory and the Mur Island combination that I was using in Niagara Falls. I found it extremely powerful. I do think Dave was using Drax Armory up there as well already. If I recall, he threw an 11 fighting at Beast the Brute to make sure that I couldn't use my armory to defend his armory attack. Just to absolutely make sure that it was going to get through.
So Dave's someone I always love to watch play and play against. He's got such interesting ideas in the decks he puts together, and Dave's somebody who he's not. I'm a little biased because I'm really good friends with Dave, and he is one of the BMG founders. But he's who I'm rooting for this tournament. He's made top 8 since he started playing in 2014. I think he's only missed the top 8 2 or 3 times. He's been in the finals 3 times, and he has just not managed to bring home that gold yet with one of his decks. So I'd like to see it. He's gone through many iterations of this. So Dave's been a big proponent of Muir Island for a while, but he's never combined it with Dracula's Armory. In this deck that he's playing, he had a really interesting strategy where he was running Dr. Doom in the Magneto slot. And what his strategy was, it was to try to throw the All According to Plan, which is a 4 fighting intellect. If you defend it, it allows Dr. Doom to search his deck or his dead pile for his opponent is -6 to venture. So the opponent's really disincentivized to block it. So he would throw that first and then try to set them up for the KO with the JW off the white queen.
Yeah, that's a pretty nasty trick. He was telling me about that when we were playing up there, up north. All right, it looks like we're set to go here. I think Dave is using the Might Over Mind mission set.
So Dave's going to be trying to get between that and Polaris has Confusion, which avoids the first attack of a teamwork card and ends the entire string. Dave's going to be really looking to slow down what the opponent's going to be playing. Oh, so he's playing Corey Sims. So that's Doug Sim, one of the tournament runner's sons, a very strong player.
Oh, okay, that's Corey. Great.
Yep. So Corey's put out some of the defense. He's stocking up on those teamworks right away. So Dave's going to be looking to either have the Confusion in his hand, or he may try to place out and concede and get that one of those anti-teamwork cards to lock down a large amount of Corey's placing advantage.
Yeah, you know, I think I'd like to point out that I'm really happy to see that neither player discarded in the first round, and we're going to have, you know, a fair fight here right from the start.
So I think what Dave's doing is explaining Polaris's card that's placed to her. I forget the name. I believe that card's called E-Flow. But what it does is it takes a turn to offensively put it in play, and then you shift any power card attack to it to avoid that attack. So I know for Dave, one of his most important things is to get those E-flows out. Those don't get discarded at the end of the battle, so he can essentially start to make a shield of those, which also helps him reduce the speed in which Corey will be able to continue to throw attacks.
Yeah, that's direct energy flow is what Joe is calling E-flow here.
Direct energy flow.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, those things, they really do help with your card advantage. Okay,
oh, interesting.
So
Corey did one and run. Dave put, it looks 2 to the top. Now, one thing I know from playing with Dave, Dave's got really interesting theories. I'd say Dave generally tends to play very opposite to your strategy last game, Phil. Dave's a big proponent in just trying to get 1 or 2 card advantage and just doing those bet 2s and try to just consistently get the 2 up there till he can go for it. So Dave doesn't look to have any discards. Corey dropped a 3.
We do have an event here on Dave's side that says only Teamwork Universe cards that act as strength attacks may be played this battle. And that is not going to hurt Corey much. I mean, I guess he can't play the one from Silver Sable, but he can certainly still play his big teamwork sitting there on Heroes for Hire.
He did just place a second fighting one, so Dave did manage to shut 2 teamworks down with that event now. So we'll see if Dave goes 3 and tries to capitalize.
And there, Dave didn't just place the card on Beast that's very similar to Energy Flow, but works for any attack that's Beast's 1 per deck. But it must be played offensively.
Now, Dave's going to... He did discard a Shadow Cat, so that means Dave has a Shadow Cat in his deck. So that's a really interesting decision he's putting Corey to. If Corey doesn't have an access to a negate through if he doesn't have a Reaver's Activator or a Beast Negate, then he's not going to be able to stop the draw 3 that's almost definitely coming off Muir Island. Dave goes 2, Corey goes 2, so we're going to see a fight here.
All right, Dave's starting with Captain Britain here. I think this is going to be, another similar card to Energy Flow that will stay in play.
So that's Britain's Champion. That works. This is interesting because they're both kind of building this shell up. So Britain's Champion allows an attack to be shifted. That's a special card. Corey immediately responds by putting Stars and Garters out with Beast, which any attack can be shifted to. I think we'll probably see Dave poke with his ally and then get his Energy Flow out. I think Dave's making a mistake in forgetting that he has his ally there, unless he's wanting to put that shell out and concede and save it for later.
It's possible. He's using all the cards from his hand, but if that's a block and draw, yeah, which it is, Dave's definitely staying in.
Yep, that's and that's going to put Dave. That's such a hard card to calculate against when you bet. Oh, that is so sad to see. So Dave drew his most powerful event, which if he would have drawn that next, that would have made Corey have to discard every one of his teamworks and still stopped any that were in his hand from being played that battle.
I will say that when I was playing this Mer Island combination with a lot of drawing spells, that I only played one event in my deck for this exact reason. Because it is just crushing to draw, especially your most powerful event off the top and not get to use it throughout the game.
Yeah, a duplicate is bad enough. So Dave's got a white knight or a white tiger being thrown against him.
Yeah, so if that lands, that's going to make Dave discard 2 cards from his hand. Or I believe White Queen. I don't think he has to discard from other placed characters.
No, and it does. It sounds like what Dave's asking him is if he would have to discard cards or if he could discard cards off the armory. Dave's probably looking to let it hit and be able to discard 2 of his basic universe cards. I do not believe he can do that, though. I believe it's only from White Queen or in hand.
Yeah, I would say that that's not allowed as well. We did get a good first match here, though. They're definitely going to be fighting it out.
Is Dave going for it right off the bat?
That's going to be a 6. Used to attack or defend, I believe. Yep, the Shadowcat 6 used to attack or defend. So that uses his Shadowcat activator, though, so he probably won't be drawing 3 with it.
So I think what just happened here, and now I'm interested in what's going on. So I think he threw the 6. I think Dave announced concede, and Corey is trying to respond with the Wolverine make 1 attack after concession off his site. That's not a very commonly played card. I think they're asking for a judge ruling. Do you know the ruling on that, Phil? Can he play that post-concession, or is that one have to be set up ahead of time offensively?
No, I'm pretty sure that one can be played defensively. Yeah, I think that he's allowed.
Or in response to a concession.
Correct. I believe he can do that to counter the attempt to concede.
It's not going to make a huge impact on this. It's going to allow Corey to get 1 more card out of his hand. Based on what Dave's been doing, it's probably going to either be a hit or use one of his existing defenses. But they're clearly talking to a judge, so we'll see what the call is.
You want to tell me what the meta code is, and I can pull it up?
So it's BE, and I'm seeing no for defense. So, but I always thought that card was defensive as well. So it looks like they played it defensive regardless.
Well, it's interesting. I guess, is that considered defensive if it's in response to Dave's concession? I guess it would be. The concession would be an offensive action. Whatever it is, the ruling on the floor by the judge was to allow it. So Corey threw the 7. Dave defended it with the E-flow, which is probably fine anyway. Corey's reading the new Magneto Masters of Evil card. So that card is a 6 fighting intellect, and then each one of Magneto's teammates can make an attack with more than 1 icon. So Magneto, he could do a string right now. That's White Queen could throw the ally as a 1 intellect. Magneto could follow up with the 6 half multi, and then he's got a multi-power card placed on White Queen and Polaris that could immediately follow up. So that would allow him to do a 4-card string.
Yeah, and I think that it's very interesting to note that Dave is playing a lot of ally cards, and I don't think people typically play the ally cards that hit for only 1 or 2 points, just because it really hurts you venture-wise a lot of times. But Dave's strategy is clearly to attack the teamwork side of things. So I haven't seen many teamworks out of Dave's deck yet. Now, that's not to say there aren't any there, but he's certainly playing less than normal, I would guess. And on top of that, having all these different cards is going to really minimize Dave's discarding as the game goes along and more placed cards are placed. And as Joe mentioned, Dave's strategy is usually a slower plot along strategy. So that would make a little bit more sense for him.
I know too with this deck. So some of the things you forget, Dave likes to play characters that set up interest. So he plays Corey plays the teamwork. Dave plays the confusion to shut it down and take the turn back. So if you notice the 5, it's that I believe is a JZ code. That 5 fighting place to Polaris can't be defended with a special. So a lot of what Dave's doing is trying to make these annoying small hits hit, like that's a 3 intellect, and trying to set them up so either the JW chain from the White Queen or that 5 fighting won't be able to be defended with any of the cards from any special cards. So nothing from the battle site, no negates, no avoid, no the Daredevil 9 or less avoid won't affect it.
So Dave is hoping to make up the possible venture disadvantage by picking up some card advantage from killing a character that hasn't had a chance to play all of his cards when that character, or when his opponent thought he would probably be able to keep that character alive.
So we're seeing a lot of back and forth quickly. So Dave got another one of the E-flows out that defends a power card. Corey was able to throw a full 3-hit string from his teamwork and then 2 attacks. Dave defended a lot of it and then ran. So Dave's really hoping, I think, to bring this placing advantage into the next fight.
Yeah, so now I think Dave's got 2 in the bottom there, and Corey may only have 1 in the bottom as far as missions go.
So this Dave is having real bad luck with the events. So this event that Corey just played, no cards with an energy icon can be used to attack. Now the only thing that's a saving grace is Corey just dropped a duplicate of Jubilee and a duplicate of Silver Sable's 9 or less avoid from reserve. And Dave's ability to get around those cards may be enough to pull this out.
Yeah,
so Dave actually. Go ahead, Phil.
I was just going to say, of note, all activators are going to have an energy icon on them. So for this entire battle, neither player will be able to play an attack with an activator, because that activator is part of the attack.
So now Dave just had to discard I forget the name of it, but Polaris has a card very similar to Hawkeye's Dynamite Delivery. It's a 2 energy. If it hits, it becomes an 8 fighting. Polaris is a little weaker because the 8 goes directly to the permanent record and it doesn't give you venture. But it looks like Dave had to discard it, I'm guessing because he couldn't place it to Polaris or the home base, and it has an energy icon. So I don't believe that that's a duplicate. I think that was a forced discard because of Corey's event.
Yeah, that's absolutely an unusable card. That card is called Reverse Polarity. And yeah, that's just, I mean, Corey's event's doing exactly what it's supposed to do. You know, I mean, getting to play Doctor Strange in reserve is a very strong backup 8 stat for energy, but you know, energy teams will always be weak to this event set.
This is an interesting play to me. So Corey is immediately throwing out that 11. Which that means now, I wonder if this is a mistake. Corey's not going to be able to use that teamwork or that 8 strength that are placed to heroes for hire. So he's locked out 14 points of venture this battle.
Yeah, I'm pretty surprised about that as well. I'm also not sure how many Corey ventured, because I either can't see them or he didn't venture. I assume he had to have ventured. But yeah, it's quite hard to see how that Heroes for Hire 11 play was a correct play. But you never know what people are thinking. Okay, so he just shifted an attack and blocked it with the 8 on Heroes for Hire. So
he's only got 1 card in hand, so I'm guessing that he didn't have a follow-up for that teamwork anyway and was planning to just use the 8 defensively. I'm not sure I agree with that play. You know, I probably would have just tried to offensively throw the 8 and put a little more pressure.
Yeah, okay. So Corey was just simply down on cards a lot, even though he had his event, and was just not planning to play that battle out. So he had ventured 1 from the top, went back to the middle. So now I'm guessing Corey has probably 2 or 3 in the top and 1 in the bottom, and Dave is about the same. Probably 2 in the top for Dave. Yeah,
I think they might be even. I can see at least 2. Oh, wow. This is really rough. So there's 4 duplicates from Corey's hand. his negate, his Silver Sable Avoid, his Wolverine Activator, and another card. Dave doesn't look to have any duplicates. Dave's already got a placing advantage. So, and you know, this is sort of the thing that tends to happen a lot with Dave's games. You know, the brilliance of Dave's deck design is he tries to design more than 50% of his deck to be individual cards. So there's cards that groupthink, you know, a lot of people won't play in this deck the 4 energy make an additional attack off White Queen, but you'll see that card played often by Dave because he knows if he places that card, it will never dupe. And you know, and you're seeing right now Dave's deck design, personal deck design theory in full effect, where he's just got a few extra cards on the table. He's leaning on that advantage, and then one bad hand by Corey. I think you're going to see Dave go. I mean, Dave might go 5 for the win here, just with the huge advantage and no events on the table.
It's very possible. I'm curious to see if he does. I can tell you that I ventured 5 against Dave when we were playing in the last tournament, and fully expecting him to dupe at least one of the cards that he drew because we had a lot of cards, and he didn't throw away any of them. And it was a very, very close battle because of that. So yeah, that's something that him playing all those extra cards just makes it very difficult to venture against him.
I think that Dave went 3. I think Dave is sticking with his strategy of just slow burn. That'll put him in a position to bet 3 the next battle as well for the win.
Yeah, I mean, there's no reason that he has to take any chances right now. He has such a solid placing advantage, and none of the characters have hardly any hits. Each team has 1 hit. I mean, we're just not in a position where you have to rush, and there's 24 minutes on the clock, so plenty of time.
I can see Dave has his 3rd E-flow in hand, and I think you're going to see Dave's just doing exactly what you're saying, Phil. And this is really why players like Dave so consistently make the top 8. I think the big difference between a really experienced player is that knowing when to just sit back and not take that big swing and get greedy and just lean on an advantage like this. I'll also say I talk up Phil Miller a lot. That's one of the things Phil Miller, I think, is fantastic at. I don't feel like a lot of games against Phil I lose because he makes these big bet 7 moves. I feel like Phil gets a few cards up on placing advantage on me, and I just am never able to turn that around. You know, it's just quicksand. Once I get into it, the more I struggle, the deeper I get.
Yeah, from a general strategy perspective as well, it is very risky to make that one additional venture. Like, if you can say guarantee that you're going to win a venture of 2 or even 3, but you could venture 4, but you might lose. I mean, it's very rarely correct to make that additional venture. Situations where it might be correct are if you know that your opponent's going to get a nasty event that's going to really hurt you in the next round or 2, or they haven't seen a lot of their powerful cards and you know you've played most of your good cards already. In those situations, you really might want to take a chance because it might be the only way that you can win the game. But in most situations, you can just grind out that placing advantage and make the safe but strategically correct play of betting just enough to know that you're going to win, but maximize the return.
So Dave is really putting Corey on his back foot. So Dave's other strategy in this, he switched Magneto out specifically to get access to this 1 per deck. So he wasn't able to place it because he had cards, specials placed to Magneto in the home base, but he was successful. Magneto was able to pin heroes for hire, so he can't attack. He knows he's not going to get hit with an 8. He knows if a 7 comes through, he can E-flow it. He's not going to get hit with the JW. Yeah, Dave's just really setting himself up in a position to be able to deal out some punishment here.
Yeah, it certainly hurts Corey's ability to do anything nasty and surprising. Okay.
And Corey just had to eat through his entire placing advantage. Dave's going into this next hand with 6 placed cards. 6 placed cards and 2 full defenses in play from those 2 shield cards. So he's essentially up 8 cards to Corey's 2 right off the bat. If Dave doesn't have a lot of dupes here, this is probably going to be the last hand for Corey.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine how this isn't the end.
Dave drew that 11 for Magneto in his hand, so that's already going to put Corey in a rough spot. He's got a Nightcrawler, so I think you'll probably see. I think you're probably going to see Polaris try to pin somebody, and then you're going to see Nightcrawler try to pin someone. Dave's also got the Magneto. He can avoid any attack with more than one icon and becomes immune to Spectrum from multi-power cards. We'll see if that comes into play.
Yeah, that's actually a very strong card that came out of the Masters of Evil set.
That's one of the things that with Magneto, both that and his one per deck are themed with multi-power cards. Kind of a fun little bit of flavor that he specifically affects those things. Corey's being a little... Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think Dave made a good decision getting rid of Dr. Doom. As fun as that combination is, I think this deck is just a bit more powerful.
I agree. I think Dave's natural inclination too, though, is to go away from energy. Dave has really been the one that's run Fatal Attractions, I want to say, for his last 6 or 7 of tournaments. So him going into an energy deck is very out of character. But he's been he really likes this. He's really big on Polaris, and I think he's right. I think Polaris is definitely a character that's very playable. That's kind of been slept on.
So what I'll say about Dave's deck choice today is that Dave is in the Masters series, and because Dave used Silver Sable in the last tournament, that means that Dave can't use Silver Sable. Well, I guess he could possibly, but maybe he can't use any of the same characters. I forget the exact rules. You certainly can't use the same. You certainly can't use the same of the 4 characters from the Lambo, and Dave's using 0 of them. Well, okay, he's using Doctor Strange, but did he have any in his other deck? Do you remember, Joe?
I don't remember his deck from last time. I don't know if he did or not, but he cannot. So the rules for the Masters is no characters can repeat, and you can only use one from what you guys originally called the Lambo, and now people call the Cadillac, both the same deck. All right, so we're getting a lot of back and forth here too. So, he was able to use that Magneto Avoid to block that 4 that was coming through a little higher from the teamwork. So he's letting Corey read it. So Magneto now cannot be Spectrum KO'd by multi-power cards. And this is a detail that is a little fuzzy for some people, but just so we can explain it. So there are 2 types of multi-power cards in Overpower. There are multi-power power cards, but there are also multi-power cards. For example, Holocaust 8 multi is also categorized as a multi-power card. So that 8 multi would not count towards Spectrum if it was used against Magneto and became a hit while that special's in play.
Okay, yeah, good to know. Yeah, Dave did end up going 3, and it would look like Dave will probably win this. I was bringing up the Masters because Dave is the highest ranked player in the tournament, chasing the Masters title. I do have 8 points from the previous tournament, but I believe Dave had 3. So if Dave had a good run in this tournament, he would absolutely win the Masters title. So that's something we're going to be following all day, is Dave's record for sure.
I think the Masters series was fun for Dave to do because Dave usually tries to play these alternative decks.
Yeah, I mean, it really required some thought to not play more than one of those particular 4 characters. I mean, you almost had to use Doctor Strange. I mean, I guess nothing makes you do anything, but Doctor Strange and Silver Sable are just pretty clearly the 2 best reserve characters in the game at this point. And so when I was thinking of the Masters series, I was certainly thinking that I was going to have to build one deck with Strange and one deck with Sable. Now, if I had some other super creative idea, I could still use Spider-Woman or the Flash or someone else from reserve, but it would be tough to justify at this point, at least. But maybe we'll have some new cards coming up, in the next year or 2, and possibly there will be more options.
Absolutely. That is a hope that we BMG hopes to be announcing things soon. Unfortunately, we can't speak of anything today on it, but I do think I'll be interested to see how many of these decks in the Master Series use Strange in the back. So we're in an interesting. Corey has really managed to impressively stop a lot of what Dave's doing, but I just don't think he's going to be able to pull it off. He had to let that 11 hit, and he's down to one card in his hand. I think
that's probably it.
That's it. With the amount that Dave has placed, I think Corey's shaking his head. You're gonna see the handshake here soon. Yep, there it is.
Very nice match, gentlemen.
Nice match. Corey's smiling and shaking the head. And that's a lot of what happens when you sit down across the deck from Dave. I think one of Dave's greatest strengths with his decks, I love watching it because I think Dave really tries to get away from the groupthink, and Overpower historically had been a game where you couldn't branch out with characters as much. And I think the environment's been opened up enough now that you can see a deck with Polaris and it's pretty competitive.
Yeah, that's incredible. Just in the last year or two, certainly with the banning of Devour, but also the new home bases that were released and can easily be acquired in the Essentials pack. It gives you a lot of different deck variability, and yeah, it just makes far more cards playable, which increases the number of combinations that are, worth considering.
I will have to say, I know that for years was a big point of contention. There were a lot of people that didn't want to ban Devourer of Worlds, and I think there's a current opinion that any heroes are a little too weak. I don't agree with that. I think that we've seen any heroes at least be 2 spots in the top 8 every tournament since that's happened, but I think that the benefits just so far outweigh the being upset that a legacy card that's so well known isn't available anymore. I think that Dow was just one of those mechanics that anytime that it went through and it affected the game, it really just killed the player experience for the person on the other side. I feel like some of the best games I've walked out of have been games that I've lost, and they've been games that I've lost because my opponents made a brilliant play. Or honestly, Phil, even, credit to you, I had such a blast losing to your deck design in the last tournament because your ability to be pulling those draw 3s the first couple of hands, you beat me in 2 hands, and I just didn't recognize what was about to happen. And then afterwards, when I was thinking about the skeletal summonings and I was starting to do the math, I was like, oh, he's got at least 14 chances to get a draw 3 in the first hand. Like, I lost that game and I left just being like, it's brilliant. It's just so great to see an innovative strategy like that right off the bat. In a game that's this old. So I feel like Dow was sort of the opposite. I never lost a game with Dow where I felt like any of my decisions mattered or I lost because of any kind of innovation.
Thanks, Joe. Yeah, believe it or not, that deck had roughly an 87.5% chance of having access to a draw 3 in the first hand and close to a 55% chance of having access to 2 draw 3s in the first hand. So it's really staggering how quickly that deck was able to, just overpower someone. Now, of course, long term, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to always win or be the most powerful deck, but at the beginning, it's very strong. And yeah, it's to your point. I agree that Dow being banned was long overdue. I know that I've talked to some of the card designers, and I know that they were planning on building or releasing another card in a future set that was just as powerful in the other direction that attacked any heroes in a similar way. But even if they did that, I just don't think that was going to be good for the game all around. Like, you want the game to come down to strategy, not just pure luck. And there's just no way around the fact that no strategy was going to stop you from losing to Dow. I agree with you completely that from a gameplay perspective, it was no fun. I mean, it just wasn't a fun card, and I hope to never see it again.
I agree with that. I think that's something that that starts to get into a little more of a high level game design theory, and I think one of the things that Overpower didn't benefit from is having releases after 2000, because I think Magic the Gathering, the biggest CCG on the market, they sort of learned over time, the colloquialism that the community uses is feel bad cards. Like, there's mechanics, and there's certainly some ways you can get around those mechanics, but if the result of the mechanic is any time it's successful, it takes away your opponent's ability to win based on decisions they make, then it's not a good mechanic. Even if it's not like a game-winning, devastating mechanic, you always want the game to be decided on the choices that the players make. And that was always my biggest issue with DAO is if Overpower had been a game that had stayed with official releases for that long, there's no doubt in my mind that DAO would not have been allowed in a legacy environment. Only in what Magic does, where they have vintage with everything's allowed and almost no one plays it. Cards like that would have stopped seeing design. It's a very late 90s, early 2000s CCG design, and modern CCGs and these kind of games, they just don't make cards like that anymore.
I agree. They would never make a card like that now. Never. Yeah, it's just not fun.
All right.
Yeah, so,
wow. This round's got about 9 minutes left to it, and then there's usually at least 5 to 10 minutes to see the next round. So we had an awesome first match here. That was it was so great to see such a creative deck on Dave's side, kind of see some new strategies. I love it. That's what the game's all about.
Yeah, Joe, I think that we're going to be in for a great day here. I think that we're going to see all kinds of good decks coming out. But I also think, like you said, that we'll probably have until about 11:30 Eastern time here before we see any more action. So perhaps we'll step away for a minute and we'll resume around, I don't know, 10
I'll
minutes.
take care of the music. Yeah, I'll take care of everything. You can just
all right, guys. We're going to take a short break. As soon as we get some action on the screen, we're going to be back with you.
Thanks for being with us.
I see somebody waved at us. I think it might be time that we get back on it.
All right, yeah, let's do it.
I'm good to go.
All right, I've just gotten word that we're going to have Phil Miller playing Marcel on the feature table, table 1. This is a big match that we've all been waiting to see. And yeah, strap in. This one could get crazy.
This is going to be fantastic. And this, you know, there's always a chance with both of these players, the amount of tournaments they've won, the amount of finals they go in. This may be a preview to the finals of this entire event. I think if Vegas was putting odds on it, these two it'd be hard pressed to not have them at the very top of who is most likely to win this event.
Yeah, I completely agree. I have no idea what Phil Miller's playing. I did speak with Marcel, so I think that there's a good chance he's going to be playing a draw deck with the Starjammers and Mr. Fantastic, but we'll just have to wait and see when the cards come down if that's what he decided to go with.
It'll be interesting to see, too. We did see Phil play a practice game last night, but I've also known Phil Miller to not play his tournament deck in any of his practice games and not reveal it till right when he sits down. Oh, I think Phil Miller looks like, is that Juggernaut on the top of his deck? Oh, this is going to be a good one.
So yeah, so let's answer Brett Cox's question here from the live chat over on YouTube. And Brett asked that he was wondering why the player on the left, Corey, was stacking cards from his battle site on top of his battle site. And the simple answer to that is just that those cards have already been used, and he's just changing where they're at so that he knows they've already been used. Technically speaking, those cards should go into the defeated heroes pile over beside his discard piles. And that's just where he was choosing to put them. Doesn't really affect gameplay much since those cards are basically removed from the game forever. And he's probably just doing that to.
Yeah, exactly.
They don't get mixed in, you know.
And that's a nuance to the game. One of the things that's interesting about Overpower is you're technically not supposed to look at any of your 3 discard piles, defeated heroes, dead pile, or power pack, unless a card allows you to go into it. But the reason a lot of players do what they're doing where they leave the cards face up is because you do have the ability to look at your battle site at any time. And it's just a shorthand to help them keep track of it, because it doesn't really matter if the cards are in the defeated heroes pile. It's just a quick reference for both players, so they're not eating up that clock.
So I can already see that Marcel appears to be playing the deck I was referencing. He has Fatal Attractions as his event set, and he's got Dracula's Armory, and he will, I believe, have the Hellcarrier as his battle site most likely. And very exciting to see on the left, you can see that there's a Professor X 6+3 Intellect Universe card, which is actually a very rare classic accidental insert that slipped into some of the packs of Classic Overpower. And yeah, that's a multi-$100 card right there. So that's pretty fun.
And I think nothing speaks to Marcel's character more than the flex of the very top card when he set his deck down that he's going to play in a live tournament as a card. The last time I checked, the last one I've seen go online went for over $500. So the idea that Marcel is going to live play a $500 card in this event is awesome. It's really one of the reasons I love Marcel playing when he's in the games.
Yeah, that's not a mistake. That was very much done on purpose. And it looks like we have, is that Hell's Kitchen there? For Marcel's.
It is.
Okay, yeah.
So one thing that's interesting here, so Phil has been playing Coming of Galactus as his mission set a lot lately with Onslaught Citadel. And one of the things that it does is it gives him access to that event where any activators can get any cards from under the battle site. That's really, that combo with Onslaught Citadel is really good because it gives you an entire another battle where you can access all of your tricks. Onslaught Citadel is known for giving you a lot of tricks that can allow you to do huge venture swings by moving hits to the permanent record or by allowing you to kill a character and the hits don't count. But it looks like here he's gone a little more mainstream where he's going to be trying to ding a lot of the energy decks with the Fatal Attractions.
Yeah, they both took that strategy in this tournament, which is, you know, not too surprising. They both have Silver Sable in reserve. I do think Phil Miller's deck is one that maybe I haven't seen yet. I mean, it seems like a pretty obvious combination of characters, but it looks quite strong to me. Have you seen that deck before, Joe?
I have not played against this deck before. I feel like Phil ran a version of this where he would run Reavers and only have the 1/8 character. But I've definitely never played against Phil when he's using the Juggernaut. And the Juggernaut's a personal favorite character of mine, so it's going to be really fun to see what he does with them.
Yeah, Juggernaut got some cards from Masters of Evil as well. Correct?
He definitely did. So Juggernaut got 3 cards from that. One is an 11 strength that does not count for venture unless you throw it at a battle site. It's called Wrecking the Mansion, referencing how in the cartoon and in the comics in the 90s, it seemed like Juggernaut would wreck the X Mansion on a bi-weekly basis. He also has a card that allows it, so any of his offensive attacks that are put through Juggernaut ignore cards that are already in play. So the cards that would lock a character out, like Beast Acrobat, Juggernaut can continue to attack and choose to ignore that card. In his last one he got, it's a little more of a fringe card, but it's an avoid for him or teammate for a special that's not numerical. It isn't a void, so it can't negate something like a draw 3. But something like a Power Leech or a Penance Stare, it's good against. I have found that in the post-Dow environment, it's a little less good because it was really kind of a hedge for Power Leech when any heroes were 80% of the field in a lot of tournaments. But, you know, Phil's always a great player, so we'll see what he does. We're getting the thumbs up from Marcel. He's ready to go.
All right, gentlemen, good luck. Hope to see a great match here. I would guess that both of these players won their first round match if we're seeing them on the feature table. So hopefully we're looking at 2 1-0s right now. And yeah, wow, here we go. There's that same event that we saw in the last game that stops cards with an energy icon from being used to attack. Now both of these players are using non-energy central decks, but I would imagine that they will both still be affected with regards to their activator usage.
Normally, I would say that event, so Phil had 1 duplicate, so we know Phil's starting right off with the JW, the guns. For those who don't know, the JW is a 3 fighting. It can make a power card follow-up. It allows him to throw a 8 strength through Heroes for Hire, and neither card can be defended by a special card. Very, very powerful mechanic in the game.
That being said, Joe, that's a great card to hit your opponent with as a surprise. So the fact that Marcel is able to see that he has that will make it easier for him to play against it.
Yeah, it'll usually in this situation, you'll see, I believe I saw a 4 multi or he's got the 5 multi in his hand. I wouldn't be surprised if you see him hold on to that power card where he would normally traditionally place it as a teamwork follow-up, something to just make sure he can stop at least the 3 if the JW is thrown against a character with less than an 8.
Yeah, and early in the game like this, when you don't have any hits on your characters, again, that card is not quite as powerful just because it won't be coming through as a kill hit, that 8. I mean, it could win you the venture because that 8's still a very, very high hit that can't be avoided in a lot of cases, but Marcel is running the Dracula's Armory, so he does have the ability to block that 8 with, say, a level 5 power card and one of the cards from Dracula's Armory, which is it's a new home base that allows you to have 3 basic universe cards under it, and it is used both for offense and defense, but I would say defense is where it really shines because you can stop bigger attacks that maybe your 9 or less might not be able to block, or in this case the JW that like Dark Beast would never be able to block an 8. without that universe card help.
And I can speak to, as the person that designed it, that this situation is actually exactly why I wanted to design it. The one thing I didn't like before this existed is you would be in a situation where you could simply math out that it was impossible to defend the 8 in these situations. That gives you the ability. I mean, he's got the 5 multi in his hand, so he could use either his intellect or his fighting basic universes. All of those characters have at least a 5 in intellect and fighting, so all of those basic universe cards are going to grant people the ability to block that 8 when it comes through. That's something that didn't previously exist in the game.
And in this particular case, we more or less know for a fact that that 5 multi will be used for defense because that event is in play, so he will not be able to attack with that card.
Oh, that's a great point, too. Great point. So this is an interesting start to the hand. I really think that event, while it's fantastic for Marcel, it dings Hell's Kitchen a lot more. But Marcel has got 4 missions in his hand.
4 missions?
I'm not sure.
Marcel's deck also has a lot of draw in it, and early on the draw is very strong. So I think he decided to go with 3. So he must either have access to power cards that can use those teamworks, or wow.
Nope.
Okay.
See, I think this was just the classic Marcel bluff. Look at the look on Phil's face. I think Marcel's laughing about it. I think Marcel's bluffing that he could use those teamwork cards, and he actually couldn't throw either one of them. They were both dead cards.
Yeah, and so since Marcel was going first, you can tell that Phil didn't have much defense. So right there, if Marcel had 2 good follow-ups to one of those teamworks, he may have been able to kill Juggernaut or Beast the Brute before Phil Miller ever got to use any of their cards. So as much as Marcel did have a Kingpin activator in his hand and likely would have been able to draw 3 and possibly get some power cards, there was certainly a big gamble there on his part, and it paid off.
Well, Phil's definitely got some heat in his hand. So Phil has drawn the 9 for Beast and the 11 for Juggernaut. If Phil's looking to get back in this for Venture, we may see that 11 used on Hell's Kitchen, or he may just try to take a character out with it.
That is quite a combination.
Wow.
Ooh.
Marcel dropping 3 here hurts. Luckily, he got that 3 Venture lead.
Yeah, I didn't see what the power card underneath the 8 was. Did you?
No, I didn't see what it was either.
I think since he only has 1 8-stack character, he may only be playing 1, or may only be playing 2 8-level power cards. Sometimes it's 3, sometimes it's 2, but that's pretty unfortunate there.
Yeah, Phil's also got, with the Stars and Garters, I think you're going to see Phil looking to get that out. And then that's an interesting
draw 3 there in Marcel's hand. So
okay, so he's got the draw 3. Is that, what did he just place on the Star Jammers? Oh, that's the
any power.
I think it's the level 7 any power.
Is it the 7? Okay.
Yep, that's the 7. So he has passed on placement. Phil is loaded for Bear. So short of the putting a fighting teamwork and an avoid on Sable, Phil has filled almost all of his placing slots.
Yeah, Phil.
This is a classic Phil Miller. You know, Marcel's going to have to decide if he wants to bet enough to disincentivize Phil from betting 1 and running here. All right, Marcel goes 1. Is Phil going to fight this now, or is Phil going to just lean? Phil's going to go nice and easy. So this is what we talked about in the last match. I think you're going to watch. Phil has got such a placing advantage. He's going to try to put the pressure on Marcel and just make him have to run or use his placed cards. And I think one of the things you'll notice from Phil, he will almost universally use the cards in his hand first. Oh, look, he's doing a little grooming for him, though. That's nice.
Very nice, Phil. Very nice.
That's the camaraderie that you love to see at this level.
Make no mistake about it. These gentlemen know that they're on camera, and neither of them are on for the first time. So I think they're having a really great time today already, and it's just round 2. I wonder if there'll be so many smiles if this would be the final. See if they end up playing each other later in the day in the elimination rounds, if things get a little bit more serious and a little bit more tense. Well, it
So
doesn't look
Marcel
like
did not.
Marcel is succeeding. Yeah.
Yeah, he looks like he's going to play.
It's hard not to play with that draw 3 in your hand. I mean,
Oh, I didn't see the Raza either. Well,
I mean
don't
that's
think
a
that's a-
valuable play in itself, just to get the 1 per deck out of the battle site there on Phil's side. So in the future, he won't be able to use that when he really needs it.
one of the times Phil's probably regretting that he's got the ally placed on Beast. It's always nice to be able to throw that ally and then follow it up with a card like Stars and Garters to get that defensive shell out.
Right, so Marcel just played a draw 3 and Phil let it go through. So we might end up having a battle on our hands here.
I think Marcel is. I didn't get a completely good look, but I think his big thing that he's suffering with right now is he's a little shy on power cards. He wants a little bit of defense with Phil's placing advantage, but he needs those to put the pressure on with his teamworks.
Yeah, he's got the 2 power cards placed. I do think that in this particular deck, wow, did Phil Miller just concede after venturing 2? Wow, he did. That's wild. So he really just wanted to keep that placing advantage more than anything.
And now that I see what he drew, and maybe it was for the best, he drew 2 power cards that he could low power. He drew the 6 and the 5, so he's going to definitely be able to fuel those teamworks and put pressure. I think this goes back to what you said in the first hand. Is I think Phil just isn't having the defense to deal with those strings.
Phil, Joe, you have a question from the Twitch. I sent it to your messages.
Yeah, I see this. So the question is it allowed? Are you allowed to place any card to the home bases? And the answer to that question is it depends on the home base that you're playing. So Phil Miller is playing with what is basically the Team Overpower home base. I believe it's the Overpower Toronto version that he's using, and that allows you to place either an any hero or a activator to the home base. And because that card was so powerful in providing card advantage, everyone was just playing that card. So to remove that and add more variability to the gameplay, the rule was added that other home bases were allowed to place character-specific special cards. So Marcel would not be allowed to place an activator where the Starjammer's character or Starjammer's special is, but he could place a Beast special there or a Starjammer's special, for example.
And I think that's one of the things when you really start to understand the game more. Having one additional card placed can be such a huge advantage that there was not a single other battle site used for years because of that one card placing advantage. It's really interesting from Phil. I don't know. I keep going back and forth on his running when he had the 2 bet. I mean, he does certainly have a huge placing advantage, but against a player as good as Marcel, putting him in a position where he can go 3 for the win and only give 1 more card is definitely a scary position.
I would say Phil is in a dangerous spot. I mean, he has a lot of great cards placed, so I wouldn't want to count him out by any stretch, but he is in a dangerous spot. And another thing to remember is that these Swiss rounds are only 40 minutes long. So if this clock were to tick down to 0 and they were to call last hand, if Phil and Marcel had already ventured during the hand when time was called, then they would have 1 more hand after that hand. And then the winner would likely be determined by whoever has the most successful missions in the completed minus the missions they have in the defeated. And since Marcel has such a lead right now, he is probably a fairly heavy favorite at this point.
And one thing I'd like to point out too, this came up in Oklahoma City, so the rule's been clarified. So you'll notice that Phil is using Beast the Brute on his front line, but you also see that card in his dead pile is a Dark Beast activator. Dark Beast is one of the characters on his battle site. The rule has been clarified that he can use Dark Beast activators in his deck, but he cannot have any cards in his deck for Beast that are also on his battle site. So my assumption here is he's playing the negate in the battle site off Holocaust, and the only thing he's playing on the battle site is the acrobatics for the lockout and probably like an avoid a fighting or a 4 strength make an additional. And then he's probably not playing any of those acrobatics main deck.
Yeah, that certainly was a contentious point. And back in the day, I'm not exactly sure if that would have been allowed, but yeah, that makes sense. I think that there's a little trust that you have to have with your opponent, but I think a lot of the cards are face up on this game by the end, so I don't think people are gonna try to skirt around that rule. I think that the idea is to make more of the cards playable, and with that in mind, I think that this is a good rule decision.
So this is so interesting. It's so much different betting. So Marcel did not dare to go 3 there, and he only went 1, and Phil went 2. Now this might be a situation where we see Marcel just run and try to make up that placing advantage. Marcel does have he's got 3 teamworks down. He's put those 2 power cards on Starjammers. He may just be looking to try to catch up on that massive card advantage that Phil came into this hand with.
Yeah, he's certainly caught up quite a bit. I mean, I think I'm looking at 10 placed cards on Marcel's side at this point, so he's not far behind now.
All right, he took the swing with the draw 3, and Phil did have the negate in his hand, so that'll shut that draw down.
And that, it should be noted, will make any Kingpin activator he draws for the rest of the game quite weak, because while Kingpin's draw 3 is very strong, his other cards are not nearly as powerful as possibly the second or third card you might have for some other activators.
Now, I'm interested in your opinion on his bodyguard card. I love it. It's definitely, I've used Hell's Kitchen. It's an auto include for me. I think off a site it has to be. What are your thoughts on, do you know that card, Phil? So it's a so one of the Masters of Evil card Kingpin got, it's a speed bump, just like Allies from the Deep, but it can be played on Kingpin or teammate, and it has a remainder of game effect, so it doesn't go away. But it would only it wards a single character.
Play this card in front. Play this card in front of Kingpin or teammate. Target character may not be attacked until this card is attacked. May be played from reserve. Yeah, I don't know if he's playing that card or not. I think that it's a powerful card in the right situation, but not always that good. It certainly helps protect one of your characters. So I don't know. Maybe I don't know every single card in his deck, so maybe we'll just have to wait and see.
So I'm not sure what's going on. Phil's played a 3. He's followed up with a Juggernaut 5 energy that can allow Juggernaut to play an additional special. Looks like Marcel was deciding to block. Now that gives, that is a devastating card right now. Wow.
Yeah, that is a devastating card.
So if you don't know what this allows Juggernaut will discard opponent's universe cards placed or in hand, all of them, whichever number is greater. Now, what's the advantage of this card now is it's so well positioned against the weapons cache because it's almost always going to get your placed ones and get rid of your placed teamwork advantage. So he has 1 card in hand. He has 6 placed universe cards. That essentially, if that isn't negated, and it's looking, by the way, he's thinking about it that it won't be, he's going to lose 3 teamworks and all of the defensive ability off his home base. That is going to be a huge, gigantic swing for Phil.
Oh my gosh, yeah, that's wild. I've never seen that card hit the armory before, but I guess technically they would be placed. Yeah.
This I gotta say, obviously this gives me goosebumps. This is the kind of thing. So you rewind this video 20 minutes and we're talking about we don't understand why Phil would necessarily bring Juggernaut, but we're excited to see what it is. And then it's such an obvious play. You know, Phil looks at the meta. A lot of people are playing Dracula's Armory. Spartan Training Ground was just released that allows you to do 3 training cards. And of course, he's just identified a new meta. Marcel, feel like Marcel can't believe it.
Yeah, that's quite a card. I certainly wouldn't say that Marcel's out of this one, but that's going to swing the game considerably because he's going to get all 3 teamworks, and that's going to be a major card advantage swing for every venturing opportunity after this for the rest of the game.
And it hits, and that is a 6-1 swing. The stuff off the armory are more really, I kind of consider them 0.5 of a card, but still that takes his entire placing advantage away. Oof.
Wow. Yeah, I mean Marcel's clearly a little shaken. I haven't seen that happen. That would be really rough to learn about that in the middle of a game.
It is very specific. We very specifically have worded these home bases so it says that they're placed cards.
Yeah, I mean Juggernaut, certainly with the new cards, and now how powerful that card is. It was already a good card, even before the Armory and the Spartan home base, and now it's just can be devastating. I mean, you'll probably never see it play better than that, and hit and work better than it did right there, right in the middle of the game after everybody's been sacrificing things to build up their placing advantage. That was just fantastic. Well done, Phil.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on, but they both laughing and a little bit of a grin. And see, this just goes back to designing cards in a way where you're opening up the game for different strategies. You know, this is a perfect example of if I was in Marcel's seat, I would be bummed out that the game took that swing, but I would love that Phil has just figured out a way to make not only Juggernaut playable, but Juggernaut himself is who just swung this game and really put Phil Miller back in it from a venture standpoint.
Yeah, I mean, Sean was using Juggernaut as well and made a strong top 8 run at the last tournament. I didn't see that card hit my armory, but I certainly could have. And yeah, I'm sure he was hoping to do something similar.
I guarantee he was playing it. I didn't have the chance to play Sean Ballantyne, but again, another just fantastic player who's I feel like Sean Ballantyne, one of the things I've always respected about his deck building, I feel like he was really one of the first ones when the evolution of the game turned into 9 or less avoids and full team defense. He was really the one building some decks that got around it. You know, Sean Ballantyne, I had an undefeated run through a tournament back in 2015 where I built a Marauders deck that people hadn't been using Marauders for a while, and I swept the Swiss. Sean ended up knocking me out with a Cape Citadel deck. That deck doesn't run a negate. I thought I was going to run that deck over, and you know, and same, Sean had a really great deck that would run Onslaught in the back and focus on teamworks and strings. He's always been somebody that innovates decks within the current meta in a way that I've always really respected.
Yeah, Marcel will be the first one to tell you that playing against Sean is like playing against nobody else. He's always has a totally different, very unique, very strong mind for the game. And I think in the last tournament, he was playing a deck where he was purposely trying to build a deck in which he could take a lot of hits. And so even though he was playing some of those lower cards that you might have seen Dave playing earlier that I was saying might not be that popular, if you have the ability for your character to take hits, then you end up forcing your opponent to use good cards to block those low hits because they just can't let their characters die. And you end up not discarding and possibly winning the game based on that long term.
So this is going to be an interesting hand. I'm going to call it now. You may see Marcel take a swing for this. Marcel can bet 4 for the win and give Phil 2 cards. Marcel's got a draw 3 in his hand. He's got a pin in his hand. If he can get that beast card out of the way somehow and pin one of these characters and eat up a bunch of that venture, he may seem like with the play Phil just made, like he has to take a crack at it. The time's also running out too, which I'm not sure if they're aware of.
Yeah, I would say that Marcel might want to be careful with the little bit of venture advantage he has because of time here. But and yeah, I'd also like to point out that when Joe says a pin, he's referring to these target characters may not attack cards. Quite a few of the characters got them in the original set, and they have the ability to really swing a hand because they have temporary card advantage. They might not necessarily remove the placed cards unless you're using like the Starjammers or Ghost Riders versions, but they still have the ability to win you the battle, and that can oftentimes win you the game.
I think this is one of the things I find so interesting. I've had a lot of conversations from game design point. A lot of the powerful mechanics were released in waves, and I think those target character can attacks are really a top tier card when you're getting in these game point positions. And I feel like they're underestimated a lot because historically they're on characters that didn't see a lot of play, like a Professor X. I think people sometimes forget about how powerful that mechanic can be. And as we saw with Dave in his last match, he's layering that with a few different characters. He's playing the Nightcrawler DZ off the battle site, which can function as a pin. He's playing the Magneto one and the Polaris one. So he's leaning into that ability to lock down your placed cards for a battle to win those ventures.
Yeah, I've gone back and forth on those cards. Certainly, they're never a bad card in your deck. And the times that I haven't played them, I've certainly missed them. So I would say maybe not the DZ quite as much, but definitely the straight pins are pretty much an auto include if you have a character that has one. In this case, Marcel would have one for Fantastic and the even better one for Starjammers.
We've seen the Raza go by. He played that in the first hand, but Marcel's really got some heat this battle with he's got the pin for Mr. Fantastic. He's going to put the same Stars and Garters card out that Phil does if he plays this hand. He's got a negate. And I've definitely seen a hand activator. That allows him access to an 8 any power or a 6 defense. And he's got the draw 3 placed. So did you catch how many?
Yeah,
how many did Phil bet?
I think he
Phil only
really
mentioned one.
respects the power of what Marcel's wielding at the moment.
Bill has got the 8 for Juggernaut. If it hits, he gets rid of a place card. But even if that hits, he doesn't have a great target for it. You know, the best case scenario would be if he let it hit Beast and got the 6. Because even if it hits Starjammers, that ability to place that 2 power card as an extra power card, he would probably just ditch that. Marcel's doing the math.
Yeah, wow, this is probably going to be a bloodbath. I mean, it's hard to imagine Phil being able to let Marcel off the hook easy here.
If Phil's at all aware of the time, Phil really needs to. He's almost in a position where he has to start betting hard and getting that venture. He's been running so much this game. He's gonna find himself in a position where Marcel having 4 missions on the top is just gonna win the game. So, yeah, I think you're gonna.
If he has enough time, I think there is enough time left. But yeah, it could get close here to mattering. Though Marcel could just win with all these draw 3s that he has. He has a lot of really powerful cards. And as a fun side note, you can see right now Marcel has a 6 fighting promo card placed on Dark Beast. So Marcel is certainly trying to pimp his deck out a little bit for this tournament.
One thing that I thought was interesting is, and you can tell me what you think of this, Phil. I thought it was really interesting that Marcel was playing an 8 intellect from. He was playing 1 8 intellect with the Doctor Doom art, and 1 8 intellect with the Dracula art. which I find I always try to keep my art uniform so that I don't miss when there's a duplicate. I find it really interesting that a high level player is splitting the art on an identical card.
Yeah, I'm
We're
not. I
having
don't
some
like
technical difficulties, guys, with the video. We see it,
Okay.
but it's lagging. Okay, we're back.
Okay. Yeah, I was noticing that as well.
So I
to
had just
Joe's
said,
point,
I think we might have missed it when it was. I was just commenting on the fact that Marcel, a high level player, was playing 2 8 intellects with different art. So one with Dracula art and one with Doctor Doom art. Something I don't ever do.
yeah, I agree with you, Joe. I would never do that either. I think it just makes it a lot easier for you to discard incorrectly and end up possibly reneging. And if people watching at home don't know, a renege is it's pretty devastating and it's very unfortunate for both players. If you end up keeping a card that you cannot play or is a duplicate of a card that you should have discarded, it really messes with the entire flow of the game because people will venture differently and then cards will be played and seen. So you can't really go back necessarily to the game state where the mistake was made. So in that situation, what ends up happening is the player who made the mistake will automatically lose the venture. And I believe the current rule, or at least the rule when I left, was they got an additional one mission to make up for the additional venture that the opponent could have made if they knew that information.
Yep, that is definitely the current rule. I unfortunately reneged in a hand against Sean Ballantyne to try to make the top 8 at a Peace Bridge event. And I lost the venture +1. And then I was in a position where I ended up betting in the next hand, and I didn't have a great hand, so I couldn't go 3 for the win. But I was still in a position where I could have gone 3 for the win. And then in one of the most ironic hands, Sean ended up reneging Sean Ballantyne, and that ended up going the other direction. And that's how the game ended. And we had a lot of laughs about that. I've never seen that before, especially like a player like Sean. You know, you almost never make that mistake at high level play.
Yeah, it's rare. It did happen to me. Andy reneged against me in the finals of the Toronto Championship tournament. With he played a draw 3 and he drew a Fortress of Solitude, but he had ventured more than 2 and was unable to play that card, so he needed to discard it. And yeah, it's never a fun way to see the game end, but I absolutely played differently based on him having that additional card in his hand, and that would have changed everything. I would not have conceded if I knew he didn't have that.
Yep. So just to get us back into this, so Marcel has gone 4 for the win. Phil has drawn 2 cards. Phil is opening with Onslaught's card on Mr. Fantastic, saying Mr. Fantastic may not play specials. So this will almost certainly get defended. He cannot give up a 7 and a draw 3, and we know that I'm pretty sure he has that pin in his hand, 3rd card from the right. So in some way, this is going to get defended.
Yeah, the question is how.
It looks like he's going for the only universe cards. Fancy Dan off. That's exactly what it is. Fancy Dan off the Enforcers. Same card as Acrobatics for the Beast. So he's essentially locking Mr. Fantastic out from any attacks unless they're a universe card or a follow-up attack that is granted a bonus by a universe card.
And so in this case, Phil does have some teamworks to throw, so he will be able to throw some hits there if he were to choose to do so. But for sure, Marcel needed to defend that with all the powerful cards he had, and he clearly wanted to keep his negate in case Phil used one of those powerful cards from the Citadel to try to save the game at the last minute.
Now, there's a really tricky interaction here. I would expect a player like Marcel to understand this, but in a game point situation, so Marcel has a negate placed. So Marcel puts the Stars and Garters out. Marcel has a negate placed. If Phil throws that 11 against the battle site, this is a interaction that a lot of people get wrong. That negate on Beast cannot negate the 11 against the battle site. The only 2 ways the battle site can defend itself is with a power card usable by the team or with a defensive special from the battle site. It's very clear in the rules. And I've seen a lot of people lose games not understanding that interaction. So if Phil saves that 11 till the end, and that negate is still there. Hopefully Marcel understands that he's not going to be able to negate that 11 with it and swing 11 points of venture.
So would he be able to take the 11 and then negate it from the battle site afterwards?
He would be able to offensively negate it. Yes, he can target it offensively.
Yes.
But if not knowing if Phil has a negate in his hand, he could then negate the offensive negate. So it's interesting. That's what makes the
Yeah, it's tricky. The timing. It's there's a lot of strategy, because if Marcel were in a situation where he would pass with that negate placed, the trick that you just said against the battle site would absolutely work, because once he passed on his turn, he would no longer be allowed to make any offensive plays other than pass or concede. So he wouldn't be able to take it and then negate it if he had passed.
And that is one of those plays. We talked about this when we were watching an exhibition match last night. Phil is just one of those players that always seems to have it. He always sees that line. So it wouldn't surprise me if he has access to that negate through Holocaust or through a beast negate, if he's already seen that line as a 11 venture. So Marcel tries to pin Heroes for Hire, and Phil makes the same play. He puts the only attacks made with universe cards can be played against Heroes for Hire. So a little bit of a pin on Beast and on a little bit of a lockout on Beast and Mr. Fantastic.
So there's a question for you, Joe. If he throws this any power teamwork and it's +0, would that mean that he doesn't get a bonus follow-up to go through that only universe?
Nope. It's a great question. Comes up, I think, every tournament. He can make the follow-ups because it is granting a bonus. It is granting a bonus of +0.
That's what I would have said as well. But it is a tricky situation.
Yep. I only know that from it's come up as very many times in tournaments, but as long as it grants any bonus to the follow-up attack, it is considered with is the key word.
Yeah, and in this situation, just like with an ally card, the card after the teamwork is a forced play. So you wouldn't be allowed to play that teamwork without making the power card follow up afterwards. The only way there wouldn't be a power card follow up would be if Marcel, in this case, were to defend the teamwork with a card that also stopped any future follow ups to that teamwork, like a confusion type card. And he
as someone who played those cards incorrectly as a child, I can tell you they're very strong if you don't have to make that follow-up.
Yeah, teamworks are really good if you don't have to make the follow-up.
I'd have a dozen of them in my deck.
And they weren't that hard to find either, so yeah. So Marcel has taken the initial teamwork attack. So Phil Miller is getting some hits down on Marcel's side, but I do envision a situation here where Marcel can draw 3 and ends up with a handful of cards when Phil Miller is more or less out of things to do because of a card advantage difference. But we haven't seen Phil Miller's hand yet, so he could have a Holocaust negate. I doubt he's playing the Beast negate because Beast the Bruce on his team. But he likely has a Holocaust, as we have not seen one yet throughout the game or a Beyonder.
We know it's on Holocaust because he did play the Beast negate earlier. I think maybe it was against the Raza. No, it was against the Kingpin draw 3. He negated it with a main deck Beast negate.
Yeah.
This is such an interesting classic like scenario in Overpower where Phil definitely did what Phil likes to do. You know, he placed out, he got that really big advantage. But he ran so much to build that advantage up that he put Marcel at that game point like we were talking about. And Marcel, he ended up with so much pressure and so much heat that he could bring. It's going to be tough for Phil to overcome this.
Yeah, and another thing to point out here that's, I think, just the respect that these guys both have for the game is that, as we mentioned, Phil Miller was clearly behind on the venture side of things, and the time was starting to get low. As you can see, it's only 2 minutes. So really, Marcel took what some could even argue is an unnecessary risk of venturing 4 and trying to win a full legitimate way. Okay, Marcel just showed us a multi-4, a 9 or less. And did you catch the third one? I think it was maybe the 9 for Beast. But I guess what I'm trying to say is Marcel could have probably tried to stall and win this on venture, but he's trying to go through with winning this game fully legit, as though there were no time limit and like they were going to play till the end no matter what. And that has to be respected, I think.
Absolutely. And I think that's one of the good things about, the state of the tournament circuit right now, that we all know each other so well and have played so well that there's a lot of sort of honor in that. People try to get those hands in. And the one good thing about Overpower, when this minute runs out, they will get a last hand call. So they will get one full additional hand if Marcel was to lose this hand. And with the state that the venture will be in at that point, that will leave Marcel at 2 in the top, 3 in the bottom, and 2 in the middle. So that definitely makes it will all be decided by that last hand. It's anyone's game. I think Marcel's going all in to try to win at this hand, but we could still see.
Chance he's gonna win at this hand. Yeah,
I think so, but there's still, he's still got Phil's got. How much has he got on the board right now? 22 venture to 0 from Marcel, and he's got the 11 and the 9. All right, so less, so 6 less. So he's 18. Or no, sorry.
16, yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave the math to you, Phil. The quick math.
These aren't proxies. These are all the correct looking cards. Yeah, they both still have stars and garters on the table too, which.
I will say
the way his hand is a long way from over.
The way that Marcel's played the stars and garters, in general, I try to keep it out on the table. I always hate to. I feel like that's the old way a lot of these cards used to get played, and it's so easy for the other person to forget it. You're tracking so many variables in these matches. I do really like the way that Phil's playing it. And that sort of goes to a design mechanic that we're thinking about in the game, which is creating a central area where cards that are not attached but are in play lives.
Yeah, so that's a tough situation. I personally don't like it on the side there where Phil has it. I mean, it's kind of close and you can sort of see it, but when they're not playing on a mat like this, people spread out more, and it's very easy to like put that card to the right of where Juggernaut is, and then it's easy for Marcel to lose track of it. So I personally do something similar to Marcel, but I don't tuck it as much, and I put it between the two characters. So it's like very clearly sticking up, but it's not confused as a hit or something because it's not on any one character. And I think in that situation, it's very easy to see in the middle of the table for venturing purposes and just for me to remember to use it too.
One thing I'd like to see eventually is I'd like to see, one thing, Overpower has so many things that are being tracked and so many things that are on the table at once. Magic can get to game states where there's that many, but Overpower always has 4 characters, always has a minimum of 3 placing slots per character, always has placing slots for the home base and the missions and 2 to 3 discard piles. I'd like to see play mats that have all of these zones so players just know where to look. Okay, cards that are in play that are not attached to a character, there's a designated zone on your play mat for that.
Yeah, it'd be nice. It's maybe it would have to be above your deck. I'm not sure. I from my experience, players will end up just putting the cards wherever they want anyway, but it wouldn't hurt, especially as like an introductory kind of play mat. I would agree with what you just said as well about the games getting fairly complex in Overpower pretty much all the time. It's quite rare for someone to just blow someone out. I guess if you really understand the subtleties, it might look and you might be able to tell who's ahead clearly the whole way. But like when you look at a Magic game, oftentimes like some big card like Wrath of God or something will either go through or not go through. And then like one side is just clearly winning. Not quite as lopsided as like a Dow kind of card, but I do think that while Magic is incredible, I've played a lot of Magic and enjoy the game greatly. I think from a game-to-game standpoint, I think that you end up thinking a lot more throughout the day playing in an Overpower tournament. Of course, every deck is different, and some Magic decks require a lot more thought than others, but it is possible to play Magic decks where, say, you're just playing straight red and you're burning or just attacking, and there's some strategy there, but there's not really an overpower deck you're going to choose where you're just going to be able to like go on autopilot throughout the day. You're really going to be affected by what your opponent is doing to you and what characters he brings to every battle, and it's going to get a little bit complex.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I think it's a cadence. It's where Magic is a slow buildup, and it's who can execute what their deck does the most efficiently first. Whereas Overpower is played in a series of 8-card hands, and I think that's why you see a lot more Overpower games that have big comebacks. To jump back in, we've got a really interesting decision here. So Marcel is playing opponent discard a placed card from a Ghost Rider activator. He's chosen to get rid of Phil's 11. And that could be Marcel recognizing exactly what we talked about, which is if he doesn't do that offensively, he may not have a way to stop that 11 venture.
Yeah, I think there's a very good chance that that was exactly what we were just watching happen.
So Phil just doing a vanilla 4 multi, building up that venture even more.
Yeah, I mean, Phil's got to try anything he can at this point, right? I mean, both players pretty much have all their good cards, you know? I mean, not every single one of them, but most of them. I think they both have their Beast 9 at this point. Marcel already used his 8 intellect this round. So, yeah, I mean, Marcel's sitting on another 11 over there. His deck just has so much gas.
I will say it's really leaning to me into I really am going to be surprised if Marcel doesn't pull that out, even with the amount of venture that Phil's managed to put on the table. You know, I think what's going to happen is, you know, I think Marcel's going to save that negate for the 9, and then Marcel is probably going to just make the Stars and Garters eat the 11. And then Marcel's also got the Stars and Garters for Phil's 8. Phil isn't going to get any more venture in with those 2 placed cards, and he's not going to be ready for the 9 when it comes through. I think, you know, Marcel's thinking it.
I guess it depends what comes out of Phil's hand, and if he's forced to use Marcel's forced to use that negate or not, because, you know, I'm sure that Marcel would love to negate that Stars and Garters before playing that 11. Getting that 11 through would just be a crushing amount of venture for one card.
Yeah, that's an absolutely true point. I think Phil is probably waiting for Beast to use that 6 fighting, and then he's going to throw that 8 from Juggernaut that's in his hand that discards a placed card, and that's going to almost certainly eat up either the Stars and Garters or the Beast negate if he can get that 6 out of there.
True. Yeah, and Phil's got a JW in his hand as well that I just saw.
Yep.
Man, this is tight. I think Phil has a little bit more fight in him than I gave him credit for at the beginning of this hand.
He always does. It's never an easy match against Phil. It's never, no matter how down and out or how much of an advantage you see, Phil Miller just always he makes you earn it every step of the way.
Marcel's now mimicking the power punch there from Spider-Man.
I missed it.
Yep. Only the big cards from Marcel here, the 2 strengths.
Thinking about it more, you may even see Phil try to throw that 9 and the 8 to bait something. Because if he can get that Juggernaut 8 out from onto the Stars and onto Starjammers and it hits, that's at minimum a 15-point swing. I think he's really saving that 8 to try to do something interesting with it. And don't forget, he's also playing the Citadel, so he may have a venture trick we're not considering as well.
Yeah, I
looks like he's got
a
Sentinels.
maybe?
It looks like he has a Sentinels in the Juggernaut 8. Marcel only has the 9 in his hand. All right, here we go. We're starting to get the big ones.
So the negate is going to go for the 9, as you had suspected. Oof,
I'm actually surprised. Yeah.
Do we know Marcel's last card?
It's the 9 from Beast.
It's the 9 from Beast. Okay. You know, if you look at it, Marcel added up exactly 9 points there on Beast. And so if this 6 fighting gets blocked by Stars and Garters, he would have been able to throw the 11 for the cumulative KO. I don't think that was a mistake. I think he really thought that through.
Yeah, I bet he did.
And hence the the drama when he threw the 2 down, you know. He's trying to act like it's maybe not that big of a deal, but either way, he's already got the KO, and Miller took that 6 pretty quickly, knowing that he has to survive this hand no matter what, and he's played most of his good cards. Ooh, crushing. Crushing. Juggernaut has so many big cards.
Yeah. But he does use the Stars and Garters, so I think Marcel's managed to just pace him out here, but is he going to win though? So hold on, let's do some math here. 11, 16, 19, 27 for Phil, and we've got 13, 14, 15, 22. So I think Marcel's going to pull this out. Phil's got the Look, Marcel is so stressed out right now.
I would agree. I do think that Stars and Garters is going to take the 11, but that additional 15 points in his hand should be enough.
I will say the play that you said, I think when it got to the point
Sentinels.
where
I'm sorry.
He's got the Sentinels, but I think the better play would have been to negate the Stars and Garters. I think he should have let the other card hit and save the negate, because that's gonna that extra few points of venture from the 11 and the 9, that might be the difference between what he needs to get.
The Juggernaut, if it hits, makes him discard a place card, correct?
It does. He used the Stars and Garters on that. That I agree with. It's what did he negate with the negate though? The 11.
Yeah,
he negated, or no? Nope.
No. Was it the Beast 9?
Oh, that is what it was. Yeah, I think I would have let the 9 hit and negated the Stars and Garters. That's +3 venture at that point.
Yeah, I suppose. Well, 2. Yeah, 2-point swing there. So let's hope Marcel doesn't lose by 2 points.
Yes, the difference between 9 and 11 is 2, not 3. We're going to stick to having Phil do the basic math. See, Phil, that's why you win more tournaments than me, because I add that math up wrong.
Whoa. Do we have a concession here? Or is that just fun? I guess they're just...
Maybe that's just the it's anybody's game handshake. I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's just mutual respect. Hell of a game, kind of a situation.
It's definitely a hell of a situation right now. What a great game to see second round too. Just really this could very much be the rematch we see in the finals. And that's always the tough part too against Phil. When you go up against him in the finals and he's played you in the regular, this is true for Marcel too. When they've seen that deck and they're not having to try to deduce the strategy on the spot, like I guarantee you, if they play in the finals, you're not going to see that Juggernaut raise card come through and do what it did.
Yeah, Marcel will be more ready for that card, I think. I mean, not that he necessarily could have done anything about it, but now they're counting to see if Phil Miller could even win, even if Marcel lost this. And I think he absolutely could. I mean, there's no way that Marcel losing 4 doesn't at least give Phil a chance.
Phil would be at 1, 3, 4, and he'd be at 2, 2, 3.
So Doug Sims is telling me that round 3 will start at 1:50. So it looks like they're going to be taking a lunch break after this round.
All right, fantastic.
So so there's no real rush here, I guess, for Marcel and Phil to finish this. So they're just taking their time.
Yeah, now at this point, just so people know how the rule works, when they get a 5-minute warning before time runs out, and you have at that point a last hand. When the time fully runs out, they call last hand. If you have already ventured, you complete the hand that you're in and then play 1 additional hand. All right, so Marcel has thrown the 9, so now there's no more information. Phil has perfect information here and can do the math, which he's doing right now.
Yeah, I mean, so he should have a master mold, right? Probably from Sentinels.
Yep. I think he may throw the 7 offensively.
Oh yeah, that would
'Cause
probably be one
he
more.
knows that no one can die.
Oh my
That
god.
he's
So
got
that's
the
a
7th
7.
place, luckily.
Yeah, I kept thinking that was a 6. I'm sorry, that yeah, understood. Wow, so tight.
I mean, there's no choices left. Marcel's choice now is, I think he's behind in venture, so he probably just concedes. The question is, does he want to concede and leave? Try to see if he can eat up that Stars and Garters next battle if he's going to lose this, or throw it now and just not deal with it. Because right
Yeah, it's a
now,
tough situation because he'll be going second next battle, but the Jammer's 11, like, it's sort of free time, and time is a valuable resource in this game. So you might want to use it, but neither of them are cards that are going to be discarded, right? So
nope. Yeah, and that's the only card that they're going to carry into the next battle. So they're both going in with, I mean, they're sort of in some ways, unless they draw a better card or a sneaky card, um, that 11 is just going to get eaten by the Stars and Garters next battle.
I kind of feel like I would wait and take the chance of being able to negate the Stars and Garters, just because the 11 lines up so nicely with that 9, and Phil's pretty much out of cards he can stop that 11 with.
He
But
decides
Marcel's
to
going
throw it
for
though.
Okay,
I agree with you. I wouldn't have thrown it. I would have kept it, and I would have tried to negate it.
But Marcel also may have already been through at least 2 of his negates, so he might just know that there's not much of a chance, and he chose to take the time advantage. But wow, yeah, here we go.
So
it's going to be off the top.
Phil's lost beast. He's lost his negator, but I just don't really know what else is in the deck. We've seen all of the great 1 protects from Starjammers, and we've seen the 8 any power. Unless he's running multiple 8 any powers, which I would doubt. We've seen the draw 3 and the pin from Mr. Fantastic. We've seen 9 and Stars and Garters from Beast. So I don't really know what pressure is coming out of Marcel's deck at this point.
Well, I can tell you that he was short a card or 2, so there is a chance that there is a second 8 any power in there for the Starjammers.
Okay. We've got a dupe Sentinels, so we know that he's got the Master Mold. Oh, he does have the second 8.
There's
call.
The 8. So he's got a grip full of activators, which, I mean, odds are he has a hand possibly, which would be an 8 any power as well. So he could have some heat coming.
I mean, if you're going to get a hand of all activators, the last hand is the one to do it, because they're probably just both not going to place.
Right? Yeah, you're not going to place, just like you said, and it's fine for your characters to die as long as there's one left to play with offensive activators.
I didn't see much of Phil's hand. He's got a teamwork. He's definitely got a couple of activators that I can't make out.
I see a Ghost Rider, Enforcers, and...
Why? Yeah, Phil's placing. This is interesting. I don't think I would place anything at this point. We know it's the last hand, right?
Yeah, I would not be placing either, because, yeah, I mean, Marcel's played his only cards that can remove a placed card, so he might just be taunting him, especially since he's going first. He might plan to use the 7 right away, just messing around.
He might have just realized, though, too, because he placed one, Marcel passed, and then Phil immediately went to his venture, so...
So now they're doing math to see how much people need to venture here to actually have a chance to win, even if they do win. So okay, so if Marcel will obviously need to win this venture. Whoever wins this venture will likely win the game, but if it's equal on venture, then we would start counting characters next.
Correct. And they do have to do that math, because that's the position Phil could have been in at that point if Marcel hadn't have swung so hard the last time. Which I think he did the right thing. I think you go for it in that situation, but he could have put Phil in a situation where Phil would have had to give him extra cards by betting high. You want to put it, when you get into this last hand situation, you need to bet an amount where it basically means whoever wins the game. And sometimes that involves having to bet a lot to give your opponents more cards just so they can't simply concede into the victory. But it looks like they were both able to bet 1 or 2 in this situation. So it's really just down to whatever cards they have that they're throwing. Whatever's in their hand is going to decide it.
Yeah, I mean, I think Marcel's hand looks pretty strong. And Phil did end up using that 7 from Juggernaut as his first go, so... We
And that
are,
7 is a kill shot. Even though it's not for Spectrum, it would be over 20 points. So it would knock Mr. Fantastic out.
yeah, that was a must block there. So Marcel would hopefully, I don't think he has any fantastic cards, but he's probably going to lose Mr. Fantastic. He would probably need to play this Starjammer's 8 any power here after this 4 strength, would be my guess. But let's see how this shakes out. Because he's well aware of the fact that he doesn't have defense. Oh, he's going Enforcers first. Let's see.
Yeah, he's not playing the one. Oh, he's going to do somebody and someone else can't attack. Great play. We'll see. He does have the Juggernaut on the front line, so he can't lock out the 8 strength power card. But if there's any, I don't think we've seen the 11, have we, off Heroes for Hire this game? I don't believe we
saw Corey play it last game, but I don't think we've seen it this game either. And Marcel is very good at keeping track of the cards that have been played, so I'm sure he knows.
So that's definitely the place to go. You know, you could see. I think Marcel's teasing him, telling him he can't play it because he's pinned, even though Juggernaut's on the board. That's what it looked like it was there.
Absolutely.
So the good thing about this for Marcel as well, though, too, this shuts down Phil's ability to make 2 follow-up attacks. Phil's only going to be able to make that 1 follow-up, and it has to be something that Silver Sable can play. So it does sometimes limit the ability. Silver Sable's a 6 fighting and a 6 intellect, so she'll be able to play any multi-power card, but you're not going to be able to get that huge 7 fighting, +2 as a 3rd attack, which at this point in the game could be devastating.
Yeah, nothing's going over a -9 or a 9 to less in this situation with that card in play. Because Juggernaut has to throw the teamwork. What a battle, man. These guys are having a blast. Look at the smiles on these faces right here.
I'm interested. This is one of those times. I wonder who the character that Marcel chose was. I'm gonna guess it's Beast.
I'm gonna guess it's Beast, also knowing that he's already played all of his cards.
Or maybe he chose one of the kids. Maybe he chose Jammers just because they're. Oh no, he needs the 8, so it's definitely not Jammers.
Yeah,
so
it can't be Jammers.
Maybe it's Fantastic, though, since Fantastic's so close to dying. Maybe he just chose him knowing he doesn't need to throw anything with him.
The tricky part about that, though, would be it'd be really risky to basically tell Phil, I don't care about Fantastic. Because then if Phil switches to the Jammers, and Phil got to go before Marcel got another go at the 8, so that would have been risky.
And he doesn't have any teamwork cards, so there's not really, with what's in his hand, Marcel's got the attack that comes from the home base. He's playing the traditional A next, and he's got activators. There's really no disadvantage for him selecting Beast in this case.
No, there's
looks like he's got a 5 fighting power card as his other power card, so this is also
that card.
I don't know if they would still be there, but this is one of those situations where it'd be really nice if he still had access to those defensive cards. If he could bump that 5 up to an 8 for one of his other characters, that would be fantastic. But
all right, there goes Mr. Fantastic. He's probably saving any defense he has for the Jammers because he needs to be able to block this follow-up and keep the Jammers alive for the Jammers to be able to play the 8 any power. That's going to be crucial to him having a chance to win this.
Oh, Phil has got a post activator in hand. I think Phil's going to pull this game out. Oh, what are you doing, Phil? Phil's most likely playing the gather info, which would allow him, if he targets the Starjammers, to pull 11 Venture back up front. So I'm really surprised he's throwing kill shots against Jammers. I would think he would just, we've seen the lockout, we've seen the 4 multi. I would think he would just open with that because a non-numerical attack that's worth 11 Venture is going to require Marcel to have a full negate or a full defense that he would have to use up to defend it.
Yeah, I think that I agree with you. Phil's going to get a little bit lucky there that he didn't play that first. He's going to get away with it. I guess there might have been a gamble on his part that he wanted to kill Fantastic. But I think there is a good chance he's going to win because of that postcard. I mean, the card that Marcel just played says no universe cards may be played, correct?
Oh, and that's a mistake. He's pissed. Look at him. He knew it. It's for game point. He shouldn't have been going for anyone except Sable, and he threw the 8 against someone, allowing Phil to use the teammate only avoid. That I think that's going to cost him the game. I don't know if he would have won it anyway, but that's a huge misplay from Marcel. Like, he's so mad at himself.
That is going to cost him. Yeah, that's going to be the game. I agree that I think he was probably going to lose anyway because of the post activator, but I don't think that he'll find a way back without that 8 any power hitting.
He knows. But you know,
either way it goes. This was one for the gauges for sure.
This may. I mean, I don't. This is definitely going to be a game that's watched over and over again. I think Marcel can see the writing on the wall, though. And that's the thing about Phil. I'm telling you, you can't ever count Phil out. He pulls these games out so consistently.
It's pretty crushing to have that 9 or less happen to you like that. And I had that happen to me in the last tournament against Sean. But at the same time, like, there's obviously value.
Is he doing it? Yeah, he's gathering the info. You're going to see the handshake and the fist bump.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Massive. Well,
so if that 8 and that
players, man, wow.
If the 8 and the 4 had hit on Sable, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, he's got a 6 coming from there, so he'd be at 18. He still wasn't going to pull it out anyway, so he really shouldn't beat himself up too much about that play. That's that's the kind of play where if you're gonna make it in a game that you're already gonna lose in the second round of the tournament.
And I did just see Phil Miller pull the 11 fighting off the top of his deck for Heroes for Hire, so Marcel was absolutely
Is it the only card left in his draw pile is the 11? I want to see when he picks them up.
There were some more, but and I don't think we saw Holocaust. I don't think that
he pulled a bunch off the top. Look, all his Holocaust out. He was going to dupe on 2 of them probably next hand.
Yep. Wow,
what an amazing game. What an amazing game. I think you called it. If I was to call one big swing on that game, I think I got to go back and watch it and see what the venture swing was. If he had taken the 9 fighting from Beast and negated that Stars and Garters, it would have been really interesting to see. Because even if he was going to lose that hand, if he had made that play, he could have chose to go into that last hand with an 11 any power. And it really goes to show that's what you want to see in these games is, you're making Overpower's a game where you're drawing 8 cards, but you're making 1,000 decisions over the course of 40 minutes. And that's the difference between someone who wins the championship in a given event is, are you the person that day that just hits every one of those decisions and makes the right call?
And sometimes you just don't know what the right call is. I mean, you make your best guess and you make the best play that you think with the information that you're currently, digesting and you have. But it doesn't always work out for you. It really just doesn't. It is a card game at the end of the day. You don't know what's coming off the top of the next hand.
Yeah, and it's a good point. That's what we got to keep in mind with this commentary. We knew what that last card in Phil's hand was. We knew it was a Sentinels, so it's a lot easier for us to calculate. Marcel didn't know what it was, so defending a 9, just that play, when you don't have that information, it is a lot harder, and you're trying to make the decisions quickly. But just a great game for both. I gotta say too, this is from a all day tournament perspective. Sometimes the worst thing you can have is one of these matches early on. Even if Marcel won this match, a match like this against Phil that's that close and goes the distance, it's so mentally taxing and so stressful. I've come out of matches like this in around 2 or around 3, and I feel like it affects my play the rest of the day because I'm already so exhausted from the stress of that match. And I think that's another thing to keep in mind, that players in Magic tournaments that go multiple days will tell you, and long Overpower tournaments, that's a big thing too, is how sharp you're still going to be when you hit that top 8.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I have always excelled in the top 8, and I was just telling Marcel the other day that in the modern era that I've won 15 of 16 of my elimination games that I've played. And I really do credit that to, like, I'm eating, I'm drinking, I'm clearing my head, I'm doing anything that I can to improve my longevity throughout the tournament. I'm getting more sleep the night before. Like I might play some scab games or something after the tournament, but before the tournament, I'm really trying to put myself in as good of a position as possible to still have what it takes to play in those finals. And those are the games that really matter. I mean, the last time I played the OP Cup, I played I think it was a 2.5 hour game against Garion back at Phil's house, and then a final against Marcel. It was the middle of the night by the time that tournament was over. And I do think that today we're going to have a 1 hour time limit for the quarters and semis, and then an unlimited time for the final. So that would only happen in the final, but people are going to take their time in that final. This is has the potential to go the distance if we get a close game like we did here in the final.
Absolutely, absolutely. And it's funny, it's such an interesting thing about what you're like thinking about what you have to do the night before for one of these tournaments. I know I'm always torn because we're such a close community at these in-person events. It's 30 close friends that I only get to see 4 or 5 times a year. I'm like, on one hand, I want to go out the night before and play a bunch of games and stay up late laughing and talking. And then on the other hand, I know me and I need my sleep. If I stay out till 3 a.m, I'm not going to play well the next day. I'll get zoned out. I'll make bad calls. I'll miss things on the table. And but yeah, it's really, sometimes for certain tournaments, I won't go out with the guys if they're going out to a bar or something late. I'll go to bed and get that early night sleep, go out the following night. But I can tell the difference. I certainly can.
Yeah, the number of times that I was like, even just like as a younger kid riding in a car or a van with like 4 or 5 other people, even that just, takes it out of you versus when you have your own vehicle, you can drive by yourself and be on your own time schedule, like where you had a rough week at work before you came to the tournament. Like it's all a factor. And I do think that it always plays itself out in the tournament. I am really curious to see what happens today. I think that as people are getting older and, becoming more aware of some of these things, I would guess that people are going out a little bit less, just in general. But I'm sure that like Dave, for example, like you said, he hasn't won one yet, but he's been in a ton of top 8s. So like he's gonna break through one of these days, and it just might take like that little bit extra sacrifice. Not to say he hasn't been trying everything he can, but like it's razor thin at the top end. When everybody's trying their best and building the best decks and putting in all the work, like. If you want to win one of these tournaments, like you're going to have to bring your A game.
And that's why I just as before we sign off for the lunch break, just a shout out to we talked about my Sean Sawyer, one of my lifelong closest friends. I've been really happy watching him as a player over the last 5 years. So he finally won his first tournament at the Boston Massacre last year. And that was just such a hilarious story where he was sick that day. He didn't want to come down. And I sort of begged him to come down because he'd had symptoms for a while. It wasn't COVID, regular cold. So he's like, I don't want to come down. I'm going to have to wear a mask all day anyway. And I'm just feeling like terrible. So I kind of twisted his arm. He came down and he would just play around. He'd go out in the lobby and lay on the couch. And he just ended up winning that was the tournament that he won, which is just a real testament to him being able to stay focused through all those games. I can't imagine. I didn't go because I'm not nearly as sick as he had been leading up to the event, and I chose to stay home because I didn't want to go through that. So
I'm sure if he had to fly too, it would have been different.
Oh, absolutely. That's true. He lived, 15 minutes from the venue, so it wasn't as huge of a deal.
Yeah, wild props to him for winning that sick. That is a really tough thing to do. I will add that I personally notice that when I'm sick, like say I'm sick, I go into work or something, that I am actually a little bit more aware of the smaller things because I'm so internally focused due to being sick and trying to like figure out what my body needs, that sometimes I notice the small things a little more and don't get as into the flow of like the outer world around me. So that could actually help with cards a little bit. If you obviously don't completely die by the end of the day.
And so you heard it here, folks. The advice from myself and Phil is to make sure you get really sick before you come to any competitive gaming tournament.
All right, Joe.
Um,
Let's get some lunch. We appreciate these guys playing for us here, and I'm sure they're enjoying some time at the food court and hanging out with the Heroes for Games shop at the convention center there. And we'll be back at 1:45, getting ready for the 150 start of round 3.
We hope to see you guys there. This has been a great day so far. We'll talk to you later.
Great job, guys.
Ronald, can you hear us? We ready to start recording?
Ready to...
We're both here, so just let us know when we're on. We've got Josh Alexander making sure there's nothing up his sleeves.
I can't hear anything.
Can you hear me? Bill, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yeah. I can hear Ronald too. I can hear Ronald.
So it looks like we have Nick Spivak on the left side and Josh Alexander on the right, I believe.
This will be a great one then. I'm interested to see if Nick switched it up. So Nick is running a Infinity Gauntlet mission set. So Nick has historically been running the Cadillac. Oh, are we going to get to see the Spartan training ground? All right, I'm really excited about this now.
That does work with the Cadillac if you switch Strange and Reserve, which is exactly what we're seeing. Yep.
Okay, so that's some alternate art versions of Starjammers and Spawn. The Spartan training ground works exactly like the weapons cache that we saw in game 2. Nick has the ability to bring 3 training cards at the beginning of the game. He can use 1 per battle that can be used for offense or defense. The Spartan training ground costs 2 deck building points. So you'll notice he's downgraded to the 3 grid Doctor Strange. Not a huge deal in the Cadillac deck. I do run some 5 intellect power cards in that deck sometimes just to get a little bit extra spectrum. I'll usually run 1 5 intellect. Probably wouldn't do it when 2 characters can't use it, but not the biggest, disadvantage. The other interesting thing is he's running the Lamborghini/Cadillac variant. He's running it with a Muir Island battle site and not with any heroes, which it always used to be.
Yeah, I noticed that immediately. I'm really surprised because when I saw Infinity Gauntlet, I thought for sure he was playing the No Any Heroes event. But now it's going to be really interesting to see what. Or no, that is what he's going to be doing. Yeah, he's going to be hoping to go for No Any Heroes. Yes, okay.
I'm surprised to see this, though. I do think we're going to see a big shift. Had I played in this tournament, I had a great Any Heroes deck. I think people are underestimating. If you're going to go with a deck like this, like the Cadillac, that has the built-in defense, I think running those Any Heroes where you're getting the power leech, if you just run a draw 3 instead of Dow, certainly you're not going to get those auto win games that you got with Dow, but I think the Any Heroes are really powerful in this deck still. He could be running this with Spartan Training Ground and the No Activator event, and you still get so many big bombs from those Any Heroes. I think it's really viable.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think it's completely possible to still play to Any Hero, and I think that part of the reason we're seeing so many activator decks is just because people haven't been able to comfortably play activators and battle sites in a long time, and it adds so much creativity to the deck building. So even in my opinion, I think that Any Heroes are close to even with activators at this point also. But I do think people are going to lean towards battle sites for a little bit just for the fun of it.
I 100% agree. I think it's just been so long since people have been able to mess around with them. We're just going to see a lot for a while. I think it's really interesting. I hadn't seen much of Muir Island till you used it last time. Dave's been on a kick for it for a while, but it's really fun seeing alternative battle sites that never used to see play. We had speculated that Marcel was still going to use the Helicarrier. That's a battle site that got huge upgrades with the Hydra cards in Masters of Evil. And that's really a Sean Sawyer innovation. And I have to admit, when he started using that, I was a real naysayer. I didn't think it was as good. And he really proved that the Hydra cards make that Helicarrier a top tier site. So it went from seeing mostly Outback and Danger Room to, there's 6 or 7 pretty consistent sites that you see now, which is great.
Yeah, I think that there's probably around 8 totally playable sites at this point. So, okay, we're off. And Josh is playing the same deck that we saw him play yesterday in the preview. He's got the Penguin on his team. And I would think that's Might Over Mind, possibly?
No, that's Annihilation Affair.
Oh, is it Annihilation Affair? Okay.
Yeah, if we remember from the preview, Josh is running. If he's running the same events, it looks like the same deck. He's playing no cards with a strength icon can be used to attack, and he's going to play the one where each person will choose a frontline character. That character won't be able to play any cards or be attacked.
Right, and that really helps his lockout potential. So I would also guess that these players are both 2-0 at this point. I haven't pulled up and able to pull up the standings quite yet, but I would imagine that the feature table would be undefeateds at this point in the tournament. Danger Room and Mur Island were the two battle sites that I was considering using in Niagara.
I'd say I completely agree. I would imagine that both of these guys are undefeated. The Nick is someone who's very busy in his personal life, and since Dave McMillan moved out of the area, I know he doesn't have as many people to play test against. So he's been running a variant of the Cadillac for a while now, but that means he knows it and he wins with it. I think Nick's gotten. I know of at least 2 tournaments he's won with it. I think he might be a third victory. So we're definitely going to see someone who knows his deck very well. The question is, does he know Josh's strategy here, which Josh has really got a lockout strategy. All 3 of his frontline characters have a 1 per deck that avoids an attack and makes them unable to be attacked for remainder of battle. And he's also running one off his battle site, and he's got an event. So he has 5 ways that he can lock the characters out fully. As he just placed one on X-Man, he's going to start to build them up. And he's got the Beast placed, which is sometimes can function the same way if they don't have the universe cards to throw through the acrobatics. So Josh, you're going to see Josh try to set up a situation where he can lock his team out and do a huge bet of 6 or 7.
Yeah, and one of the big downsides to Mur Island and why you didn't see it for a long time was because that there's no negate on the Mur Island battle site anywhere. So while there are a lot of powerful cards, that might come back to sting Nick here because Josh's lockout strategy could get him if he doesn't have a Scarlet Witch negate.
Now you might see a big bet from Josh here. Nick has not placed a negate or revealed the negate. He does not have one off his battle site, and Josh has gotten both of the full lockouts in his first hand. So he's going to have the ability, if he wants, to put acrobatics on the Reavers and then lock out X-Man and lock out the Penguin.
Well, Nick's
now
going so he seems okay with that 1 teamwork place, maybe.
Well, remember, though, what Nick is able to do, Nick can throw one of those power cards with the Spartan training ground. That's the advantage of that. He can throw that training card with a power card and get through the acrobatics.
Sure can. Oh, so Josh is playing the long game.
Josh goes 1 and concedes. He only gives Nick 2 in the top, and now he's got the ability, if he draws a Gambit Activator or he draws his Pretty Boy, he's going to be able to make a huge bet, and it's going to be really hard for Nick to get around that.
The beauty of the situation for Nick is, though, because he won that first battle, Josh can't win the game, you know? Like, we find these situations a lot where people do use cards to set up a battle that they will win for sure, pretty much. But in the process of doing that, they often have to lose another battle. So if they hadn't won one earlier in the game, they oftentimes can't actually venture for the win in the battle that they have their perfect hand.
Exactly. What Josh is hoping to do here is Josh is hoping to bet 1, maybe 2, win an easy hand, and then give really what Josh wants in an ideal situation here is to bet 2, not use any of his defense and be able to pull out a win. But with the heat that the Cadillac brings, the amount of venture, I don't think he's going to be able to pull something like that off.
Yeah, that's going to be pretty tough to do. An interesting card that Nick placed is the 4 strength for the Starjammers. And what that card does is it allows you to combine for a single attack with an energy power card of your teammate's choice. So that energy power card 8 that's placed to spawn would actually come as a level 12 attack. Now it's dangerous because if Josh can block that or negate the 4, it blocks both of those cards, but that level 12 attack is difficult to block with a lot of 9 or lesses running around. So we'll just have to wait and see how this plays out. But it's nice that you have that offsuit strength attack from Starjammers to throw, even if you don't use it as a combine.
No, I totally agree. It's a really hard card to play around too, because the 8 is the ideal situation, but even if he just holds a 6 energy in his hand and can throw it across as a 10, that can also be a devastating attack that you're not ready for. So Josh goes 3, Nick draws a card. Nick, I believe, has gone 2 more. So Josh is going to fight this out. We may see Josh just using some of his defense to get back in this game and try to put some KO pressure out.
Yeah, I mean, certainly both of them are going to fight here. Oh, wow. Nick is using his...
He's going to get the Britain's champion out. That's a common Muir Island one, just to get the setup, have that in place.
I didn't see a KL in there, did you?
I didn't notice it, which...
Yeah, the KL removes all the cards that affect remainder of battle or remainder of game that are in play. And that's something that would possibly nullify those defensive cards that Josh has once they're in play.
And that's something too where, you know, that's kind of a signal to Josh. I would think that he's not running it. If he's going to run out that Britain's champion is one of the first cards, then he's probably not saving the KL for the full lockout.
Yeah, other than like a Beyonder to do it in a tricky, like, mess with
try to fake him out.
Yeah, but I agree with you. I think most likely, and in this case, it appears that he just simply doesn't have the card in his deck.
So Josh is doing the standard thing. He's throwing out 6 level attacks with a teamwork to get some bonuses, and just try to get Nick to start using up some of his cards and put some pressure on him.
I think I see a penguin card in Josh's hand. Looks like a
that's it's the 2 make 2 additional. So he's got the ability to throw a few attacks off penguin.
It's a lot of low fighting attacks coming from penguin with that 1 fighting sitting there.
Mm-hmm. So Nick is going to use one of his Spartan training ground cards to bump up the 4 intellect and make it able to block the 6 that was coming through as a 8. So he gave that 4 a +4 and was able to block the 6 that was coming across as an 8.
Truly incredible. I mean, what an advantage that is to be able to trade a 4 in that situation for that teamwork follow-up.
It's an interesting situation. They're both.
I just saw the KL.
You what?
I think I just saw the KL in the battle site.
Does he have? Maybe he has the Beyonder in his hand, but the other part though is Nick's suffering from what happens sometimes with the Cadillac. If you have to fight, you know, Josh is betting aggressively this hand, and if you feel like you have to fight these early battles, so he did have the Beyonder, so he was maybe trying to make a play to fake him out. So that's a good play by Nick, but that's the one thing with the Cadillac that I find is if you just don't have you have to get that defense placed and then get your full hand of cards. If you don't have the cards in hand, is easier to calculate the routes around to get through to the characters. And that's your big fear is some big string is going to take out a Starjammers or.
And there's the no cards with a strength icon can be used to attack. And that will hit Nick a few times because he's got the ally and the Starjammers card and the multi-8 for Scarlet Witch. So Nick's gonna feel that one a little bit. Those are all attacks he's not going to be able to use this battle.
Yeah, Josh, unfortunately, as much as he took out 3 of his cards, Josh has had 3 duplicates. So he duplicated his 8, his negate, and one of his 6 or less avoids. So we know that Josh has a negate in his hand that he can't place, which is also, that's good information for Nick with none of the Starjammers 1 per decks coming through yet. Nick knows that 2 of his 3 negates that he's most likely running main deck are gone. The question is, does Josh run 4 main deck? He does have the Beast placed, which is going to be his negate off the battle site. So Nick also knows right now he's going up against 2 negates this hand.
Yeah, exactly. Nick is not going to be getting anything big through likely. So I would expect him to have to venture one and be very conservative here with that event in play and with those negates staring him down. So at
Nick's
least
gotten a little
he'll know,
lucky, and
at least he'll know that Josh won't likely have negates going forward. I would guess Josh is only playing 3, but you never know.
I would think so as well. Nick's gotten a little lucky in that he's constructed his teamworks without the strength icons. For the most part, he's mostly focused in intellect, energy, and fighting. So he's going to by luck be able to avoid a little bit of the pressure from Josh's event.
Yeah, I do think the Cadillac typically is light on strength, as you see here. And to refer to your comment earlier, I also like to play an F5 intellect, at least one 5 intellect power card in the typical Lambo Cadillac setup. But yeah, here with the old Strange, I would probably avoid doing it as well.
So it looks to me like Nick has he's got looks like a 4 energy in his hand. I'm wondering if he's running Corsair, the Starjammer special. It's not a card you usually see in this deck, and I don't believe it's been in versions Nick's played before. So this may be something he's trying to sneak through as a second combine attack.
Yeah, I don't typically play that card in my deck either. Because it's an energy based deck, you usually wouldn't play such a low energy attack, but it does allow you to combine with an intellect power card for a single attack, kind of like the strength version, which is clearly stronger. But
he does seem to be running more intellect low power cards than I usually do. And it might be his theory might be, since he's running so many low intellect power cards to maximize the Spartan training ground, he may think it's worth it to throw that 4 in.
That's true. The Spartan training ground will certainly factor into the build of your deck.
That is the Corsair, so that's very interesting. I find it very interesting. What are your thoughts on this? So Nick had an open placing slot on his home base. He chose to place finite power instead of the negate. I very much disagree with that play. If you're looking at the fact that Josh can currently lock out his entire team, I think that negate is possibly a game winner. Josh has got himself in a position where he can go for game and has a relatively strong lockout here. Looks like Josh is going to have an event too. Yeah, I think Josh is going to pick the Reavers here, and I think you're going to see a lockout, and I think Nick's really going to regret that he didn't place that negate.
Yeah, I would agree that as much as you want to place that one per deck because you know you're not going to dupe it, I do think in a situation where you're playing against someone that's going to be clearly trying to lock out their team, that you would have to just, accept the fact that you need that negate more than anything. Yeah, and wow, he's even telling him I don't have a negate at all. That's wild, because he had to choose the Scarlet Witch. So now Josh knows that there's absolutely no way. Oh, and Josh
I don't know.
Penguin. So Josh must have the Reavers Pretty Boy, maybe?
He must have Pretty Boy in hand. I can't imagine he would leave Reavers locked out with just the Beast card. Now, Nick does have, I believe he does have the Captain Britain in hand. He does. So Nick does have access to his KL. So
he does have an out. Okay. And obviously Josh would want to keep his negator available as well, potentially, if he could.
To negate the offensive card, yeah. That's a great point. I still think Josh, so maybe Josh doesn't have the Pretty Boy, and that was his thought process. Maybe Josh needs to use the Beast, and he must have a negate in hand to negate anything Nick could do to get rid of one of the lockouts. So I think Josh, I see Mission's turn to the side. I think Josh has gone for the win. I think Nick has gone to the standard 2. So it looks like Nick's going to have access to his draw 3 and his avoid with a special draw card.
Question is just going to be, is he going to be able to get attacks through? Because if there is a Pretty Boy in hand over there, then that Beast activator is gonna take care of the KL, and that'll probably be all she wrote. But that being said, Josh does have to get hits through.
It's true, and Nick does have a very defensive hand.
I don't see a pretty boy, but you know what Josh has? He has the Gambit activator, so he's going to be able to play the Charm 1 per deck out of the battle site.
Okay. Not surprising. I'm sure Josh is running 4 of those. There we go. Good use of the training ground. Just get rid of one of those low hits. So what Nick really wants to do at this point, Nick wants to keep Josh from getting any hits on him at all, but he also wants to use up cards that might duplicate just so that he can use that draw 3 off Shadowcat and potentially get those defenses back. Because his main thing here, he basically has to keep from taking any hits.
Yeah, that's the only way he's surviving this round is if he never takes a hit or there's no hit on him by the end at least. And he might be able to do it. I mean, he's got quite a lot of power cards there. And like you said, avoid draws and things of that nature. See where Josh goes here. All right, he's going to go for spawn. He's basically asking him to block it with the 8 energy, which I would guess he will be happy to oblige because
I think he uses the Colossus activator. Josh isn't showing any other special attacks. This is the one chance he has to avoid a card and draw a card to replace it.
I agree with you completely. I hadn't noticed that he didn't have another attacking special placed, and yeah, you don't want to take any chances of not getting to use that Colossus card. It would be nice to use it a little later when you have less cards that you could dupe off the draw, but you can't really get that greedy.
The only thing that's going to change this, I can't imagine Nick is running it this way, but if Nick had made it a really key play here and is running the discard 3 instead of the draw 3, that might actually get him out of this situation. But I doubt that he's doing that. That would be a real bold way to stack that battle site.
I believe I saw the Shadowcat draw 3 in his battle site earlier.
You did.
Rifling through. Yeah.
Okay. So he does choose to use Britain's champion.
Well. Oh, okay. That's not a terrible decision. That's certainly a card that's harder to get to use.
I do think I would have gone for the draw, but maybe Nick's just thinking about it like maximum efficiency. He hasn't used his 7, he hasn't used his 8, he hasn't used his 9 or less. Maybe he's just going to pray that Josh throws another special card when those are gone and minimize his chances of duping off the draw.
Yeah, that has to be where his mind's at here. Hard to see what he's going to do here. I mean, he has to try to attack and get that card into play from X-Man.
See, I don't know if I agree with this. I mean, he's going to have to make a follow-up with a special, which means he's almost certainly going to end up just throwing that Starjammers card at the battle site. I mean, Josh is almost certainly going to lock out. There's no reason not to. And then he's going to be forced to make that follow-up. Again, these decisions probably won't matter unless Nick can figure out a way to get rid of those lockouts, but it's still about the most efficient line here. See, Josh is telling him, he's saying, you do have to make that follow-up.
Yeah, I would have probably also not used that ally in that situation and just thrown the 4 if that was what was going to happen. But these are little things. I don't think it's going to change the outcome of this game.
Now there's one. Oh, I was going to say Nick could start trying to make a run at the battle site. He could force him to have to acrobatics the battle site.
It would be hard for him to get up to 30, but not impossible.
This is where I think he just snaps off the 8. Just use the 8 now. You got 2 ways you're going to draw. Or actually, no, Josh is only got a couple of cards in hand. This is where you should use the Colossus, avoid and draw. You're really gambling. If you're not using that now, you're really gambling that you're not going to get a chance to use it.
I think there's a pretty good chance that he's going to manage to not get hit here. The only scary thing that I'm really seeing is that 8 energy is going to be hard to stop if it's going at the Starjammers. What else does he have in his hand? Trick Transport. So Nightcrawler can only block a 6. Does he have You might be able
You know
to
what?
trick transport the Starjammers.
That's what I was just gonna say. That might be the play right there. Is Spawn plays it, Trick transports the Starjammers, just force him through to go through Spawn, and that doesn't lock out your Colossus Avoid. Starjammers can't be attacked, but they can still play specials. So he could still play the teammate Avoid a special. So it looks like Nick's gonna fire off this draw 3 now and just try to get more defense.
Yeah, well, what he's doing is he's trying to draw out that beast, and he managed to do it because he's got the KL in his hand. This is going to be a huge comeback win for Nick.
I think that was a big mistake for Josh, but I mean, I think Josh is just trying to get this win here so much. Josh and Nick are both fantastic players.
I mean, it's hard to play that they have the KL. Nick turning Scarlet Witch over is, yeah. I mean, it's almost like a bluff, you know.
And one thing we said earlier that might be in Josh's head here, the fact that if Josh didn't notice him discard the Beyonder, because a lot of times you don't notice if your opponent discards, like I had 3 cards left. All right, so Nick's going to go for it. I think it's going to go through. I don't think Josh has anything.
I could have a Reavers. I don't know. Wow. Yeah.
Wow. That is not how I expected this hand to go. I mean, this is still anybody's game, but I think Nick just played his way out of I think the odds of Nick losing the game this hand were very high, and I think Nick just played his way out of it very, very well.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I think that it's fairly likely that Nick's going to be able to find a way to get a hit on Josh and win this venture.
I mean, with now that both Josh's characters are open, Josh is only looking at the 6 or less avoid and 2 cards in hand. Nick has got 4 cards playable that are placed and 3 in hand. I think Josh concedes the next time the turn goes to him.
It's very likely. I mean, he certainly knows he's in trouble at this point.
Now, Nick forgot to take the draw 3 out from under the site, but the assumption is that's what the negate was spent on. So the draw 3 is not under Muir Island anymore, even though he hasn't removed it.
Yeah, and I don't think either of these players are going to forget that later in the game. But it should have been removed. Though, is Nick just turning cards over in his site? He might just be flipping them upside down. Yeah. It is certainly easier because there's no great place to put them on screen. And we're down to only 15 minutes left here already. This game.
Wow, that flew by. I didn't realize that much had gone by.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to believe, actually. But yeah, no, maybe it's right. I think it is right.
So it looks like it's Nick's turn. Nick's trying to figure out what to do. Nick cannot play his teamwork now, but Josh does not know that. So Nick's trying to decide, does he poke with a small power card and lose that placing advantage? I think he makes the right call. He plays something from hand. I think you're going to see Josh make a defense with something in his hand here, and then I think you're going to see him concede.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. And I just got a message from my cousin saying that the top-ranked overpowered player in New York is watching. Tristan Keffer, John's son, is getting into the game. So
that's
shout
amazing.
Out to Tristan, thank you for watching, spending your time with us, and I hope you caught a lot of fish this morning when you were out with your dad.
Tristan, if you have any questions, type them into one of the chats and we'll answer them for you. So this would be a good play from Josh. So Josh has got the 11 in his hand from X-Man. I just spotted that. I hadn't seen it. So Nick saved that Colossus. He's doing the avoid and draw.
He is finally playing the avoid and draw. Yeah.
Nick's got enough stuff he really shouldn't dupe. Oof. That is rough for Josh. He's
That's a good card too.
Nick is pretty much guaranteed to not lose this. The question is Josh going to get any damage through on his crack back here? Is he going to play the Luck of the Irish? He is playing Luck of the Irish. I don't know if I agree with this play. I think unless he gets out like a fake card, like a 7 strength or something, or just a card he doesn't care about, I think Nick's going for the draw 3 there, but I think Josh is just going to concede, and that's going to cost him that draw 3. This is a high level play. You tell me what you think, Phil. I would try to go get something that's not the draw 3 here because he has such an advantage already on the board to win this.
Yeah, I personally would not be using a good card here. I would have probably tried to use like the 5 intellect attack from Banshee or something there if possible. But
or even a lot of times Banshee's the full avoid. I mean, maybe he's got the avoid on Shadowcat, but if he's got that avoid on Banshee, even just poking with that 2, Josh has only got 2 cards in hand. Force Josh to play those cards.
Wow, that's a big card. That's might give him an outside chance. I still think that it's unlikely, but I believe I was playing the straight avoid for Banshee in my deck, so Banshee would have been able to avoid that 11, but I mean, at this point, Nick has to have enough of an advantage, even with that 11 hitting, even if that 11.
Well, he got the draw 3, but I think what you're going to see still, I mean, kudos to Josh for staying in and really grinding it out here. So Nick knows unless he negates this, he knows that Josh can't make any more attacks.
I mean, he can't negate it, so there's no way he could negate it.
Oh, possibly. Yeah, you're right.
Josh is definitely done attacking. Here comes Nightcrawler, so.
Yep. Nick's just going to try to get a little bit of paint guys up with a little bit of damage on his way out here is what he's doing. So Josh has 1 card in hand. He knows on the board. I think Josh said concede and Nick is revealing it. I don't know what just happened. Nick just showed him the draw 3. Nick.
Right. We are seeing the draw 3 go off.
Did Josh pass? Josh must have passed. And then he conceded. Okay, so that is so painful. So Josh let him do the draw 3 and then did his concede. And so to win that hand and stay in, that play for getting the draw 3 chewed up the 11 and the draw 3 for Starjammers.
Yeah, that's pretty painful.
Yeah, it's very painful. But Josh, a big part of Josh's win condition is those lockouts, and he didn't pull the win off there. So Josh has 3 in the bottom now. That's very tough to come back from too. So
yeah, especially with the time where it is, I think that Nick having a major placing advantage at this point and an adventure advantage is going to be hard to overcome, even if his cards aren't as powerful anymore.
So Nick drops 2 duplicates. He has a dupe Professor X and a dupe negate. So Josh knows that he has that negate. He does have the Spartan training ground slot open, so he can place that negate if he wants. Josh, I didn't see. It doesn't appear to have any negates. Any duplicates.
No, I didn't see him drop anything either. And it's really good he didn't either, because that might give him a small chance of hanging in here.
So viewers, if you're unfamiliar with the card Josh has placed on the home base and on the Reavers, the home base card is one of the new BMG aspect cards. So it's the same as A Next. It's a 4 attack, make an additional attack, but the players now have access to all 4 power types. Josh has chosen the Cheshire Cat, which is a 4 intellect, make an additional attack. And then the Picture of Cthulhu is the BMG 5 multi.
So we're seeing Nick placed a negate on top of his other Scarlet Witch special. So that's not going to fly.
Josh is laughing. He's pointed it out and it has been moved.
Yeah, that was an easy mistake to make because of that event. The order of the cards got flip-flopped a bit there.
I'll say historically, one of the things I've gotten very frustrated with is lockout decks. I've had a lot of hard losses. Garion is somebody who beat me so consistently with his lockout decks. Josh really likes to play him. Josh is a tough opponent. Josh is in the same boat as Dave McMillan. So many top 8s. And I think Josh, I don't want to speak to this. I'm not sure if Josh has won one yet or not, but a lot of top 8 performances, very strong player. I managed to lock out my team against him in Oklahoma to knock him out of the top 8 in the semifinals, which I normally don't play a lockout. It just lined up that way because I had less characters, but I felt less bad about it because it's one of Josh's normal strategies.
I do believe Josh won probably the first OKC tournament, so I don't think that it was as big of an event as they typically are, but he does have a win. I'm sure he's looking for that first event at like a 20 plus person kind of a tournament, though.
There was definitely some very strong players, though. Phil Miller was there. I was there. The
Oh, not this year
Bertrands.
though. The one that Josh won, I think, was a year or two back.
Yeah, the very first one, the Canadians did come down, so the Bertrands were there. It was still a good field.
Oh, really?
Yep. The first one it wasn't as many people. I think we were only at about 17 or 18. So interesting.
That's a pretty strong win.
So Josh placed out and ran. He's trying to get that advantage back. This is what makes this game so interesting. You know, Josh had such a clear advantage. He was in a position to bet 3 for the win. And Nick making a couple of great plays and having 2 great hands. Nick's got himself in a position where he's got 3 in the top and 4 in the middle with 7 minutes left. That puts Josh in a really, really tough situation if the time runs out and he doesn't win this hand. Josh could find him.
They're playing pretty fast, so they have the time, I think. Now a lot of dupes from Josh, though. I mean, when you have a lot of placed cards, it's just inevitable that you're going to dupe a lot of cards. But
this is something I always struggle with, Phil, and you can speak to this. I have a really hard time deciding what to place for power cards. You know, players like Phil Miller almost always has his 7s and his 8s placed. I find myself sometimes doing what Josh has done here. I'll sometimes, depending on the deck, run only 1-1 and 1-2, knowing that I can place those as a teamwork follow-up and they'll never dupe. But the problem with that is I'm not carrying the venture that the bigger cards are. So I'd be interested to hear like your theory on what power cards to place and what goes through your mind when you decide which ones to place.
Yeah, power cards placing is one of the hardest parts of the game, in my opinion. There's a big cat and mouse game based on you predicting what your opponent's going to throw and at who, because you'd always like to get as many cards placed as you can, but you also need to have sufficient defense for when you need it. So I would say that, like you, if I'm say I only have 1-2 in my deck or something, if I draw it and it's possible for me to get it placed, usually to my non-8 stack character, I will try to get it down, just because I know that I'm not going to dupe it. And it's a lot easier when you're playing the Starjammers to get it down. But overall, it's really just situational. I think that the 8 power card coming from your hand is extremely powerful, following a teamwork. And for those higher power cards, you usually have 3 of them in your deck. So in those situations, for future hands, it's much more likely that you're going to dupe them. So there are pros and cons to each. Some decks you're obviously going to be placing the 8 right away, but I don't know. There's just not a cut and dry answer, Joe. There's a reason that you have trouble with it, you know?
No, that makes sense. I know on my calculations always, if I put the 7 power card on a 7 guy, I'm essentially turning my other 7 guy into a max 6, which, as you know, makes them really easy to kill. But so we've got an interesting hand. So the previous hand was another Josh bet 1 and ran. Nick put another 2 to the top. So Nick has the ability to bet 2 for the win now. I think Josh is aware of the clock at this point. Josh is just trying to build up as many as he can and have that one big fight.
Yeah, I mean, he's doing everything he can, but it's really hard to win after you lose a venture of 4 when you're going for it.
Did you notice?
All credit to him. You got to go for it when you've got your gimmick set up.
Oh, yeah. When you design your deck to do one thing and you're able to execute it, you have to execute it. And I really think that if he didn't notice that Beyonder go in the discard, Nick may have just outgamed him, where he saw Nick throw the Britain's champion with all those lockouts placed and may have thought in his head, oh, he's not playing the KL, or he would have saved it. I
completely agree. I mean, I did not play the KL in Niagara Falls, and I mentioned it on the podcast. So it's very possible Josh thought there was a good chance he didn't even have it, especially, like you said, when he played the Captain Britain card earlier when the lockouts were sitting there. So Josh was probably, a little bit surprised to see that come. I mean, not that he didn't know it was possible, but like, it's one of those things where you're just hoping. You just have to hope.
Oh, so we're in another interesting situation here. So Josh has the soft lockout here. Josh can lock out Penguin and lock out Reavers and put the acrobatics on X-Man because he hasn't used it yet. Nick's going 2 for the win. Now, Nick does have a lot of heat placed for Teamworks. He is going to be able to fire off a lot of attacks, and we see that he's got another Teamwork in his hand, and he's got the power cards to fuel all 4 Teamwork attacks. Josh probably doesn't realize that that's coming down the pipe with the way he's placed. But you may see Josh do a big bet here to try to get back in this with the time running out. And it may be a situation where letting X-Man die is the play. If he can let him die off low power card hits and lock the other 2 guys out, Josh may still be able to pull off a big venture win and put him in position to win when the time runs out. Oh, is Nick going to do that? I don't know about that play.
Can't do that. Definitely can't do that.
If he wants, so Nick wants to play the DZ to make it so X-Men can't throw any of his attacks, but he would also make it so he can't attack him, essentially giving Josh the lockout strategy that he wants to have. So I think I think Nick's discussing it with him openly now.
Yeah, it's a perfect example of a card you would normally want to play, but you can't in this situation. I also noticed that Nick has a Scarlet Witch avoid a numerical attack card in his hand, so that could definitely end up being a dead card in this battle as well. Because I highly doubt Josh is going to be attacking Scarlet Witch, especially with the Venture on the line.
So for those who don't know, the Scarlet Witch, when she dies, gives Nick's team, subtracts 5 Venture from Josh's team. You can go into negative numbers, so it always is a factor of 5. So in game point situations like this, where you're trying to keep Nick from winning the game, you'd almost never want to attack that. One of my most famous losses, I played in a big New York, I think it was a Nationals against Frank Yu, and I was playing him in the last round of the Swiss, and I had the Venture and absent-mindedly threw my last power card on Scarlet Witch, which was less than a 5, and I actually lost the game and missed the top 8, where I could have just thrown it at one of the other characters and I would have made the top 8. So that was I always remember that. I knew going into it, Frankie was #1 in the nation at the time. And going into that game, I was so nervous, and then I can't believe that still haunts me. That one bad play still haunts me to this day.
They can. We all have them, though. We all have them. If you play the game long enough, everybody makes those kind of mistakes from time to time. It is really hard to just stay completely focused, especially when you think you've finally got a 1, you know?
So Josh is doing exactly what we thought. Josh has locked out with Pretty Boy the Reavers. Reavers can't be attacked. X-Man can only be attacked by universe cards or attacks with a universe card. So Nick has opted to use the Bamf off Nightcrawler and not try to lock anyone out. So Nick is back to this situation where he kind of doesn't want to take a hit here at all if he can help it. But he also wants to maintain those power cards so he can follow up with the Teamworks against X-Man.
Yeah, I think he could take hits here. I think that those Teamworks are going to make that Beast Acrobatics card fairly insignificant, where some rounds it could be just as good as the Pretty Boy. This round it will not.
I haven't seen Josh's hand to see if he has a negate either, so we may be in a situation where Nick could negate one of the full lockouts to get more damage on a character as well.
Very true, very true. As you can see, that Scarlet Witch is placed over there on the Spartan home base.
This is also one of those situations that's interesting where I think for newer players, for myself, I get so focused on knocking characters out, but at higher level competitive play, you would probably want to negate the Penguin one and try to not kill them and maximize the amount of hits on them. If you know Josh is going to lock out and reduce the amount of times you can throw an attack, you don't want to kill people. You actually want to keep people alive and stack up as much Venture as you can on those characters.
Yeah, that is a common strategy. When you're playing against, say, the Citadel, you oftentimes spread hits so that they can't tuck or remove them all at the same time. If you're playing against Scarlet Witch, like we mentioned her inherent earlier, sometimes you would avoid killing her because you wouldn't want to give them the 5 points to Venture. So, yeah, it's easy to look at it as though there's not that much involved in the game, but there's always like another layer of depth if you if you keep looking at it and you keep playing. The more you play, the more you find out, the more you learn and see.
So Nick has opted to let Spawn die. I think he's making the right call. The 4 multi's pretty inconsequential here. Whatever he throws against Penguin is gonna get avoided. It'd be nice to throw the 4 and have him eat up a card that's otherwise not gonna do much. But I also think Nick's doing the right thing and keeping those power cards so he can just fuel all the teamworks that he can and get as many attacks on X-Man as he can.
I agree. I think Nick's all in on winning the venture here and making the right decision to let Spawn go there to get an extra teamwork attack off. How many cards does Josh have there? Maybe 3?
Looks like he has 3. They also, so they're in last hand, last hand was called, so it looks like they'll play one more hand after this. I didn't see what Josh bet. I'm gonna guess Josh bet 2, which will put him at 2, 4, 1. So it'll definitely be back to anyone's game. No one. If Josh is at 2, 4, 1 and Nick is at 5, 0, 2, I don't think Josh will need to bet 3 to try to win the next hand.
Yeah, it will not have to be like a huge one. Sometimes people have to venture like 5, even though they're down 3 cards or something silly. But that shouldn't happen here.
So this is a Spectrum KO. And he does not have the defense. So X-Man's getting knocked out. Again, this is one of those situations where it's Josh is probably happy about this.
He's got to be very happy. I mean, yeah, I mean, Nick is going to absolutely have to get that Scarlet Witch negate through on one of those cards to be able to continue to attack. Though the Penguin card's not in play yet, right? So he's going to have to even waste well, he wouldn't necessarily have to waste an attack. He could just negate Pretty Boy straight away. But
so this is a really tough play for Nick. So he's throwing this for a kill shot on jammers. I don't know what's in Nick's hand, but he can't negate it because it's an aspect, not a special. And he needs to be able to negate one of those lockouts, and he needs that 8 from Star Jammers. So Josh is doing the right thing, really keeping the pressure on him, and he goes down.
Wow. Nick's all in on this hand. If he's going to be down to 2 characters if he doesn't manage to pull this out here. That could mean a lot of discards potentially. I think we've seen a lot of the Starjammers cards, but possibly there's quite a few Spawn cards left in the deck.
I definitely haven't seen a Spawn 4 multi or a Spawn 7. He did place that finite power earlier, and I've seen at least 2 of the 9 or lesses, but there's a potential. Keep in mind too now, all of anything over 2 or 3 fighting is now dead as well. Josh has taken out both of his 7 fighting grids on his team, so that's going to hurt as well too.
Yeah, that is true. Any of the higher fighting power cards are going to be dead.
Any fighting power cards, fighting teamwork cards, and you can see even just looking down at the way Nick's power pack is. If Nick goes to power pack, all of those 6s and 7 fightings, those are going to be dead cards when they come up in power pack the first time through.
Yeah, I would guess that he's playing one of each, probably like 1 and 7 energy, 1 7 fighting, and 1 7 any power.
So Nick concedes here.
Yeah. He had no choice, really. I mean,
no, he didn't. It just, kudos to Josh. That's the beauty of this game. I really thought Josh was out of it when he lost that other battle, and he still, even after playing, Josh had the ability there to fully lock out his team and then soft lock out his team. Which is, I really want to comment on how awesome of a deck design that is. Usually with these kind of decks, if you can make it through their full lockout once, you're not gonna win, but you got a much better chance because that main victory condition is gone. And Josh has built a deck here where he's able to access that victory condition multiple times. And it's really because of the Annihilation Affair mission set, which again, I love seeing when an experienced player plays something. You don't normally ever see that mission set, but Josh recognizing that event can function as another lockout, that's just a really brilliant strategy that I hadn't seen before.
Yeah, I do think that one goes all the way back to the Venture 7 days, back when Monumental came out, before they had the all the rules with some of that stuff, but yeah, it works very, very well in Josh's deck, and like you said, it gives him the ability to do a full lockout twice, especially if you get creative and maybe let a character die, or yeah, just if things line up correctly for you.
Well, that's
So
one of the
here
neat
we
things.
we see
Oh,
Nick
go.
discarding quite a bit of unusable cards. He had the Spawn 5, he had a Spawn 9 or less. He had a Void for the Starjammers and another Negate for Scarlet Witch. So I think he's down to 4 cards in hand just to start here.
Josh is in power pack, I believe, though. I saw Josh discard 3 cards. It looked like 6s and a 5. So I think Josh is down to just his power cards, where Nick still has some juice from the main deck.
Maybe. Josh has some. There's a decent amount of power cards to Josh's right, so maybe that he hasn't shuffled them yet. But this is going to be a tough venture. They have to do a little bit of math here, and Josh going first probably will dictate how many Nick will have to venture back at him.
So that's one of the things you said is interesting. It's so you've seen this Annihilation Affair used in this way. That's one of the good things too about getting new players in is you can pull an old strategy. So I played in a couple of big tournaments. I was mentioning the one I did really well in against Frank Yu, but I wasn't a very consistent player at a high level back then. Just a few occasional big events that I got lucky in. And so that's also something when we're pulling in these new players, you can pull out some of these old tricks, and people like myself or, the like a David Nicola or Greg and Steve Costa, some of these new players that we've got, they might not have seen this stuff, which is kind of a fun part of the game as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And that just shows the longer that you play and the more that you see things, the easier it is for you to put a combination of old strategies together to find possibly a new deck or a new strategy with the new cards that come out.
It reminds me of Star Trek Voyager when they first go to the Delta Quadrant and they say, oh, we can use all the old tricks because they're all new here.
Indeed they are. Yeah, I'm not sure how much Josh played back in the day. I'm sure that he played some. But I don't remember him from the major tournament scenes. I know that he came out in 2014 to the OP Cup and sort of stuck with it ever since, I believe. He's, being as far away as he is in Oklahoma, he can't travel to all the tournaments, but they have a decent reliable group of people to play down there, I believe. So he gets to play from time to time and travel to as many tournaments as he can. He certainly made it up to some of the K2 events.
I'll say for Josh's commitment to the game is one of the ones I have the most respect for, because not only does he live far away, but to my understanding, whenever we've looked at flights, it's hard to find direct flights to places where they've been. So I know he's usually spending a decent amount of money to make it to these tournaments. And the fact that Josh is a very consistent attendee at all these tournaments, I really respect that he's willing to go all out financially that way to attend these tournaments. I really have a lot of respect for that.
I want to say he travels for work quite a bit as well. So he, it's admirable for him to get to so many events.
So they both look like they've both made the bet. Whoever wins this, again, this has gotten right down to the wire, which you see a lot with these really good players. So Nick has thrown the 8 multi from the Scarlet Witch. Josh apparently doesn't have any way to defend it. Josh fires back with another power card. I really wish I could see Josh's hand. I do think he's in power pack, and Nick knew that 8 was going to hit.
I'd almost feel for Josh after he managed to survive. But Nick's played a solid game too. So we've had some really good games on the stream, some really tough, tight games.
Yeah,
which I'm not really surprised by, because at the higher limits, the players are really close. The players are really close, and even with the large variety of decks that we're seeing, it still comes down to 1 or 2 moves.
And I think what you're seeing here is just a symptom of one deck ran out of steam. Nick held on really played his way out of some tough situations that I think I don't think I would have played my way out of a few of those situations. And then I think Josh is just in a situation where he just doesn't have the juice left in the deck to get over the top. And I don't want to count him out yet. He could surprise me, but
yeah, I guess we'll just have to wait and see. Nick certainly has a couple more powerful cards in his hand because he's got a Colossus activator, which
he hasn't used that Colossus 7, so
that's what I thought. I didn't think he had, because the Universe discard is useless, but I don't think he's played the 7 either. And I think there's one more activator that I couldn't tell quite what it was.
Joe, there's no promo coming out for this event, right?
there is actually a promo. So maybe someone will show it on screen. So the promo for this event is a foil card that is a training card. It's an any power training. You can use it on any stat that's 5 or less, and it gives you a bonus of 5 instead of 4. Now, we very specifically worded the Spartan Training Ground, so it cannot be used. It does have to be put in your main deck, but it's a really great card for any character that has a 5 on their grid, because it's going to allow them to throw a 10 attack or defend a 10 with a 5 power card. But the disadvantage is you do have to put it in your deck. It doesn't count toward venture or damage. So that's a little something that BMG came up with as a promo. So the promos are not legal for this event. The promo, when you get a promo, it's not legal till the next event. So you won't see it played in this tournament. So there's the handshake. Nick pulled it out. Josh was in power pack. He was just not able to deal with the nonstop damage that he had in special cards. Great match.
Yeah, and that does happen sometimes where I know Dave McMillan likes to play decks that are a little bit larger, and I'm not sure if Nick does too, but he certainly might, being as him and Dave played a lot together for many years. And in these situations where you get towards the end of the game, even just one extra hand of strong playable cards in your deck versus someone that's in the power pack can make all the difference in the world. And this kind of just lined up perfectly for Nick, where he got that hand right at the end when time ran out, and it just wins in the game. Even with
that's the thing I like. I really like with Overpower versus Magic, since Magic, we talked about earlier, is a game where it's the cadence of it's always a steady build. Whether you're playing red aggro and you're just trying to get all the damage in, you're trying to flood the board, swing, and just overwhelm them before they can get going, or you're playing a control deck where you're trying to run them out of cards so they're top decking and you're just pushing through. You always have that cadence of a slow build to try to execute what your deck does. And I love that with the games like Overpower, you're able to draw those 8-card hands, and you're not necessarily always going to build a deck that has the exact same card count. In Magic, you never put one card in more than the minimum. And so you can see people like Dave, whose deck building is, I'm going to put, I'm going to build a 70 card deck. So exactly what happened to Josh there doesn't happen. I'm going to guarantee that I'm going to have a hand or two more where I still get specials. And then in this situation where you go on a long game, you're going to have more powerful cards on average. And I do really like that about Overpower, because I think if you talk to any Magic the Gathering pro, they're going to tell you that it's always the wrong line to put more than the minimum card count in, because you're always trying to get your one thing to happen in Magic. So you don't want to have any more variance.
Yeah, so I think that I am one of the players that tries to accomplish that in Overpower as well, just because the 1 per deck cards in Overpower are more powerful, and especially with the time limits that we have, that we usually don't get to that point, the power pack, at least in the Swiss rounds, that I personally try to put in the 56 cards and get my more powerful cards quicker, as opposed to having some extra powerful cards later. But that's just my approach. And that's not to say that I won't play, like, say, 57 or 58 from time to time, just because it rounds out nicely with the right amount of duplicates of each card that I want to play, for example. But you will rarely see me play 60 cards, 61 cards or more. I don't really do it. But it's not it's not to say there aren't pros and cons to it, where in Magic it is almost always wrong.
Yeah. Well, I think what's interesting though is I like it's definitely not a bad strategy. So your deck from the last tournament did that very well. In the Cadillac, historically, you want that low card count. You know, you want to get to those big bomb cards. You want to get that draw 3, that pennant stare. And I think where deck builders like Dave, if you'll notice, Dave tends to not play a lot of characters that have those bomb 1 per decks. Dave's trying to always build a repeatable mechanic that he can rely on having whenever he needs it. So I just think it's interesting in Overpower that that's even an option. Where I don't think it's an option in Magic.
Yeah, I'll also add that when you're playing any heroes, it's harder to have a bigger deck as well without playing very inferior cards. But now that you have battle sites, you can usually get up to like 16, 17, even sometimes 18 cards in your battle site without giving up too much in the strength department. So you can easily build a 60 to 70 card deck now playing a battle site. Whereas with any heroes, I think you have to weaken your deck too much to do that. Like you said, somebody like Dave likes to play a lot of teamwork, doesn't mind having 2 of the same teamwork possibly sometimes, and likes to just have repeatable mechanics. It's just a different approach, and clearly Dave's done quite well with it, so it's working for him, you know.
Yeah, I think that speaks to how much of a different game. So many CCGs are resource management games, and that's kind of what I've always loved about Overpower. I think it's a really unique mechanic that other CCGs don't repeat. I love that it's played in a series of hands. I love that there's the ability to bet and concede, and you sort of get that game within the game of when are we going to fight? When's the right time to fight? I love that that's so different, where so many other games are just like, I play a resource, I play the next most powerful card. I think that speaks to Overpower's longevity. So, well, we're done with this match. I did message Doug Sims.
We have a message from Tristan to Uncle Phil. He wanted to let you know he didn't catch any fish today, but one day he caught 14.
Fantastic.
That's amazing.
Fantastic. Well, that's the next generation right there. And if this game is going to live on, we're going to have a legacy. These are the types of players that we need to join us. So thanks for being with us, Tristan. And yeah, let's get your friends involved.
I love it. It's so great to have new blood. We hope we see it at an event soon. So Doug Sims does have the promo cards. They hadn't handed them out yet, but we're going to leave that to get you guys to jump into the next match. At the beginning of the next match, before they start, we're going to reveal the promo card on camera. You guys will get a sneak peek at that. That promo card will be legal at the next event.
Great. So we'll step away for a couple minutes, and then we should be right back on.
All right. We'll see you soon.
Bye now.
It looks like we're getting ready for the next match.
Josh Alexander. Nick's Cadillac deck tried to lock out against Josh Alexander's. Hey guys, sorry, we jumped right into this next round, so looks like we have got Corey Sims, who we saw in round 1 on the right. He's playing against Ricky on the left. So they are both drawing their initial hands. Let me take a look at their decks here. So this is going to be interesting. So Ricky is doing a Beyonder deck. For those of you who don't know, Beyonder counts as 28 points for deck building. And he's pairing him with Original Armor Iron Man. So if you can see in his hand, he's got about 3 to 4 avoids right now for Iron Man. He's going to be playing a strategy where he's going to be trying to place an avoid on Beyonder, an avoid on Iron Man, and probably another avoid. We explained it earlier with that Marvel Universe home base. He'll be able to place another avoid for Iron Man in the back, which will be played by either one of those characters. So he's incorporating a strategy to really group up on those avoids.
Yeah, it's a pretty nasty strategy. That's it's so wild to see like 3 or 4 of those in his hand right now.
I think he has 4, which I'm guessing he's probably not playing too many more than that, and he's probably just pulled them all early.
I think he does play quite a few. I know that the discussion about the attacking the battle site strategy or finding ways around that avoid manipulation is has been going on, but clearly he still thinks that this works for him because he's got that -1 Marvel Universe, and yeah, it's going to be hard to hit him sometimes.
Absolutely. And that's the thing about the Beyonder deck. So Beyonder can play any of the non-1 per deck specials from X-Babies and Doppelganger, who plays Spider-Man specials. They're not really known for their 1 per deck specials anyway. And so losing Doppelganger and then losing X-Babies isn't really going to hurt this deck much at all. It's not the path. You kind of want to punch through one of those 2 other paths and go through the avoids, which is sort of that's the brilliance of the deck is it's making you go through that path of most resistance. However, as we saw with Corey's deck first hand, he's playing those JWs. So anytime he throws one of those 3s and follows it up with a power card, all of those avoids are not able to be used against him. So we're going to need to see, Corey's going to need to use those very strategically to try to take out those characters at the right time.
Yeah, I would expect Corey's deck to line up pretty well here. And since Corey lost that first round match on stream, I believe he must have won his last 2 if he's playing at table 1 again.
So we actually have both of these players right now are 1 and 2. So we're seeing 1 and 2. So we're seeing one of the decks, usually in a tournament like this, 1 or maybe 2, depending on the number of players that go 4 and 3 will make it to the top 8. So there's a good chance that the loser of this match will find themselves not able to make the top 8. So we're starting to get to the point where we're going to see some tournament life on the line in these games.
Yeah, if this is 1 and 2, then possibly they're just choosing which individual matchups they'd like to put on the stream. Though I haven't looked at Challenge. Have you looked at Challenge today, Joe?
I have not looked on there to. I've not looked on there to see what the current rankings are yet. Yeah, so he's coming right out of the gate with that JW. He kept it in hand. Now, Corey doesn't know this, but every single thing in Ricky's hand is a special or an activator. So both of those cards are unblockable at this point.
Yeah, that's kind of perfect for Corey. That really works around the strategy that he's dealing with over there. And that avoid, he's got that avoid draw in hand as well. So he's going to have to land some hits to get himself out of this one.
And again, this is the tough part with the Beyonder deck. Normally with Iron Man, you could throw your power cards at Iron Man, just knowing you don't want to give him that draw. But with Beyonder, it works for either character, so there's no play that gets around giving your opponent that draw.
So, and here's a situation where, again, we were able to see what was in both hands there for a bit. So, while it looked like Corey was going to win the venture, that only looked like it to us because we knew all the cards, right?
Right.
And but then
Oh,
he had to concede. Oh, so this is that same event
yep.
where one character cannot be attacked, correct?
And he's using it much differently. You're almost certainly going to see doppelganger. So now he's forcing the attacks to have to go through all those avoids.
Right.
He's got
So while he doesn't have a full lockout kind of a thing, if he has enough avoids, it's effectively the same thing.
I mean, he's got two in hand and he's got one placed on the home base. So that's three of them can be used by any character, and they've both got one placed. So he has four full avoids for each one of those characters.
Yeah, I've never seen this deck in action, so I'm really looking forward to this. This is great.
He doesn't have any either, but he is playing Onslaught Citadel. So he's also giving himself a strategy where he can cherry pick which of the hits get through and give himself the ability to tuck a large amount of venture outside of that.
Yes, and he can also like use the onslaught activator to possibly just kill Doppelganger or kill the X babies to again force the attacks to all go through all the avoids.
Yeah, I think I haven't got to play Ricky yet. I don't know Ricky's background. Is he new to the game or is he a returning player?
I don't know Ricky from before either. I know he's been coming up with a lot of really creative ideas, and you see him asking rules questions and things on the Facebook page. And so that's been fantastic to see. I don't know if I would have played him in Ohio. I've probably played in Ohio 5 or 6 times, but that doesn't mean you necessarily play everyone. So um, I can't say I remember him on the tournament scene back in the day, but that's not to say he wasn't around.
And I will say, Ricky is one of the players who's very active online. He's always asking questions. He's always chatting with people on all of the forums, and it really shows in the way he's innovating deck builds like this.
And we just saw him go 3 there, so I guess Ricky's feeling pretty good about this one.
So Corey's doing some math here. Now Corey does have a negate, but with the defensive shield the way it is, I don't really think the negate is something that's as powerful as what Ricky's straight. It doesn't get around the strategy that Ricky's trying to employ. Now the one disadvantage I played a version of this that I tried to build with Jubilee, and the one disadvantage to that is it's great when you have access to 4 different cards, but sometimes you can be really weak on the amount of offense that you can put out.
Yeah. Yeah, the offense is always going to be the issue for this deck. And right now, so many people don't play a home base that has the +/-1. So it's kind of almost like having a character in your team that's +2 to venture, that if you can just ensure that no one gets hit, you're going to win based on that, which is basically why Ricky's deck is viable. Without that, I don't think it really would be. He also seems to be playing an anti-teamwork strategy, so I haven't seen a teamwork come out of Ricky's deck yet, and I'm not sure if I'm going to see one.
It's tough because I don't know if I agree with that as a strategy with this particular deck, but when you're playing that original suit Iron Man, the problem is he's so expensive with Beyonder that you have to play a 3-grid character that adds up to 14, which doesn't give you a lot of options, and you have to play a 15.4 stat character the way the math works out. So you're almost pigeonholed into definitely X babies and then either a doppelganger or a 3-grid Jubilee. And you don't really want, I think, to combine. You can't do the 2 people with a bunch of avoids because the 3-grid Jubilee doesn't have the inherent. So it really limits what your options are there, and it's that way. And then it really limits how many teamworks you can bring. You only have access to 3 different teamwork cards in this deck.
Yeah,
Just
so
the
I mean,
6 strength and
and your follow-ups just aren't going to be good either. So even on the ones you can play, so I think it's a good choice of a deck to go anti-teamwork. Typically, it's pretty painful to choose not to play teamworks because you only have so many good card slots in your deck, and you run out of good cards to put in. But in this particular case, Ricky can almost play as many straight avoids for Iron Man as he really wants to. I can't imagine how hard it was to actually decide what the right number was. Possibly he just put the other cards in his deck that he wanted and then filled the rest with avoids. But
when I did my version of it, I played 12, and I can tell you it was not the right number.
Too high or too low?
I would definitely end up in situations like this where I could avoid 4 to 5 attacks automatically, and I just couldn't generate enough venture to win. And we're sort of seeing that situation here where even this 6 venture that's going to land from Corey is probably enough that he's going to pull out the hand, and the bet 3 is going to end up being
with 4.
Okay, so he's only got the 3. But Corey's got the stars and garters out, so it's it's going to be really hard for any amount of venture to.
Yeah.
Well, let's see.
I haven't actually landed yet. I know that looked very deceiving, but
that is true. Yeah, I thought in the 6's last battle too. So now I take it back. They're both. Corey is up essentially. If you count the stars and garters, he's got 4 cards. He's got 3 placed, the stars and garters, the 4 that's currently in attack, and the card in hand. Ricky's got the avoid on the home base that can be played by anybody and 3 cards in hand. But one of them is the Colossus 6 that -4s to venture. If he can push that out at the end, that does count as 10 venture. So
yeah, and there's also the possibility of throwing that 6 -4 against the battle site. And one of the tricky things with like the Jubilee activator, for example, oftentimes the Jubilee activator goes to get a teammate avoid. So that wouldn't really work to protect the battle site.
That's a great point. That could very much end up being a dead card if it's played around properly. And with the +1 to venture, that 4 venture is going to act as a 5 when you go to calculate it. So throwing that on, if he lets that 4 hit and the 6 is successful against the site, he's still winning the venture right now in that situation.
Yep. Yeah, I agree. I think he knows it too. I'm sure he's thinking about it.
So it looks like what he has in his hand is a 7 intellect and a 5 any power.
Yeah, I wasn't sure what the other power card was other than the 7. But
yeah, that's the 5 any power from the Any Hero Essentials set.
Well, I guess he's confident he's going to be able to land a hit or 2 because he took that 4. I would be interested in seeing if. Like, it seems like the right strategy against Ricky's deck to me would be to try to kill Iron Man because.
Ooh. Interesting. I don't know if I probably would have avoided there and left 2 offensive cards in my hand.
Wow. Okay. Gonna be Pretty Boy or negate? Negate.
Yeah, I think this is one of those situations where I think Ricky didn't want to give up his avoid on the back because it's so good to have one back there, but I think he just needed to throw the avoid against the 6 and then throw the 7 offensively to eat up whatever card was in his hand.
So I will say that I've been surprised at how many times we've seen people venture heavy and lose on this stream.
Yeah, that's true.
That's really,
and 3 in the bottom, just 3 in the bottom this early it's such a huge, it's just such a huge hill to climb.
Okay, no energy again. We've been seeing a lot of that today. Looks like a Holocaust activator and possibly a X-Man, or sorry, a X-Babies negate. Dupe.
Yeah, he's duped the X-Babies negate and he's duped the Holocaust activator. So he's going to have 2 discards here on Ricky's side.
Now, but, Corey also had 2 discards. The top one is Jubilee. I didn't quite catch the second one.
Okay. Now, if he's smart here and clever with his placing, I would place the X-Babies avoid as the avoid on Beyonder. Keeping that Iron Man avoid in hand works against either character on the off chance that he goes after Iron Man. It's very unlikely he would attack Iron Man, but it's or he's going to place the negate, which also makes sense.
Yeah, I guess he wants to make sure he has that access to that, especially after duping it. And yeah, he's gonna not have to worry about if he's gonna get to use that avoid, because clearly the goal is to kill Beyonder, or at least it would appear right now. So he's probably gonna get to use that X Babies avoid anyway.
What is the card he just placed on Heroes for Hire? Is that the 11? Is it a JW? I can't make out what
Looks
that
like a
is.
JW to me.
Yeah, it's a lot of text, so I'd say it's probably the JW.
Yeah, it's got to be a JW. And then that's a multi 5. Is that multi 5 from the Essentials pack also? Or does
That one is, so there's a few places. So it actually, it appeared in the power card set that we put out. So it was originally released as a foil, and then we released it as a non-foil. Anyone who attends a tournament gets the non-foil version of it, and they get a promo card. So a lot of people at this point have 2 or 3 if they've been attending every event of the non-foil. And the foil one is only available. All the cards that we printed for foil in the other pack, in the original power card pack, we're not printing those in foil again. So we offered that as an exclusive. We only made a little over 250 packs. They all sold out. Anyone that bought a pack, they're never going to be repeated. We'll never produce those again in foil. So there'll always be a really good collector's item.
Yeah, that's quite rare. Only 250.
Yep. So it's a very low number that we produce. Now, we did reproduce the Dracula hero as well in non-foil, so people could get that and have it playable. But we didn't expect this. I was very surprised. Larry was selling some of the foil Dracula heroes from that, and I think they've already been going for like $50 on the Orange King site, which it just blew my mind.
I'm not shocked if there's only 250 of them. Dracula is very much playable.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have an event out of Corey, and this is called Best Laid Plans. This is one of the most strategically deep cards in all of the game, because it allows you to go through your deck and put 4 cards on top, but there are so many different ways that you can play this depending on your deck and depending on what you think that your opponent is going to choose with their 4 cards. There's also the issue of if you might have a draw 3 or a way to draw 1, or even if your opponent has an event, I believe you would get to replace your first card from the top with their card, or they would with their event draw. So it's dangerous. You have to really be careful if one of the cards you're going to get as an event to not put it on the top, because the last thing you want to do is draw it and not be able to use it because you get it before next battle.
No, everything you said is true. And one of the toughest things about this, I do love this event. One of the toughest things about it, though, is Fatal Attractions as a mission set. It has no attacks with an energy icon can be made. It also has no specials can be played. Now, the no specials can be played does not force you to discard those cards, so you can bluff a little bit. But that event hasn't been played. So it puts Ricky in a really tough situation where he doesn't want to throw his best special cards at the top. And then if that's the event, if then Corey puts that event up top, his best 4 cards aren't going to be playable. So there's sort of a little bit of gamesmanship of what you put up there as well, which can be really tough to figure out.
Yeah, and that's really a powerful spot, because that event not being out yet, like you said, he might not want to put his powerful cards on top. But if Corey chooses not to get that event, or might not even be playing it, and does go get all of his powerful specials, I mean, it's going to be pretty hard to beat 4 powerful specials with a pile of power cards, or a teamwork and some power cards. So
100%.
Yeah, sometimes you just have to gamble and kind of pick some of each, like a couple powerful power cards or teamwork, and then like 1 or 2 powerful specials that you might be able to place and use later.
Now, there's one, I don't know if he's playing it. There's one thing I love to do with Iron Man. So many people have been playing this mission set. We've even seen today in 4 rounds. I think we've seen this as a mission set at least 3 times. If I'm playing Iron Man has the ability to avoid a power card played against a teammate and draw a card. A trick that I love to do is put Iron Man's 1 per deck Industrial Waste up as the top card. That'll makes the opponent discard his top 5 cards. If you have access to that avoid and draw, you can draw the discard 5 that you just put on top. And then if you can get through his negate, you can force the opponent to discard the cards he just put up on top of his deck as his best laid plans.
Yeah, that's really nasty. I mean, I don't personally like that opponent discard card because it doesn't affect a current venture total. But if you do have a lot of ways to empower it, so to speak, I could see it being worthwhile in the sense that it will win you some games.
I agree. That was one of the promos we've put out. So there's now an any hero card that does the same thing. And you're not wrong. There's definitely games where any other card would be better. So it is a little more high risk, high reward card. 100% on that. This is the situation.
It also does help in the long game, though. Going back to what we were talking about at the end of last round, where if you have your opponent discard 5 cards and you were both playing, say, a 56 card deck, then they're going to be in the power pack 5 cards sooner than you are, and that in and of itself could be enough to win you the game.
Hmm. So this is interesting. So he's placed with great responsibility on Doppelganger. That's a Spider-Man card that allows him to look at the top 8 cards of his deck, choose a card, and then he reshuffles, and I believe he places with great responsibility on top of the deck. It's sort of an engine to keep fishing into your deck for your best card. But the question is, does he play it here? Because if he plays it here, he's forced to reshuffle the rest of his deck after, and so he will reshuffle the cards that he just put on top for his best laid plans.
Yeah, that is a terrible card to have to play right now. I believe it's called With Great Power. And
so hold on. We've got a really important thing here. He just followed up with a kill shot 8 off the JW, and even though he has 4 avoids in hand, I don't think there's any way for him to defend this.
Yeah,
that's a devastating hit.
See, now, if he would have done that against Iron Man and got through and killed Iron Man, though, then that inherent would be gone, and he wouldn't be able to keep any of those extra avoids for the whole rest of the game. So it's tough. It's a tough decision who to attack. I mean, Beyonder's clearly the most powerful character, but that inherent is almost the most important thing in his deck.
Yeah, I think I could see myself making the same play Corey did without thinking it through. Like normally you want to punch through that Beyonder so your second death is meaningful. But I think you're right. I think that inherent is the real engine of this deck. And we'll see. I think what Corey can do at this point is he can just really push the venture and focus on the other 2 characters. And you know that's going to create a lot of unusable cards for Ricky.
Yeah, Corey seems to be in a pretty good place in this game right now.
Yeah. That's the real danger. So that's the most dangerous thing about Heroes for Hire is if you can get that 8 out when it's a kill shot and he's playing a deck where Ricky's deck, the big weakness of it is he doesn't have a character on the team that has a 8 rank stat. So to set this kind of perfect storm up with the avoids, he can't afford any of the characters that would let him play 8 power cards. So Corey can just sort of math out when that 8 is going to automatically kill a character.
Yeah, I think that transitions well into just a general theory of the game. There are a lot of creative ways to set up cool, neat tricks or combinations of cards. But as you move up in the ranks and you play higher and higher and more stiff competition, oftentimes you need more of a balanced deck that might have like 1 or 2 tricks in it that just sort of fit together well. But building an entire deck around a trick strategy usually has a hole in it. And a big reason that it exists that way is just because back in the day when all these cards were coming out originally, these exploitations were already made, right? So people already broke these mechanics and these combinations in most cases. And if it was bad enough that it was just winning all the time, there was some kind of card made to counteract it, or there was a rule change, or like by the time we've gotten to this point in the history of the game, I just think that more balanced decks generally are going to win. If the game's played or built right.
Yeah, no, I agree with everything you're saying. I'm somebody who likes to try to figure out these tricks in a way that's going to do something. And I think what I've always learned is Oh, so he took out Doppelganger. That's also interesting too. He's got a Dark Beast in hand, and I haven't seen him use the acrobatics. Oh, he was throwing it off a teamwork, so he couldn't use the acrobatics to defend that string. So Ricky's definitely on his heels, but he's at least in a situation this hand where he's going to be able to use all those avoids. Maybe he can put some pressure back on Corey and take a character out.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Corey's going to get this venture with the amount of hits he's already got down. But
yeah, I mean, I don't see any world where Ricky's reaching over like he wants to concede. I think he's explaining to him that he couldn't use the acrobatics because everything was a teamwork attack. So I was saying I'm somebody who really likes to try to choose and build decks that are trick decks. And what I learned is sort of to the same thing you're saying. You can build a trick into a deck, but you can't lean into it too hard. If you start to lean into it too hard, I feel like that's where you get a foundational flaw in the deck that it just isn't going to defend against an onslaught of teamwork cards or some of the like fundamental things that all the decks can do pretty consistently.
yeah, and like you said, with him not having access to a level 8 in this deck, now that's not to say you can't play a deck without an 8 and win a tournament, but I can't tell you the last time I remember winning a tournament without an 8. Do you?
Dave hasn't won with it, but Dave's done pretty well with that. Dave had a very interesting Deadpool deck, if you've ever played against it, that didn't use an 8. It was a combination of Deadpool and Nightcrawler, and I want to say he did Alpha Flight, and then for a while Reavers, but it was really exploiting the Marvel's card for Deadpool, the Knock 'em Silly, and it was a brilliant deck, and he definitely top 8'd with it a lot of times, but he just never was able to quite spike that victory. But again, his whole strategy was not leaning into too much. His strategy was he was playing a lot of small attacks that were on type, allowing people to let them hit. So he'd play on color allies, and then Knock 'em Silly is a non-numerical attack that says for every hit on the character, you have to discard a card from hand. And so he was setting up a situation where he had pretty consistently non-1 per deck discard 3s. He was doing some other stuff too. He was overwhelming the defense with non-numerical attacks, so a lot of DZs from Nightcrawler. It was a fantastic deck. It didn't win one yet, but that's the only one I can think of that didn't play an 8 ranked character at all and was consistently making the top 8.
Yeah, I know back in the day I was originally, especially before missions and stuff, playing some of those 7 max decks because the stats just lined up a lot nicer back then. But now with all the different battle sites and any heroes and the different options, it seems like an 8 ends up in most decks.
Well, I think also too the one bad thing about the direction the power creep took is the rank 8 characters that had a 6 or a 7 in a substat also were the best 8 characters. So, Spawn and Heroes for Hire are allowing you to bring 2 main stats out of the 4 that are a 7 or an 8.
Yeah, if it was a 6, it wouldn't be as bad. Sure. And just so people know what that card was that was played out of the Outback that was negated, I believe. That long shot card, if it were to hit, would have allowed Corey to search through his deck and get an aspect card. And typically the only aspect card he would be playing would be the level 4 a next card. But it's still extremely powerful to have 2 different stats and 2 cards for the price of 1 if you can get it to hit.
And it allows you to make another attack. So if he throws the long shot through Daredevil, and then it hits, he gets the 4, throws the 4, he still has the ability to throw a 3rd attack. I've seen that. I've seen people think, oh, they've got 1 card in their hand and 1 placed. My guy's safe. I'll get a big hit out. And I've seen that go 5, then they fetch the 4, then they throw the other card.
Yeah, it's a pretty nasty combination. So we did have an event here on Ricky's side, and that event is called Sabotage. And what that does is it makes you discard all multi-power cards.
In hand as well? It just says discard all multi-power cards?
Discard all multi-power cards. So I guess that means placed and in hand. unless
Interesting.
we're gonna rather or something. As far as I would know, that's just a blanket.
Yeah, that could be a devastating card. It looks like it doesn't actually hit anything either character brings.
Yeah, I didn't see it.
Or either player.
Either player.
Feels like these games are flying.
Yeah, I mean, we've only got 10 minutes left in this one, right? And I'm curious to see if maybe this one will end before the time cut off. But yeah, once the tournaments get going, it does just feel like time flies by because you're just so in the moment. You know, you're so focused on what you're doing, and that's one of the beauties of how these games take you out of your ordinary life and really give you about like a refreshment to the world and that you need.
Corey's in a pretty good position, and Corey's also just placed basically a full defensive shell. He's got the 9 or less avoid on Daredevil. He's got the 9 or less avoid on Sable. He's got the negate on Beast. He just has more placing slots. He only kept 1 card in hand. I think even though he has the ability to go 3 for the win, I think you're going to see him just run no matter what. I think Ricky only has 3 cards in his middle, so even if he goes 3, I think you're just going to see an auto run. He goes 2. If he goes 2, you're going to see Corey just immediately run, and he's going to go into the next hand with a 5 card placing advantage. 4 cards. I missed the one on Marvel Universe, but I think you're going to see Corey run pretty much no matter what here.
Seems like the right strategy.
Yep, that's exactly what happened. And this is really going to be the end of it here. He's, unless he gets extremely unlucky with duplicates, he's just going to have such a card advantage. He's probably going to bet 4 for the win here and just try to kill all of either kill all of Ricky's characters or just generate an insane amount of venture.
Well, Ricky just picked up a grip of Iron Man Void, so.
Wow. So how many do you think he's playing? I feel like we have seen at least 15, if not more.
I think we've seen that many. Yeah, it's in that ballpark.
We saw 4 in the first hand, 4 in this hand. So we've seen 8 just in these 2 hands, and then all of the other hands, how many have been drawn?
I bet he's got like 17 of them in his deck or something. 17 or 18 maybe. That's a lot. It'd be hard to find that many, to be honest.
It was Iron Man, no, Iron Man wasn't in a starter deck either. You gotta go open some of those 15 card black original packs and start pulling avoids.
It's certainly a common card from the first set, but nobody's got 15, or no sane person has 15 just laying around. He might have had to pick some up from Larry's store, or asked around to get his buddies to all pitch in to pull them all together. Yeah, I'm really curious to see if we see a venture for the win here or not.
So he actually has 3 in the middle. So he'd have to go 5 for the win. I really think, honestly, I'll tell you right now, the reason that I think if I was in Corey's position, I would push that out. He's going to have a lot of avoids for Iron Man if you're in Corey's position. You have a ton of cards. He's going to go for it. So he's going 5 for the win. He's giving him those 3 cards. He can just sink all of his power card hits and in 2 icons of everything else onto X Babies and just put an insane amount of venture onto them.
Yeah, that is a really good point. So what an incredible drawback to not X Babies never dying, right? Normally you would think that's a benefit, but in a situation like this, especially with you sort of being forced to play X Babies in this deck, to get the numbers to line up, this I bet comes up for him quite a bit, that he has X Babies taking hits and not dying, and it being an issue for him.
So he does have one thing he has in hand that's interesting. I always want to play this card more, but I feel like it doesn't quite have the juice. He is playing Marvel Universe with the home base. So any special that's in play from Corey at the end of the hand gives him a -1 to venture. Now, it doesn't really look like it's going to affect Corey in this situation. Oh, interesting. He's going for Iron Man. He's going to try to punch through those avoids. I feel like he's going to regret this choice.
I believe it's actually -3 for every special card in play.
Oh, so well, then I take it back. If it's -3 per hit, that's actually that's really a really interesting card to play.
It's not negatable because it's an aspect card, and it could have a crushing effect on the final outcome of the hand. But that being said, that is an 8 strength power card, and that is not going to help the universe.
Again, we know what cards each player has, and Corey, I think Corey's looking at this and still thinking of trying to kill Iron Man, where he let the 8 hit too with 3 avoids. I'm really surprised about that.
I am very confused about that as well. Was it off of JW? It must have been off of JW.
Oh, so this is interesting. So this is the gamesmanship here. He put the 8. He put the teammate avoid a power card draw on the home base and showed it to try to make it so Corey doesn't want to throw a power card at the X babies.
Yeah, he absolutely did do that on purpose. And it worked. I mean, maybe he was going to attack X babies, maybe he wasn't, but certainly he got him to attack Iron Man.
And got him to punch through 4 avoid 1 attacks.
Yeah. Yeah, and so this card is sometimes misunderstood because it's the wording, I believe, is cards in play. And I think that the way this works now is anything in permanent record or current battle would qualify as a special in play. Correct, Joe?
Oh, I believe that's absolutely true. So any cards of the remainder of game effect or remainder of battle effect or any hit in permanent or current, I believe would all trigger that Marvel universe.
Currently, we don't have any, but usually you do. So that's then another question is I'd have to look at the wording, but is it what it is at the end of the battle, or is it as it's being played?
Believe it's just a static effect that would last for the battle. Let me look it up right now so we can get the full Oracle text.
I'm kind of guessing that it checks it at the end of the battle, but
I would think that the card itself is a remainder of battle card, so it would affect anything at any point that it's played.
That'd be my guess as well. Okay, here comes another avoid.
Actually having a hard time finding that one on the archive.
Sometimes I'll just search eBay to try to see if I can read a card. If you look up all the aspects, you'll find it. Or Larry's store sometimes. He's got most stuff up there.
There we go. That was a great tip. Each player, so it affects both people. Each player is -3 to venture total for each special in play at the end of the battle.
At the end of the battle, okay.
So that's interesting. I didn't realize that it would affect Ricky's cards as well.
Yeah, I think that the card would be played a lot more if it didn't affect both players. It would be too powerful, I would say, because you could build your deck around that, and that would just be nasty. Well, you couldn't do anything about it. So, Ricky, you fought hard, but at the end of the day, Corey's going to take this one. Stay in contention for top 8.
Now, it doesn't mean for 100% Ricky's out. There are some, there are 4 and 3s that do end up making it. So there is a chance that Ricky could win out the rest of his rounds and still be the 4 and 3 that makes it. But it also shows we're getting to that point in the tournament where wins and losses are going to start knocking people out of the events.
Yeah, and I think that usually, I'm not exactly sure how challenge works, but typically opponents' win percentage matters. So usually when you're losing earlier in the tournament, even if you do make a comeback to end 4 and 3, you usually don't have the tiebreakers to get in. But
no, that's definitely true.
Part of me thinks that challenge looks mainly at the strength of your opponents and that you beat. Maybe I'm not sure. We'll have to get a little bit more information about that. But anyway, this was another nice round, and it was great to see Ricky play his 17-18 avoid deck. We'd love to know how many avoids are in that, Ricky. If you ever if you ever watch this and find out what it is, let us know. And good luck to both players in the rest of the tournament.
Yeah,
I will,
absolutely.
Joe. I'll be stepping away at this point.
All right. So I know at some point I'm going to send him a message. At some point, Keith Bursack is going to jump on and co-commentate with me, and that might line up perfectly here. I'm going to shoot him a message now, and hopefully we'll have him for the next event. If
I've been talking to him, he's going to tell me when he's going to be available, but he said probably later in the day, not soon. So you're probably going to be flying solo, Joe, or explaining to me, a novice, what's going on.
No problem at all. Yeah. All right. So I'm going to shoot one thing we did say. So I'm going to shoot Doug Sims a message. We meant to look at the promo card at the beginning of this round. It got started a lot quicker than we expected. So we're going to try to take a look at that promo card at the beginning of the next round of play. So after these guys pick up and hop up, when we go to start the next round, Doug is going to show the promo that was given out from BMG. So BMG has been producing a new legal playable promo for each one of the events this year. So there's 5 in total. So this is the third one that you're going to see. There'll be one more given out at Valhalla, one more given out at the Boston Massacre.
Yeah, there've been some solidly playable cards so far as well.
The first 2 were any heroes to try to give you a few more options of any heroes. We didn't want it to make it, they are a limited production amount, so we've been very careful to try to make them cards that are interesting, but nothing that you're going to feel like you necessarily have to. Like we talked about with the discard 5 from the top of draw pile, definitely a card that doesn't affect the current battle for venture or damage, but something where having access to it as an any hero, somebody might come up with a deck at some point. So we'll see. We've been trying to make ones that are intentionally not super powerful, so that if for whatever reason new players get into the game, they weren't able to play when these foils were originally produced. There shouldn't be such an advantage from them that those players are going to feel like they can't compete simply because they weren't around at that time.
Yeah, I do think that look at the top 5 of the draw pile and put a card in your hand, any hero is going to see some play. I would probably play it.
I was thinking about playing it for I had an any hero deck for this tournament that I was playing it in it. I'd also like to shout out to Ricky using, there's a series of those old Marvel deck tins from back in the day. So you see those pop up once in a while, but that tin was sold in the 90s when Overpower came out. It's not officially Overpower branded, I don't believe, but I always love to see those. Some of the players from back in the day have those still.
Yeah, so possibly he was playing back in the day more.
Yeah, I wonder. They also have been giving out a lot. I know Ed had a lot of them and Larry had a lot of them. So they have been seen a lot as consolation bracket tournament prizes or raffle tournament prizes. So
okay. Nice.
Guys, well, give me a sentence to describe this last game. Corey makes a comeback to the feature table to play against Ricky. Another surprising game. What, the X-Babies were unkillable?
I mean, the beauty of Ricky's deck was really the playing as many avoids as he did. So I would say that, Corey's Heroes for Hire deck was able to find a way to get around the endless amount of avoids that Ricky was playing for Iron Man through Beyonder.
Yeah, I would agree. Basically, the Black Knight JW card that Heroes for Hire uses was played effectively by Corey to counter Ricky's strategy of using the Iron Man avoids for the end of time.
And that was really kind of the game. Corey was definitely, I think, in the lead, but the game was by no means over. When he managed to use the JW to knock out Beyonder, that was when I felt like I didn't see a path at any point there where Ricky was going to be able to make that comeback. He never really got back on his feet after that play.
All right, gentlemen, I'm gonna go get dressed for my wedding. If I have a couple more minutes, I might grab the very beginning of the next game, but otherwise, you'll see
Yeah.
me around 8:15.
Perfect.
Hopefully for at least the last two games.
Coffee still.
You're fine. You're good. On my end, you're very good.
And there we go. We got the tables back up. All right. Ronald, are you recording?
I'm recording.
Fantastic. So we are coming into round 5. This is going to be a match between Scott Flynn and Chris. I know his last name starts with a V, but I'm not going to get the pronunciation right. Do you have the spelling of it there, Ronald?
Vina.
Chris Vina and Scott Flynn. So I haven't had the pleasure of playing Scott, but he's been back I definitely believe he was at last year's Ohio. As you're going to see from pretty much anyone from the Ohio area, that is a very strong play area. Those players. Hey, it's Dave McMillan. I'd love if Dave McMillan could hold one of those up to the camera. I don't know if they can hear me. I think he can. So that is one of the BMG cards. Little closer or farther away, Dave. It's a little blurry. Well, you can't see a ton of the detail, but it is a 5+5 training card. There we go. So this card is a 1 per deck. It's not allowed to be used under the Spartan training ground. We were very specific in saying any power training cards couldn't be there because we knew that this was going to come out. It's a foil card, very shiny, but it gives you a very powerful effect. If you have a character that has a 5 on their grid, it allows you to play a level 5 power card of that type. You'll be able to offensively throw it as a 10 or defensively defend a 10. Yeah, so that's fantastic. So every player that attends is going to get one of those. And then every single, there's going to be about 100 copies available to purchase after on the orangeking.com. If you guys don't know, Larry Van Etten runs in my opinion, the best overpower secondary market site. He's very active on it, all constantly running sales and great deals. If you need anything for cards, I'm going to give him a big plug now. Go to the orangeking.com. He's a huge Thing fan, Orange Rock. Larry's also been a very good partner to BMG, who is the company that I'm the CEO with. It's a new company that currently owns all the trademarks for Overpower. So all of this new activity, the logo that you see on those play mats, the top part is created for BMG. Larry has been a partner with us, helping us do a sell through with the foil power card set that we put out and with the Any Heroes Essential set. So he's been a very important member of the community forever. And he's just been a very big help for the game. So we're getting into this. Both players are putting their decks out. I really respect Scott did the classic. When he cut the deck, he put 1 card to the bottom. So, just a little trust in the way that his partner shuffled. And let's see what we've got. So both of these players are not, I don't believe either of these players are in the Master Series. Chris might be. Chris is only running 1 character from the Cadillac deck. That would be Spawn. And Scott is running a variant of the Cadillac deck. So he's running Inhumans, getting a 3rd backup of that 8 instead of running the Starjammers. That means he's going to have a really hard defensive shell to punch through. The Marvels gave the Inhumans a card called Royal Family. It works exactly like the Sentinels Master Mold. It's an EE, but instead of defending a power card, it defends a special card, or it can be played offensively to remove a special card hit. So it allows plays where, in this hand, you can see that Chris has the pin from the Inhumans, the Medusa card. That technically counts as a hit to current battle. So if Scott was to have Royal Family, he could allow that to hit and then later in the hand could offensively remove it, essentially freeing up the cards to attack for the character that has been hit by it. So we're seeing some placing. Both of these characters, both these players are definitely getting some heat on the board. We've got 6 -4 to venture on Mojo. We've got the pin being placed on Inhumans. We talked about that earlier. That targets a character, makes them so they can't attack for remainder of battle. That'll essentially lock down all of the placed cards if it's successful against a character. We've both seen a couple of teamworks. We see the follow-ups available for Scott's teamwork, so we know he can throw it. We don't see the follow-up available for the teamwork that was placed on Spawn from Chris, and he's only got 2 cards in hand. So part of the calculation here on Scott's hand is that might be a dead card. Chris is betting 2, so Chris is ooh, interesting. Chris went 2. I can't see what Scott bet. If somebody on site could get Scott to just slide his missions closer to his playmat so we can see him on the stream. But Scott played the same Medusa card with his Inhumans that's placed on Chris's side. He's trying to pin Spawn, which would make it so Spawn couldn't play the 7 or the teamwork. Now, Chris has the Holocaust placed. So Chris lets it hit. Chris follows up with his aspect. That's a 4 strength, and any frontline character can make an additional attack. He lets it hit. Chris follows with the 6. Scott fires back, I'm assuming, with a 6 power card. Thank you. Scott's just sliding his power cards a little bit closer so we can, or his missions so we can see him. Perfect. That's perfect, everybody. Tell him that's nice. Thanks, guys, very much. We can see everything now. Fantastic. All right. Interesting start to the match, too. A lot of times you don't see people fighting these first fights. Sometimes, there's a lot of nuance to placing your cards out and then running and trying to gain even a 1-card advantage in the next battle can sometimes decide that battle. So, all right. So Scott concedes. He moves 1 to the bottom. Chris gets 2 in the top. Now, even though, so Scott ran and lost the battle, but Scott also has a placing card advantage. So he's up 1 card. It's really going to start to depend on who gets duplicates. This is also the first game we're seeing with any heroes. So Scott is playing in any hero's deck, and he's undefeated with it, which is great. So this is going to be the classic battle of any hero cards versus battle sites. For those who don't know, there's 2 types of cards that can be accessed by any character. So any character cards can go in your deck, and they can be played by any character as they read. They were the original, and then later when you see like the Holocaust card placed down on the board, or you see someone play a card that's a hero card, they have access to that battle site that's at the top of the screen. There's a list of 6 characters that act as guest stars. Those characters, you can play a card for that character through one of your own characters, and essentially that character is playing a special belonging to someone else. It's to simulate the idea that guest stars are jumping in from the comics constantly. So Chris is trying to get this placing advantage back. He's put a teamwork down, a 7, a 4 multi on Spawn. Scott is matching him card for card. Scott's got his defensive shield up. He's got a 9 or less avoid on Spawn that can defend any character. He's got to negate a special card that can defend any character. And Doctor Strange can play that 6 or less avoid that can defend any character. So he's got the classic Cadillac shell. And then if he gets a royal family with his version of it with Inhumans, he's going to have an extremely defensive turn. Chris has gone 2, so Chris is trying to keep the pressure on him with the venture. Scott's only going 1 again. Oh, well, no, now is he thinking? Oh, so Chris, before the venture was finalized, he had a teamwork card that he did have to discard. I'm really confused as to why he did have to discard that. I'd have to see what's in his hand. He must have another teamwork that requires the 6 energy, and that was his confusion. So now he only bet 1. Scott's going to fire back with 3. That gives Chris the ability to draw another card. All right. So Scott's really looking to capitalize on this. He's really looking to try to get that 3 venture up top and sort of neutralize the advantage Chris has of having 2. Chris gets the first move here. Now, the conventional wisdom is to fire off cards in the hand first and try to require people to use those placed cards for defense. But it also... Chris does have a Sentinel's Activator in hand. If Chris was to play no special cards maybe played on Scarlet Witch, that's a really great opening play. I think that's what he's going to do, because that takes away Scott's ability to use that negate, or he has to use the negate to defend it. So I think I'm going to guess that's the play you're going to see made. Oh, he throws it against Spawn. Interesting. So I think he's more worried right now about getting the numerical damage through than he is getting that pin through. So we'll see. So Scott can negate this card. Scott's also got his Guardian in hand, so he does have a full avoid. So he has 2 ways he can defend this. It's also only taking out his ability to use the 9 or less avoid as far as we can tell. But a little subtlety to it that Scott may not be thinking of is Spawn also can't play the Guardian avoid in his hand now through Spawn because of the mutant countermeasures that just hit him. But Scott's firing back with a classic teamwork string. So the 6 hits on Spawn. He's following up with a 4 coming from Inhumans. I'm assuming it's going to be intellect. So it's coming through at a 6. That's it. Scott said no follow-up, and then Inhumans are firing off that Medusa, trying to pin the other Inhumans. So again, Scott's got 2 ways he can defend this. He's almost certainly going to defend this card. I think you'll see him use the negate. Absolutely. He's going to keep that secret information in hand that he has the avoid and hope that Chris gets antsy and tries to throw a big play. Oh, fantastic. This is one of the new promo cards. This allows Scott to look at the top 5 cards of his deck, put 1 card into his hand, and then reshuffle. So this was the promo that was giving out at the last tournament. This is the first time I've seen it played in tournament play. So Scott has access to any one of those cards. It cannot be a duplicate. Actually, let me double check the text before I claim that it cannot be a duplicate. Believe I have some of these right here, so I can give you guys the Oracle text. No, I actually don't have it in front of me, so. But he does get 1 card out of his deck, and I can't remember if it's a duplicate or not. So Chris is going to try to keep that KO pressure up on Spawn. So he's throwing the 7. Spawn cannot play the avoid in hand or the 9 or less. The only thing he can block it with is that 8, which he does. I think Mutant Countermeasures, one of the most underrated cards in the game. It's only available through a couple of characters that are pretty unplayable, like Forge, but it is on Sentinels, it is on Onslaught, and I had great luck with a Phoenix deck I played a few years back, and I was running 4 of those. It was a really vital card. It is so hard to defend because it's non-numerical. You have to use a negate or a full avoid 1 attack, and it shuts down 1 full track of their defense on a given character. Scott's throwing the chain. He hits Inhumans with a 4 fighting. He follows it up with a 4. If successful, all placed cards would have to be discarded off Spawn. Chris is going to respond with plates, protective plates. Spawn cannot be attacked by Scott for any of Scott's characters for remainder of battle. Now, Scott's at 14 venture. Chris has 16, about 19 on the board that he can throw through. So Scott's really going to start doing some math here because Spawn is kind of wide open. So Spawn takes a 6 energy. He's going to play Web-Headed Wizard, and he's going to look through his discard pile and he's going to look through the dead pile and put any card he wants in hand. I think you're going to see him, I would imagine he gets the negate back out here. That allows him, the negate will allow him to defend that 6, which is, I think, something he really wants to do. Chris follows right in with a 6. I think you're just going to see the negate get fired directly off here. Oh, he looks like he's going to try to play the avoid, which he can't play. Oh, Chris missed it. So that's a bit of a misplay. So Spawn could not actually play that avoid because the mutant countermeasures was in play, but that happens. We've all made those mistakes. We've all missed those mistakes. So that's a big swing though for Chris. Chris could have made him have to use the negate there and then kept the mutant countermeasures on him for the rest of the battle. And then Chris would have had the information that Spawn was wide open. He could have just thrown the teamwork and the 3, and he would have known that the 3 with the bonus from the teamwork was going to be an auto kill. So yeah, and now he has access to the 9 or less avoid because he allowed him to negate the mutant countermeasures. That's a real bummer. Chris is probably going to end up losing this hand now, and he definitely shouldn't have. And to be clear, nobody's fault. I've made those mistakes. Oh, so Scott actually still ran. Interesting. So Chris has got a significant venture lead at this point. He's got 3 cards placed to Scott's 3 cards placed. It's going to be really hard for Scott to claw his way out of that hole. So Scott's got the confusion. The captain hook is the confusion. He's got an 8 power card. He's got to get rid of a 3 and a 7, so he has 2 discards. Chris has got a 3 in his hand and a 3 placed. I don't know if he's noticing that it's a duplicate. He doesn't seem to be discarding it. So he places a negate. Scott places the 6 or less avoid. Scott's got a lot of power card heat, so he's going to have a lot of defensive and offensive options. Now this is the situation you hate to see, because there we go, he spotted it, good. If they make that venture, there's a possibility that that's a renege, and as we talked about earlier in the stream, such a harsh penalty for those reneges, so you never want to see it. I'm really, really happy that he spotted that duplicate. All right. They've both got full power cards placed, and they both have a teamwork. That Holocaust activator is going to be really important. So Holocaust has a card that allows you to take all hits from current battle, move them to permanent record. That means they won't count toward the venture total anymore. Really important play if you're trying to get ahead on venture. He could pull out a play with that card. Even just getting these 2 missions up, putting Scott so he has more in the bottom, he's really going to set up a situation where it's next to impossible for Scott to claw his way out. Scott's going to keep pushing, though. He doesn't dare to go 3 for the loss, but he is going to go 2 and try to keep the pressure on. They're both going for 2, but they're going to fight. This is the kind of overpower you love to see. Both players, they're there to slug it out. It's like an old boxing match where 2 people are in the center of the ring, and it's just going to be the skill of how they move their hands. Both of these guys, they're fighting every battle. All right, we got a teamwork card. That would put him at 16 points toward KO. But it's not setting them up. It's not a spectrum KO, so Chris could let that hit if he wants to. But he doesn't. He blocks it with the 8. Now, it was a fighting power card off spawn, so he does have the ability to throw that 8 off the Inhumans. If he'll throw this 5 at a +1. He is going to throw it there to help in case the next hit's defended, but that 8 is going to come through as a 10 next. And I assume that's what he's setting up for. Nope, he just goes for the 8. So the 6 is coming through as an 8. Now the Citadel's interesting because we don't know where his avoid is. He could have the avoid on Holocaust. So we'll see if he avoids that attack, that's where he's got it. He's got it on Holocaust. So he avoids one attack. He fires back with a 5 multi, 6 or less avoid. Scott's really looking to try to take Spawn out here and get a little bit of back in this game by creating duplicates from a dead character. Chris has only got 1 card in hand, and I don't think he was expecting this much power card pressure. So Scott did it. So Scott's managing to take out Spawn here, and based on the cards that are placed, I don't think Chris is going to have the KO pressure to get over the top here. Chris's best bet here is to try to KO Spawn and hope that he can go character for character. Spawn can defend this with an 8. I don't think he does, though. I think he has to lose Spawn, and he's got to throw that 8 back and try to take out Inhumans and kill 2 characters. I think that's the only way Scott's getting back in this game. He blocks it. Now Scott's incentivized to run here, but he's got to stay in. So Onslaught's going to throw his 2 intellect most likely and get the KO. So he's going to win the venture. This is one of those situations where us knowing what cards are in his hand make a huge difference. So Scott didn't necessarily make a bad play there. He just didn't know what that card was. So he's gambling that Chris did not have the kill shot there. Chris unfortunately did, and even though Scott now put 2 cards in the winners, 2 mission cards in the completed pile and got himself back into the mission game a little bit, he didn't really gain much of an advantage from Spawn. So he discards 2 Spawn duplicates. It looks like Chris had 1. Both players have exhausted their placing advantage. Mojo still has that negate, which is a huge card. So he's definitely coming into this with an advantage. And he's got a huge venture lead. So he does have the ability to place out. And if he gets the right combination of cards, he could definitely start to try to lean on that advantage. And he's also got more of a weakness. Scott's advantage with Doctor Strange coming up from the back is that Scott can just target Silver Sable with all of his attacks. In Silver Sable's 9 or less avoid that can be played from reserve, it only affects the teammate. So Scott can attack her and essentially make that a dead card. Sometimes people place it in this situation just to do exactly this. They place it to incentivize the person to not attack one of their other 2 main characters. But I think Scott's plan here is he's going to try to take out the Inhumans. If he can get 1 more big hit on the Inhumans and kill them, Chris has 2 max 6 grids. All his 7s and 8s and 7 or higher teamwork cards, they all become unusable. And I think you're just going to, even though Chris is way ahead on Venture, you're just going to start to see him bleed discards. And we still got 20 minutes left in this round. So Chris really needs to be able to defend the Inhumans. All right. Both players have placed out. Chris managed to put 6 cards down. Scott only managed to put 4. Now, Chris is enough of a venture lead. If he wanted to, he could go 1 and run, but Chris is going to fight it. I'm really surprised to see this. I mean, he does have the teammate avoid on Silver Sable. Oh, okay. Scott goes 1 and he runs. So Chris is going into the next battle with a little bit more venture, and he's going in there with a 1 card placement advantage. Chris is going to discard 3 Spawn specials. This may be what Scott needs, but Scott's also put himself in a tough spot because the most Scott can venture right now is 2. So the best Scott can do is pull 2 cards into the middle, even if he does well. I think Chris's best thing he can do here now at this point is to fight. Just try to just try to exhaust those resources that Scott has. So Scott's having to spend all his resources to win these 2 venture bets at this point. Chris is 1 teamwork card away from being fully placed on his front line. Scott has not been able to get anything down on Scarlet Witch yet. So Scott is playing the new Any Hero 1 per deck, Fairy Protection. That works just as Charm does for Gambit. It is a avoid 1 attack, target character can't be attacked. He unfortunately has the negate placed on the home base, so it's a great card, but he'd really love to be able to place that card right now since it's the most premier defense he has. Scott also has the ability to make him discard a placed card. You'll almost certainly see that go against the negate or the Holocaust. Chris goes 2, Scott goes 1. Scott's going to certainly fight this. He wants to get rid of his best placed card or make him choose to negate the opponent discard a placed card. That's Scarlet Witch's Spontaneous Combustion special. He also just wants to pressure Inhumans. You know, Scott's main power type is energy, so 60-ish% of his cards are probably going to be kill shots against the Inhumans, so he can really pressure Chris to have to run if Chris is worried he's going to lose his entire 8 grid. So this comes from Mojo. It's a 6 intellect teamwork card. That's an offsuit card. He's got the 6 or less placed. Exactly. I don't see a world where you don't get the max advantage for that. Now, whatever this will come across as a fighting, I believe. It could be energy, but probably a fighting because he's got that 8 place. So this is coming across, I'm assuming, as a 5 fighting. Scott's got some good defense, but teamworks and follow-ups are going to be the thing he's going to have the hardest time with this round. He lets it hit, and like we thought. So that's coming across as a 10. I think you're going to see the Fairy Protection go down here. Protect is 8, and it's going to lock out the Inhuman so he can't be attacked. Now, you may see Chris decide to use his negate placed to Mojo to try to get rid of that, and then Scott will be put to the position if he has to get rid of it with his negate, or Scott could just offensively try to make him discard the negate here. So we don't know what Scott targeted, but Chris is deciding if he's going to negate. So it sounds like he targeted the negate. I'm assuming Chris just negated the card either way. The result is the same. Both cards go to the dead pile. That punts the turn back over to Chris, and now we'll see what Chris is going to do with it. Chris reaches for the teamwork, and he goes for it. He's going to keep that pressure on. So he's throwing the teamwork against Scarlet Witch. Scott lets it hit. He's following up with a 3 and some other power type. I think we'll probably see the 5 any power defended here. I think he's thinking. I think Scott's thought process here is that he needs that 5 to be able to complete the teamwork that's on the Inhumans. And so he doesn't want to have to use it in defense because it's representing an extra 6 venture that he could use. I love that play from Chris. Use that 6 or less, or the 9 or less avoid on the teammate while you can. Scott doesn't care. He's trying to just punch through it because he really wants to take the Inhumans out. That doesn't count towards Spectrum, but that's going to put him at a 13, which means a 7. The 7 that he's representing on the Inhumans would be a kill shot. And since Scott is representing so many power cards and teamworks, that Royal Family card on the Inhumans is relatively useless right now. It's keeping the other Inhumans on Scott's side from throwing that 8 multi that's placed to him. but other than that, it's just a deterrent for that single attack. I think Chris is deciding if it's going to hit. And I think we're probably going to see the acrobatics here. No, he lets it hit and he fires back offensively. He plays the 4 for the kill. He's forcing Scarlet Witch to negate, and then he fires back with that 7 for the kill. I don't know what's in Chris's hand. It looks like it can defend it. Also a 7 energy. The DC one was Superman on it. So it's Chris's turn. Chris passed? Chris must have passed there, which is a really surprising play for me. Chris has a lot of venture, but he also just allowed Inhumans to be killed, which is going to send him into the next battle with... Oh, he thought he had the avoid still. So I think that was just a failure of Chris to track what he had played. He played the avoid earlier on the 8 that was a 10 follow-up. So I think at that point he just made a calculated error, and now this is going to be, he's in a real hole. It's going to be extremely hard for Chris to come back in this game. Even with the dominant venture lead that he took in the early game, he's going to be bleeding discards. Anything with a value over a 6, he has to get rid of. He's going to have an inhuman, a spawn, in a duplicate 6, and I think he's got a duplicate Holocaust in his hand that he hasn't realized also. So that was 6 discards for Chris. He's got 3 cards to his name. Luckily, Scott's not in a position yet where he can completely go for the win here, but he can certainly place out, and he's going to massively capitalize on this. I think with 11 minutes left, I think Chris is too much on his back feet. I don't see a scenario where he's going to be able to come back from this. I never want to count somebody out, but 3 cards to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 3 cards to 11 is there's not a lot of times in Overpower where you can say it's done, but I think we can pretty safely say that this game is going to get locked up here pretty soon. It's also, this is one of the things about losing characters in this game too. It's so devastating because you don't just lose access to their cards, you lose access to their placing slots. The second you get down to 2 frontline characters to 3, there's 3 less cards you can carry over to the next battle. So Scott only has 3 cards he can bet. That is Chris's one saving grace, is that Chris can bet 1 and concede here and just hope to God he gets a playable hand next time and can put some pressure back on Scott's side of the board. But unless he kills Inhumans and Doctor Strange, he's still going to be going up against an 8-rank character fighting 2 6-rank characters, which just an unbelievable advantage on Scott's side of the board. Chris has got his Beyonder in hand. Chris takes that 3 intellect. He fires back with an 8. Ugh. Now, one strategy Chris could have gone for here, had he not used post-protective plates already, he could try to let Silver Sable die. And, is he going to sneak this out? So the 6 or less is here, but he's going to throw that over as a 7. And I don't think this is Scott's weakness in his deck, seems to be power card, attack, defense. He has a lot of defense against things that aren't power cards, but I think that's going to get him. Oh, that wasn't for the kill. I think he should have thrown that shot against Scarlet Witch, but we'll see what happens here. He plays the Beyonder. He's going to defend that 8 off the Inhumans. He's going to acrobatics Sable to keep it alive. Or does he go for the negate? He plays the negate, so he just stops the 8. And then he concedes. Well, Scott now has, I believe, 4 in the top. So Scott's definitely now come back and is even ahead on venture. Chris's only real chance here is to knock out the Inhumans and Scarlet Witch. He has to hope Chris has to hope Scott gets a lot of dupes and he can just pressure him and get some KO pressure. Oh, wow. Wow. Well, that's going to definitely hit Chris hard. So no activators. So Chris is going to have to discard any activators in his hand, which is at least 2. Scott has to discard all his any character cards in hand, which is, it looks like he had 3. And I think he has Fortress in his hand, which he's most likely going to place to Doctor Strange. So Chris's event got 4 cards. Scott's event got 3 cards. That is a crazy time for that to come out. I don't know who it benefits more, though, because I think this is Chris's chance. I think Chris has to bet big and try to just knock 2 characters out. I think that's the only chance he's got. Yeah, unfortunately, Chris just does not have the offensive heat. I think we're going to see Scott make a huge bet here. Chris is going to make a draw, and we're going to see what Chris gets to keep. All right, so Chris knows he's going to be drawing, so he's shuffling his power pack. This is also tough because anything that's a 7 or an 8 that Chris draws out of his power pack is going to have to be immediately discarded into the dead pile. So Scott knows he can make a huge bet here. And even if Chris draws, the odds that he's going to have unusable cards are very high. Scott only goes 2. Scott doesn't give him that card draw. He just incentivizes Chris to go 1. And then I think Chris just has to run. I mean, this isn't an ideal scenario for anybody, but I think, unfortunately, Chris just does not have any offense. The only gamble Chris could take is that the 1 card in his hand does not defend the Inhumans. Now, I got to see what he had in his hand, because Chris could have just thrown the 5 and tried to get the kill, and it looked like it would have killed the Inhumans. So if he just threw that 5, he could have killed them, but he didn't have anything to block the A next with, so he would have lost Silver Sable. Yeah, this is looking over for Chris. Chris had his 6 more discards. We knew that was going to happen with all his 7s and 8s. So Chris is down to 6 cards. So even before Scott draws his hand, he has a 2-card advantage on him, and he only needs to bet 4 for the win. So looks like Scott's in power pack as well, so he's going to have a few dupes. Now, Scott could play this 2 ways. Scott could just go all in here, bet 4, give him 2 power cards. You know the best he's going to get is a 6. So Scott could just do that and just pepper him with those teamworks, just try to kill his 2 guys and end the game. But Scott also had a lot of discards. He still got 4 in hand. He's still up 6 cards, so he could bet 4 for the win, give Chris 2, and he'd still have a massive card advantage on him. So it'll be interesting to see what he does here. Time is running out, but I think we're going to see Scott just try to close this off. Nope. He just goes 2. So Scott's reason to do this now, he's keeping that Fortress of Solitude in play. That card with Superman on it, that allows Scott to play that card to concede the battle, and all of the venture is just returned to the piles it's ventured from. And Chris knows what the situation is here. He can't even defend a 6 teamwork card. So Scott knows he doesn't have a 6. Silver Sable's dead. He's down to just Mojo. So now teamworks, I mean, he's in the power pack, so they were dead anyway. But he's going to let that hit. Now, Mojo does have a cool inherent where those multi-power cards are +1 to attack. But yeah, Mojo is painted with 2 colors. And at this point, the 9 is literally unblockable. So I don't really see a situation here where they're just going to call it. Chris is just, yeah, he's thrown in the towel. I think that's a respectful play there. Chris knows at this point there's no coming back for him. So great match, really, really great match. I think I'd be really interested to hear if Chris stayed in that hand when Inhumans died because he thought he still had the avoid. And again, we've all done it. You're 5 rounds in. These guys have been playing since 10 o'clock this morning. You play that avoid in enough games, you just can't remember if you played it or not this game. And I think he just made a call that he thought he had the avoid, was going to be able to keep the Inhumans alive. And I think that just cost him where he dropped his grids down to double 6s. And that's sort of the beauty of the design of Scott's deck. Scott's opting out of having as many powerful 1 per decks so that he can have 3 characters that have an 8 grid, and you saw exactly why there. That was exactly why you want to play that strategy, so that you can knock your other opponent down so they don't have their 8 guys, and then you're almost guaranteeing you're going to have 8s if it goes to power pack. So great game. Didn't go to time. Game was decided before time ran out. I also really love seeing players that are new to the circuit doing really well in the circuit. You know, I haven't had the pleasure of playing Scott, but Scott's a very fun personality on the boards. He definitely the GOAT, Marcel. He definitely likes to give him a lot of grief back, and he definitely is backing it up. I believe he's undefeated now. I think he's 5-0 this tournament, and I think Chris was coming into this 4-0. Chris is a player. Chris is a player that's doing so well lately. I've really loved watching him. Chris played in a team event in Canada that Howard ran last winter. Made some really creative decks and played fantastically. I believe Chris had a top 8 showing at Toronto this year, the last tournament that we played. He's clearly having a great day today. I'm really saying I think very soon you're going to see Chris take a tournament home. The fact that he beat Phil Miller in the Swiss is showing that he has the play skill and the ability to take down the best players on the day. So I'm really loving Scott's homemade deck box here that he's taped a Holocaust card to the outside of it. I think that's fantastic. But yeah, great match. I can't say enough though about both players. I'm really looking forward to getting to play Scott at some point. And Chris has been just so consistent lately. I'm really looking forward to seeing Chris at a final table at some point soon. Yeah, I think we're gonna call that a round. We finished before the time ran out, but thanks very much for we got round 6 coming up soon, and just some really great matches, really great decks today. It's been really great that, you know, if you rewind the Overpower community to pre-Masters of Evil a few years back, I think you saw so many decks in the field that were variations of the same thing. And I think it's a real testament to how well the environment has developed that we're seeing so many people play so many interesting deck designs, play different characters that we didn't normally see, event sets that either we've never seen before or we haven't seen in a lot of years. It's just really seeing some great plays and some great cards come out. So I'm really excited to see what the next two matches bring, and I can't wait to see what the elimination brackets are going to look like tonight. So we're going to call this round good. Hopefully, I'm hoping to have a co-host with me next. So yeah, we'll see. I know Keith Bursack is going to jump on and join me at some point, and you won't have to listen to just me talking nonstop for the next hour. But I hope you guys enjoyed it. If there's any questions, post them in the chat. If there's anything you'd like me to cover for subject matter in the next one, post them in one of the chats, and we'll answer your questions and we'll get to everything. Thanks very much, everybody. Next round will be starting soon.
Joe, are you there?
You there, Ronald?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm so sorry. I need to help out Xenia with the baby now. And
No
I'm gonna
worries
be
at
gone
all.
for another half hour, but I wanted to be here for the next setup.
Ooh, I felt like that one went well.
How did it go going solo?
It was good. You know, it's definitely. I think the commentary is going to be more interesting for people when they get different insights. You know, Phil Kepper obviously being such a wealth of knowledge and a much more experienced player than I was, but I felt like I was able to keep the commentary of the game, so anybody watching it's going to be able to follow it really easily.
Great. I missed that game. Can you give me some highlights so I can make the snippet?
Yeah, so that was Chris. I know him. Chris V versus Scott Flint. So Scott was playing a variation of the Cadillac where he substituted the Inhumans in for Starjammers, which gives you a little bit less of the huge bomb 1 per dex, a little bit less offense.
1 second. Scott played a variation of the Cadillac.
He substituted Inhumans. He substituted the Inhumans in for the Starjammers.
And Chris
was playing a defensive deck as well, but he was using Mojo and Silver Sable, which are 2 max 6 characters. Very great.
Mojo and
Silver Sable. Sorry, I forget you don't know all these characters.
Yeah, Silver Sable.
And what it really came down to was Chris had more offense, but Scott managed to kill both of his 8 rank characters. And Chris just wasn't able to come back. He just bled. So Chris had a huge venture lead early on and just wasn't able to close it before he lost his 2nd max 8 character. And then he just bled out the rest of the game.
So Scott whittled him down.
Yeah, he took out the 2 characters he needed to. So, all right. So it looks like we're getting some people sitting down here. Are we recording yet, Ronald, for the next one?
I'm setting it up right now.
So this is definitely Dave Mack playing somebody. I know that because that's the Who Goes First app that Dave always uses to flip a coin. I think that might be Miles. That might be Miles' head that he's playing.
I did not take a screenshot of this last match.
I'm going to text Dave right now and see if my text pops up on his phone. It did. Dave's going to unlock his phone, and in real time, he's going to tell me who he's playing. That's what I thought. So are we recording yet, Ronald?
We are. We've been recording for a minute. Yeah.
Okay, fantastic.
Somebody
so
has
we
to reset the timer. Text him that, please.
I assume they'll set it when the timer starts. So they're not playing yet. They're still in setup. I'll text them if the timer doesn't start. So Miles' head is such an interesting player to watch in these tournaments right now. So for those of you who aren't familiar with Miles was a serious player back in the day. I don't know which tournaments he won or not, but he definitely won some huge tournaments. Was a very prominent player in the original life of the game. This is only the second event he's attended since the tournament circuit got started back up in the early 2010s. But the other tournament that he attended was the 2017 Columbus event. So this is his second OP Cup, and he won the OP Cup in 2017 when he came back. He's playing Dave, so I'm going to assume that both of these guys have a 4-1 record or somewhere I'm going to guess they're both in the 1-loss bracket because I think that's what I saw when I looked. Either way, though, it should be a great match. We get to see Dave's unorthodox deck online, and this is exactly the kind of situation Dave McMillan wants to be in. He's playing a player who's coming back from the old days, who's a fantastic player, but maybe doesn't have the knowledge of some of the newer characters that are seeing play these days. He's not going to be as up on the meta, so that's really going to require Miles to do a lot of on-site. He's going to really have to calculate and deduce what Dave's strategy is. And Dave's got a very tricky deck where if you miss the 5JZ coming out from Polaris or you're not ready for the JW coming off White Queen, you can end up having with Miles's deck where he's got 2 negators and 2 full team defenders, he could have 4 defensive cards, think he's okay, and then 5 from Polaris coming out of the hand could be a kill shot. Or if he's not ready for an 8 power card with a +3 coming across as an 11, Dave's got the ability to really smack these kill shots through. And the other power that Miles comes in with is with that deck, he's playing a variation of the Cadillac with a double negate. He's really looking to just fire off teamworks and pressure Dave down, while Dave's playing an anti-teamwork event set, and he's playing Polaris. He's getting to see right off the bat. He's getting the one of the no teamwork events. So Dave's going to look to pressure Miles right off from the beginning. Now, unfortunately, looking at Miles's hand, it does not appear that Miles has a teamwork. But either way, Dave can play knowing that he doesn't have to deal with the speed that comes from the teamwork. So I think this is the matchup Dave wants. I think Dave wants to play against someone who has a really good knowledge of the old environment, but might not be able to deduce what he's trying to do in this deck.
Joe, I have an update for you. Dave and his opponent both have a record of 3-2.
They're both 3-2. So there's a good chance that the loser of this match is going to get knocked out. Now, we've seen Miles just placed on Team Overpower. Miles is playing any heroes. Dave is playing a battle site. Miles is playing the new promo that came out at the last tournament. So that is, again, that's a variation of Great Responsibility from Spider-Man, but it's in any character. So that'll allow Miles to look at the top 5 cards of his deck and choose one. And I did miss it. Miles does have a teamwork. So that event has locked out one of the teamwork. So that gives Dave a 1-card advantage. Dave's got a really nasty 1 per deck. That 1 per deck on Polaris.
We have the highest number of viewership right now, so it's all riding on you.
Well, thank you. No pressure. Thanks so much for all the viewing, guys. Unfortunately, we don't have Phil Keffer here, who is my co-host. So I'm going to try to keep you guys up to date. But so what Miles just asked Dave to look at is that 5 fighting. That 5 fighting does not have, you cannot defend it with a special card. And this is really what Dave's doing is he's trying to create attacks that Miles' specific deck can't do anything against. And where Miles doesn't have very much on there, I think you're going to see Dave just do his slow and steady strategy here. And the other thing you might see too, Dave is a player that, there's a lot of theories with X-Babies. Dave is a player that really will gun for X-Babies sometimes, knowing a lot of players will leave them vulnerable, thinking that other people won't attack them. Dave is a player that will really gun for them because of how hard it is to defend them, and players usually overstack them. I think you'll see him go right for the X-Babies. See, there you go. He's going to play that 3, and he's almost certainly going to follow it up with the JW, which he did. Oh, but he's switching it over to Scarlet Witch. Interesting. Miles probably doesn't remember that White Queen has the same JW because most people only played it off heroes. He's going to follow up with that 7. So he is right off the bat. He is just putting Miles on his back foot. I think Miles is looking at his hand here, and he's just going to have to concede. Now, I will say this, just like with Phil Miller, do not count Miles out. Miles is a fantastic player. I played against Miles in his 2017 Ohio victory at the last OP Cup that he played in. I was his first round opponent. I took a huge lead from him in the first two hands, and he still, with some very brilliant play, he still brought that back and ended up winning that match. So Miles is by no means out of this game. What we like to call the cursed card, duplicates for Miles. I don't know what it is about that Doctor Strange 6 or less avoid, but it seems to always be a card that everybody dupes on. Now, Miles is in a really good shape with his placing advantage. Dave pulled that out, but Miles went into this hand with 6 cards to Dave's 3. Miles had 1 dupe, so Miles is up 2 cards on Dave this battle. But as you can see here, if Miles isn't careful and doesn't remember what that 5 does, so Miles just placed his 5 multi on the X-Babies. That means he has to have a 6 or a 7 with Scarlet Witch to defend that Polaris 5. So that's something where Miles just may be forgetting. He took the card and he read it at the beginning of the game, but Dave's going to be looking to fire off some kind of hit that will let him follow up with that 5. And that's going to be a really difficult card for Miles to defend. So Miles, if he's not careful, he's going to end up losing Scarlet Witch here to exactly what Dave's trying to do with his deck. Throw things that you're not used to playing against and sneak out a kill. All right, I can't see what Miles is betting. It looks like Miles is going 2. Dave's doing exactly what he said. He's opening with that 5. I think Miles is got it. Nope, he can't play that. He does have the 6 in his hand, so he got lucky there. He tried to go for the special, so he wasn't calculating that card, but luckily he had the 6 in his hand, so he was able to defend it. Miles needs to get some offense going, so he's going to throw the 4 any power. Now, this is one of the new BMG cards. This is the 4 fighting, works exactly like the old A next. It allows him to make an additional attack from any frontline character. So Miles has got to deduce who he wants to go through in this deck. He's going to go for White Queen. Now, that's an interesting choice. I think that White Queen throws those JWs, which are hard to defend, but there's also not as many cards. Oh, great play. Dave has the full team defense for Magneto that avoids a multi-power card. I'm surprised he didn't save it for the 8, but he's just getting it out there. So Magneto now cannot be spectrumed by multi-power cards. If that 8 off Scarlet Witch that's placed or the 5 multi that's placed hits Magneto, they do not count to spectrum. So he's really disincentivizing him to try to attack Magneto. Let's see what he goes for. Dave's playing a Banshee activator. He's playing it through Polaris. This is Luck of the Irish. It looks like Polaris is playing it. If it's successful, Dave's going to get to search his deck and pull a Polaris special out of the deck, put it in his hand. Yep. Miles is going to play his Any Hero Negate from his hand. Now, one thing Miles is going to have with this deck, with Scarlet Witch and X-Babies, Miles is going to have a lot of access to negates. Right. Dave's going to let this go through. So Miles is going to look at the top 5 cards of his draw pile, and he's going to choose 1 to put in hand, and then he's going to reshuffle his draw pile. So he's got, it looks like he's got 2 spawn 7 strengths. It looks like he's got a negate and a 6. So this is fantastic for Miles. Had Miles not played that card, he would have duped on that 7 strength. He would have duped on a negate. He would have gone into his next hand and had 2 dupes. Ooh, now that's a clutch play. Miles could have taken a negate. Oh, does he? Oh, I don't think he's supposed to reveal that, but Miles could have taken the negate. He could have taken one of the 7s, but he took the 6. And I think his rationale is he's probably thinking if Dave is keeping one of those 5 fightings for Polaris in hand, he doesn't have a way to defend it right now because the 7 is placed on Spawn and the 5 is placed on X-Babies. If he doesn't have that 6 in hand, Dave can just mount out that the 5 is an auto kill. And Dave just used Luck of the Irish. He almost certainly went and got another 5 out because he knows that situation too. This is a really, really good game of cat and mouse here, and I'm going to be really interested to see what Dave's play is. So we got a little bit of a pause here. I think Dave's trying to decide what his next move is. Dave's turn. Miles just played great with Miles just played the any hero. Dave is going to put the E-flow in play. So that is a card that stays in play. Anytime a power card attack is made, Dave's going to have the ability to shift the power card to that card, which blocks the card, and they're both discarded. So the beauty of this, we saw this in Dave's earlier match. Dave tries to put out a shell, so that does not count as a duplicate. Dave can draw another one of those later in the game and play another one and double up on them, so they're multiple in play. Everything Dave does in this deck is attempting to minimize the effectiveness of Teamworks, and everything Miles is trying to do is throw Teamworks. Miles has got 4 cards in hand. Yeah, I thought so. Dave immediately uses the E-flow. So the spell of protection from Doctor Strange blocks the teamwork. The E-flow blocks the 5 that was coming across as a 7. And it looks like Miles has passed the initiative back to Dave. Dave's got to decide what to do. I think Dave is really wanting to throw that 4 multi as a kill shot, but his hesitation is sort of broadcasting that he has less spectrum ability off this. He uses the negate off it. Oh, so Miles couldn't take the negate. He had a negate in hand. That's interesting. So Dave is going to play a Beyonder. I bet he's going to go with the Colossus. He's going to avoid with a special and draw a card. Yeah, that's a huge swing. So Dave now avoids an 8 multi attack and gets to draw a card. So basically it's a card neutral defense. Dave really wants to not dupe on that. I didn't see what he drew, but that puts Miles in a really tough place from a survivability standpoint. Dave's going to really try to pressure his Scarlet Witch now. Oh, so he's firing the 3 from White Queen. He needs a 3 or less power card to defend that, and that does not... X-Babies can be spectrumed with that ally and that JW, so... Now, we've already seen that Miles has a... Oh, he didn't do a follow-up. So Miles is going to play that 7 fighting teamwork. I'm going to guess that he had a power card that could have blocked the 3, but he didn't want to give up on the teamwork. Nope, he couldn't have played the 6. So he's throwing the 6 over there. It's coming across as an 8. I assume that that's going to hit the White Queen. Dave's asking how many cards he's got left. Miles has got 1. Now, this is an interesting situation. I think in my situation here, Dave wants to get both of those hits through, and Miles has a 6 or less avoid. I think this is a perfect opportunity for Dave to throw that 6 through as a 6+3, or even if he used the +2, throws it through as an 8 using Dracula's Armory. He's guaranteeing Miles has to use the card in hand to defend it, which he would end with any attack, but he's setting them up so that 8 is a kill shot, and the 2 placed cards don't do anything about it. He's going to go with the 8 anyway, which is fine. This is also a great play because Dave doesn't want to dupe out on that 8 next battle. He has the 9 or less avoid. Now, Miles has got an advantage on Venture here. So I don't know what Dave's last card is, but Miles has got a pretty significant Venture lead. He's at 17 to Dave's 3. But Dave could have a card in hand that could just pick off X-Babies if it's above a 6. He's going to throw the 6, try to get Miles to use his spell of defense. Miles probably isn't going to bother to use the spell of protection here since he duped on it. Oh, is Dave going for the draw 3? Dave had the Shadow Cat. That's brutal. Oh, so Miles has a 6 or less place. Dave's going to draw 3 cards. Now, not only... Miles just also almost certainly has to just he just has to run here, I think. I don't think he can stay in. He's risking losing 2 characters. This is such a painful position for Miles to be in. You just don't want to give up that huge Venture lead, but he also can't afford to lose. I'm imagining most people stack X babies so heavy with specials. We haven't seen a negate. We haven't seen a 6-4. I would imagine there's at least 6 to 7 cards in that deck for X babies if they die. Well, Miles is thinking about it. He really wants that venture, but God, I really think it would be the wrong call. He stayed in. He took it. He's definitely that goes directly to permanent record. So it's not gonna count to venture, but it is a kill shot on the X babies. Now it's only coming through as a 2. So he can use that 6 or less avoid. Which he's almost certainly going to do. And then he's back to so Dave will have successfully got rid of that extra placed card. They'll both go into the next battle clean, and Dave's going to have a significant venture lead. Now, Miles is looking through his dead pile, which is interesting. Dave's not calling him on it, but technically, Miles is not supposed to be able to do that. I probably wouldn't call Miles on that either. You know, Miles is a player who hasn't played in a really long time. So we're all, new players are really getting used to the card pool again. I think I'd let him take a look at that, but so I think Miles is going to take the hit. So Miles is definitely going to win the venture, but Scarlet Witch is going to die. That's also an interesting call by Dave. Dave, I don't feel like Dave, now that his draw 3's gone, I don't think Dave is playing a lot of cards that he cares if they get negated. He's got the really great, he's got the telepathic manipulator card coming off White Queen that is basically a penance stare that'll knock someone into reserve. I believe that's the name. That's other than that, though, he's got an 11 for Magneto and a pin, but I think getting rid of X babies when you haven't seen very many cards is really the way you want to go. Oh, I'm sorry. It was a 4 multi-power card. That's why it wouldn't have actually killed the X baby. So Dave absolutely made the right play there. These are the kind of things that if Phil Keffer was here, he would call me on and fill you in on the right play. All right, so Miles has got some power cards. He's got the 9 or less avoid. He's got a 6 or less avoid. So he's got some good defense, and he just put the web-headed wizard down. Dave's got some power card defense. It looks like he's got a Professor X activator, which I haven't seen the no specials. So he's got a little bit of a lockout. It looks like he's got another JW. So Dave's character that's the closest to dying is White Queen, and he's probably going to play the last JW that she has in the deck. Now, Dave does like to play bloated decks, but with the 4 there too, if he can do 4 JW, I think there's really probably only 1 card left in the deck for, or maybe 2. If he's playing, I believe he is playing the 6 from the last one, so he's probably only got 2 cards left in the deck for White Queen once those 2 are played. So that's the other thing, is he's also really taking away any advantage Miles is going to get for killing the White Queen. Dave's keeping that anti-teamwork in place. He's got the confusion. It doesn't look like Miles has drawn many of his teamwork cards either. So Miles has got 5 placed cards. Dave has only got 4 placed cards, not counting the universe cards, which are not damage or venture relevant. So it's really putting the placing advantage up 1 on Miles. But it looks like Miles only has 2 cards in hand to Dave's 4 at least. So Dave's up on overall cards. So Miles has placed out. So Miles took that venture win last time, but he's really telegraphing here that he doesn't want to fight. Dave has perfect information. Dave knows that right now, that if he throws that 4 in the follow-up string against the X babies, he's probably... So Miles goes 1 as we expected. So the question is, how many cards does Dave want to give him? Dave definitely wants to get those 2 out of the bottom. He's going to at least go 2. He only went 2. So Dave's doing what he always does. Dave's playing it nice and safe. Dave just wants to get that venture back up to the middle and just lean on that slow advantage. I think Dave's also going to hope that Miles starts to bleed a few discards from Scarlet Witch. Now, I will say we see a spontaneous combustion in the dead pile. We've seen the 8. We know that there's 2 more negates in there because when he did his any hero, so there's one of the negates there. So Miles is going to have a negate. So that all the teamworks that are placed, Miles doesn't have any, but he can't play any teamworks. He's got a dupe of both negates. So that's a dupe. That's unplayable for Scarlet Witch. He's duped out there on the little long shot. He duped 2 of the little long shots. So X-Babies, he just dropped 3 cards and all 3 of them were negates. That's really painful. Dave doesn't look like he had any negates, so Dave's definitely going to be able to place and get an advantage here. That's a really rough turn of events for Miles. Miles is also placed out, and the fact that he didn't draw any universe cards to place here is also going to let Dave just completely catch up on placing advantage. I'm not really sure. Oh, Dave had another Captain Britain in hand is why he did that. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Dave has 8 placed. Miles has 7. So now Dave has the placing card advantage, and he knows there's no teamworks. I think you're going to see Dave bet. Dave might go 3 here. Dave doesn't like to do the big swings. I don't think you're going to see Dave go 4. I don't think you're going to see him go 5. I think Dave's going to try to get his 3, put himself in a position to go 2 for the win. He's got such an advantage. He wants to capitalize on that event. So we'll see. We'll see what he does here. Did he just go 1? So he went 1. So I think maybe he's just trying to incentivize Miles to go 1 and run. Miles goes 2. Miles goes 1 from the top, 1 from the middle. I think Dave's going to fight this. I think, I think Dave's going to just try to put the pressure on and see if he can take out the X-Babies. Miles won the last. No, Dave won the last one because Miles did the 1 and run. So I think Dave's going to be the first to act here. I think Dave's trying to decide, is he going to play something from hand or is he going to throw that long white queen string? So he throws the 3. It's not for Spectrum. It does put him at 9, though. And if you don't know what the dead is dead rule is, if a character is both cumulative and Spectrum KO'd, they're automatically dead regardless of inherent abilities. Dave also might just be going for the cumulative. That's going to put him at 12. And he's almost certainly going to... Oh, I'm surprised he didn't play the 4 first and then play the JW, but... He might have another ally in hand, and he probably wants to keep that white queen 4 so he can play the other ally out of his hand, if I was to bet. Now, Miles has a 3 fighting in hand, so yeah. So Miles is definitely going to want to block that 3. So Dave's representing the kill shot on the X-Babies with the 4 aspect, and the 4 can't be defended with the negate, but Miles does have that spell of protection and the 9 or less avoid, so he's got a pretty good little shield for the X-Babies, right? He throws the 4 multi. Dave's Doctor Strange makes the defense. Miles has the option to do a follow-up here. Let's see if he chains it, which it looks like he's going to. He's going to throw the 7. He throws the 7 against Magneto. Dave blocks with the 8. Dave's doing some quick math. It's still a very interesting battle, I do have to say. Dave's had a little bit of an advantage, but I don't feel like he's been able to capitalize on it. Dave's Confusion is relatively a dead card at this point. So Dave's looking at 5 cards right now, where Miles now is looking at 9. So Miles has done pretty good at taking some small hits and getting it to a point where he's representing a much bigger placing advantage now. I think this is one of those times where Dave's deck design is working a little bit against him, and Miles has been able to absorb hits and kind of reclaim that card advantage. Miles is also playing this extremely well. Looks like Miles is going to throw the 6-4 and get it out there on Magneto. Yep, exactly. So Little Colossus is a 6 strength attack. If it hits, Dave is also -4 to venture. That's functionally like a 10 for venture. And it looks like Dave's going to take it. So that's a big venture swing right there. I think Dave's really going to be looking to try to pull off a KO on X-Baby somehow. I think he's really hoping to get that 9 or less avoid to be used so that he can throw the 4. Nope, Dave just goes for the concession. So not as big of a deal. Dave's only down 1 card when all was said and done there. So, you know, he's got the confusion. So he's really going to stop Miles from being able to hit with those teamworks. But Miles really hasn't drawn any. So I think there's going to be a hand soon. There's going to be a hand soon where Miles just gets flooded with teamworks, is going to be able to get him on the board. And we've already seen Dave's Any Hero event go by. So Dave's not really going to have a way to get around him. And that is an unfortunate time for that event. Luckily, he only gets 2 cards with it, and one of them was going to be a dupe anyway. But Dave, he knows that Dave does not have access to activators this round, and he's holding Power Leech in his hand. So if Dave doesn't, this could be a huge swing for the game. Dave has no functional way in his deck to defend against Power Leech. Miles also can't place it this turn, so Dave might end up running just to get out of the chance that Power Leech is there. But if Dave stays in, Miles is going to throw that Power Leech at anyone, Magneto. He's going to call Energy, and he could shred Dave's advantage. Now, the one thing that's great about the new battle site, Dracula's Armory, those 3 basic universe cards, they do count as placed cards. So Dave could just shred his power card ability, his basic universe card ability. He could discard those 3 basic universe cards and say the 4 energy off White Queen or a card from hand and get himself out of a devastating card played by Miles. Under one of the toughest events that he's going to have to come up against. Usually the no activators event, that is the worst hand for you to have to fight. Miles, though, is in a position where he could bet for the win here, and he knows any activators Dave draws have to be immediately discarded. And Miles hasn't played against the Armory. Miles may not be calculating that Power Leech is going to only really get 1 functionally playable card. So this may be we may see a bet here that's not taking into consideration. It's what we talked about where Miles has to do a certain amount of deducing. So what they're talking about right now, Miles wants to bet 3, but he's trying to bet 2 from the top. That's a common thing that used to be done incorrectly. Betting missions from the top only pulls missions from the bottom. So Miles cannot bet those 2 from the top. He has to bet them from the middle and risk them going to the defeated pile. That's a common misconception that people make about how to bet. It's very clear in the rules that you can betting missions from the top only pulls missions from the bottom. So they're just having a conversation about that. Miles may call a judge, but Dave is absolutely right in this situation. Miles has to bet those missions from the middle pile and risk them going to the bottom. Dave drew his card. He got one of his no teamwork events. That's a very good thing to have happen for Miles. Miles is not betting for the win here, so Dave does not have to fight this fight. Dave may want to just run, even though that would put him in a really huge venture hole. He may want to run and just lean on his placing advantage on a hand where he knows he can play activators. There's just too much perfect information out there for Miles to know what he can and can't get through. But So we're going to see this. We're going to see if Miles is going to realize he's going to discard he's discarding 2 of those. He's going to keep 1. I think we might see a couple cards just come out of his hand, and then we might see Dave just run here. Nope, Dave's going to go for the 3rd one also. I know that really hurts you. You spend 3 deck building points to bring Dracula's Armory. That is a very expensive home base to bring when you only have 17 points to build. But Dave doesn't want to get rid of any cards that affect damage or venture. But Dave's going to stay in and fight. He's throwing that kill shot on the X-Babies. I think we're going to see the 9 or less avoid come out. He's either going to have to let the X-Babies die, get rid of a 1 and a negate, or he's going to have to use his best defensive card. And you can see Miles struggling with that choice, but and now I think we're going to see Dave just try to rack up either a Spectrum or a cumulative KO here. That's going to negate it, and that's going to stop Dave's string. So Dave wants to put that pressure on and get rid of X-Babies. And I think Miles wasn't expecting him to fight here. This is exactly the kind of tone Dave wants to send. Miles has not been able to capitalize. He hasn't drawn very many, so to be fair, teamwork cards. But he's not been able to capitalize on teamwork pressure, which is what you want to do in this deck. That's finite power from Spawn. Dave's not going to be able to make an attack with White Queen unless he discards 2 cards. That's essentially going to shut White Queen down for the battle. Now, Miles only has 1 card in hand. Ooh, Dave's feeling it. I can see it. Dave does not like that play. Dave was salivating over the kill on X-Babies. He's touching the cards. He's doing the math again. They're all 3, so it's still the same math. It's still 12. So Dave's in a position where, so Miles has 2 cards in hand. Dave could throw that ally, but he's kept the 1 intellect place, so the X-Babies can actually just block the ally, and then he would have to discard 2 cards, so his card in hand and the 7 to throw the 4, which affects him. So he's going to run, which I think is the right call. Dave, that finite power was a really devastating 1 per deck there. Some people don't play that card in the Cadillac. I think that's a mistake. Finite power... I think that's a little bit of groupthink. That is a fantastic special, and there's so many situations like that situation there where they either have to use a full avoid or a negate to get rid of it, or it's going to essentially function as a full pin. Even if they make 1 attack, having to discard those 2 cards, that's a huge swing. So one thing Miles is doing that's interesting. Most people, conventional wisdom, they only run 1 of the 7 strengths off Spawn. I think Miles is running 3 of them, which I love. I love seeing people don't go for Spawn because most people just run the defensive cards. He's putting those 7 strengths in there, and Spawn is just so much more relevant in this version of the deck than normal. I haven't seen Dave's hand, but Miles has a really strong hand. Oof, so does Dave, though. Miles has finally started to get some of his teamworks. He's got 8s and 7s. He's got a 6 -4 if it hits. But Dave's got Magneto's pin so he can shut down attacks from a character. And he's got the White Queen telepathic manipulation, which is essentially a penance stare. The character will have to discard all the cards placed to them and move into reserve. Now, Miles does have his any hero avoid here, the Guardian, so he can defend one of those, and he's almost certainly going to save it for the telepathic manipulation. But one thing that Dave is running so many allies that hit the X-Babies, either one of those allies is a kill. And I don't think, from what I see, I think if Dave was to lead off with that 3 fighting ally on the X-Babies, I don't think Miles has a card in his hand that can defend it. Because the X-Babies can't play. Oh, the X-Babies have the 7 special. So he could use that 7 special defensively. But this is such an interesting game at this point. Miles has clearly got an advantage with the Venture, for sure. And Miles has got a lot of heat in his hand. Dave could be in some trouble here. Miles's deck is starting to do what the Cadillac does, which is just big hits, big special cards, ton of stuff worth venture and teamworks, and he's definitely going to be drawing more teamworks. We've seen all 3 of Dave's anti-teamwork missions, and he does have a confusion place, but he can't have too many left in that deck. Miles is just bopping up and down. He looks just so much energy to be at this point. You get so nervous when every decision they make here could literally be their life in the tournament. Oh, I thought that was the Any-Hero Void. That the white dragon looked similar. So he may not have the Guardian card. He may have an offensive hand only. So this could be a much different game here. So he's throwing the 4. I would almost certainly think Dave's just going to fire off the Spell of Protection. That's a off-color card. You're only down 2 venture. He's got the confusion for the teamwork, so you don't know if you're going to get max value. Dave might want to save that for the little Colossus, but or he might want to use the 7 just in case something slips through. He's worried that she's going to die, but all right, he throws a 5 power card. I like that play. I didn't see that in his hand. I think that's what I would have done as well. Now, Miles can do any follow-up from whatever character he declared played that. He's going to throw the 1 intellect for the kill. Dave's got a 3 in hand. Great. Now, the disadvantage to this is the 1 ally card on Polaris is now a kill shot. Interesting. He's going for Spawn now instead of throwing it as a kill shot on the X-Babies. That's really interesting to me. I'm going to have to ask Dave after this match. Now, they're at 4 minutes, so they just got the 5-minute warning. So they know that the hand after this is the last hand. The question is, has Dave put himself in a position from his bet where he may, Miles could be in a position here where he could, the 5. So if he does not have a 5 power card in hand, X-Babies are just dead. They can't play us. He does have the Guardian in his hand. He had 2 defensive specials. So Dave's deck just did exactly what he designed it for. Miles had 2 special cards that could defend that. That's so interesting. What an interesting play by Dave. He hid the 5 in his hand. He threw the 3 fighting on Spawn, thinking Spawn would let it hit since he's not damaged, and then snaked that 5 through. He knew there was only 1 power card in the entire deck. We'd seen the 5 multi go by. I don't remember if we've seen the other ones, but he took the gamble that he didn't have one of those 2 cards, and the gamble paid off. So Miles concedes. So if you have not called last hand yet, Miles taps the 5, to say that was a good play. So Miles is in a tough situation here. He's down the guys that are going to have the 2 most cards, and he does not have a negate. Now his avoid has gone by. Now Miles has snaked out a great card. Miles has his fairy protection in hand, which is his lockout. He is going to drop 2 duplicates, but he's going to be able to avoid one of those pins and lock out Spawn to guarantee he has access to those cards. If they place and get the venture in before this 3 minutes is up, there will actually be an additional hand after this one. I didn't see what was in Dave's hand, but I'm assuming Dave is passing here on the placing. The only thing that really Miles could place at this point is a ally card or a 6 or less avoid, and he doesn't have the 6 or less avoid in hand. So I think it would behoove Dave to pass and get this venture in before that 2 minutes is up. Try to ensure he has another hand. All right. Miles makes his play. They're still chatting about the 5. Miles is smiling. I can't see Dave's. Now they can't see this clock, but it's real stressful being on the other end where, you know, knowing that it's about to run out, there's a chance that this is either the last hand or that they have an entire another hand, and that's a very different game both ways. If this is the last hand and Miles has that lockout, Miles has a huge advantage for winning the game. But Dave has the first bet, and he's the one that hasn't bet yet. So Dave is the one that's kind of dragging this bet process out. Dave just got up from his chair, so something is going on here. I'm not sure what. Dave's coming back. 60 seconds before this becomes the last hand. Miles has got it in hand. I think they're going to get this in and be able to play one last hand. Dave, I think, just went 4 for the win. Miles is in his power pack. Ugh. This could be tough to watch. This is a situation where Miles could do something really clever here. Miles could let the telepathic manipulation hit on a character and then lock out the other character with the fairy protection and then just fire back all those power cards he just got from his power pack. And Dave would have almost no avenue to be able to attack or win the game here. All right. Dave went for the win, so this is functionally the last hand anyway. We're going to see the fight. So Miles discards a 5. That is a duplicate from the cards that he drew. Miles is just going to go the standard 2. Now, Dave bet before the time ran out, so that does count. So there will be another hand if this ends. This is not the last hand. As long as one player has bet, then there will be another hand. Because otherwise, that would give Miles the information on what the bet was, and he could just math out in some cases whether he wins or not. So there is a chance that there's another hand. But if Dave has 4 cards in the bottom of the pile in the defeated missions, I don't think mathematically he could even win. Miles will probably be in a situation where he can just bet 1 and run away. In Dave's big weakness to this deck, if you haven't noticed, Dave does not play a single negate in this deck. Muir Island as a battle site does not have a negate, and he does not have a character with a negate. So Dave has no way in this deck to stop. Dave has no way in this deck to stop that lockout once it's played, and I think we're going to see it played right here. So that's pretty rough. So now he can still pin Doctor Strange, and we can see that that's going to take out a teamwork and an ally. But if Miles is smart, knowing he can't defend Magneto's pin, he's probably going to fire that teamwork off right now. He goes for the ally. So the other thing is, you know, in retrospect, Miles is making the right play. I forgot that Dave had the confusion placed. So Miles is just going to fire off that, and at least he gets one more card that Dave has to spend a resource to defend. Now, Dave's got 13 points on Magneto, so he can throw this against Magneto. He knows he can defend it with the 8, but it is for the kill. So he knows that he has to defend it with Magneto. Dave's going to get a little mini lockout. Professor X is going to say no specials may be played against Magneto for remainder of battle. So that's a small lockout against Magneto. And I'd be shocked if we don't see the pin come down on Doctor Strange right now. Because if we don't, I mean, unless Dave wants to bait him into using that teamwork. So Dave's going to go same suit with this. He's attacking with more strength. Dave now wants to get as much venture onto Doctor Strange as he can. Okay, great. He put that E-flow out. So now that 8 energy that's sitting on spawn, that's essentially going to be a dead card. Whenever he decides to throw it, it's going to go right over to that E-flow. And then Miles is going to throw the teamwork right into the confusion, and then Dave's going to get the turn back. So that was actually a pretty sophisticated play on Dave's part. Now I think you'll see the Magneto pin come out. Let's see what Dave does here, though. I don't know what's in his hand. I think he's thinking about it. Now, Miles still has 4 cards in hand, though, and Dave has no idea what those cards are. So, but he also isn't going to get much off pinning Doctor Strange. None of the power cards will be pinned down because they can all be fired off through spawn. So it may not even matter if he plays that now, and Dave's aware of that. So I think so. That 3 is for the kill. He certainly doesn't want to throw the 7. So I think we'll probably see the spell of protection off Doctor Strange in the back defend that. I think Dave's regretting not throwing the Magneto card now. Yep. So Miles is playing Web-Headed Wizard off the ally, which is completely legal. So I'm not sure what Dave's talking about. This is a completely legal play by Miles. He can absolutely do that. Dave's asking for some kind of a rules call from the judge, but this is completely legal here. He can definitely, nothing is stopping Doctor Strange from playing that card. He played the ally off spawn. You know, that's one of the big changes we made to Any Heroes is we took off the first icon. So, yep, and the judge made the right call. He's going to go through and get any card out of there that he wants. So he knows it's going to be a spawn or a Doctor Strange card. I mean, we almost certainly know it's going to be the 9 or less avoid. I can't imagine he gets something else. Now, he can't get an Any Hero, and he has paused it a couple, so I hope he realizes that. But no, he goes for the 9 or less avoid. He does the clever thing, and he takes one from the bottom of the deck, so it's not obvious it's one of the ones that he just used. But that big defense is really what he's going to need here against that 8 power card that's going to come over against Doctor Strange. I think at this point in the hand, we're not going to see Magneto play that. Yeah, and the 9 or less is going to immediately avoid that. That's the one that he just got out. Now, Dave does have 1 venture on the board. Miles doesn't have any, but Miles has 3 cards left. So now that's a rough play. That is for the kill. I think White Queen is almost going to, I don't know what's in Dave's hand, but he might have to use his 7 on that. Miles is going to have 2 cards in hand, and Dave's only got 1 venture. So this is a really tough play for Dave. That's going to leave Dave, and Dave's going to lose essentially 5 venture off this play. I don't know what this last card is. Dave's basically doing the pin just to stall at this point. He's hoping Miles can't attack with the cards in his hand, so he has to throw the 8 that's placed, and he can E-flow out of it. Now, if Dave had used that 7 energy earlier, so that 7 energy is for the kill on Magneto. He's going to use the E-flow. And I don't know what he's got in this that's really going to make a difference here. So they did call that the last hand, even though technically they could have played another one. Miles is going to take that. Dave gives the fist bump. Dave, mathematically, I don't believe at the position he's in, he could have bet for the win after that hand anyway and stayed in it. So it was sort of a de facto last hand because of that. So great game. Dave had some plays earlier where I really thought he was going to pull it out, but look, it's exactly like I said at the beginning of the match. I had a very similar match against Miles where I got up early, and Miles is a fantastic player. So I think, unless something major happens, I think we're going to see Miles make a top 8 today. Now, that doesn't mean Dave is 100% out, but Dave might have the tiebreakers that he makes it in. If he can win out the rest of it, go 4-3, we still may see Dave McMillan in the finals with this deck. It's nice to see the last 2 rounds also. We have seen any hero decks still win. So it's nice to see that the field still has 2 any hero decks that are at the top. I agree with what Phil said in the last round. I don't think any heroes are less viable by any means. And it's great to see multiple people playing the promo from last tournament too. I thought that was fantastic. I'm going to take a little bit of a breather here, and I'm going to see if we can get a co-host for the next round, so you're not just listening to me talk at you the entire time. But fantastic match here between David McMillan and Miles Head, and we're going to see which one of if both or any of these guys ends up in the finals.
Hey, Joe.
Sorry, I was on mute. I said, hey, Ronald, how you doing?
Good. So I went to the park, brought the baby, everything's great, but you have a message from King Pointy.
Ooh.
And King Pointy asked, what were the missions, Joe?
For this event that just got played? So
yes.
This game that just got played, David McMillan was playing Might Over Mine. That is the anti-teamwork set. So he's playing that with a character that has confusion. So Dave's entire strategy is to slow the game down and not allow his opponent to play teamworks. And so he can play slower cards that have more powerful effects. The opponent was playing any heroes and was just playing the standard mission set Shattered Image. That has one devastating event that the hand it comes out, the opponent cannot play activators and then de facto has to discard them all because they're unplayable. That one card, when the hand that it comes out, can be devastating.
Okay, so I missed this entire match and I'm putting the snippet together. Dave returns to the feature table. Yep. And he was versus who?
He was playing Miles Head. Miles is a little bit of a newcomer returning to the scene. So Miles has only played in one other NAOL event, but he won that event it was the OP Cup in 2017. Miles was a huge player back in the day, won some very big tournaments. Is a very well-known, high-ranked player from the original Overpower days.
And how was the match? How would you describe it?
Fantastic match. You know, Dave's strategy fired on all cylinders early on. He really slowed down Miles's game, and he snuck through a couple of kills using Polaris. But Miles Miles through grit and determination just kept placing and winning little battles, and he managed to come back at the end and pull off the victory.
So Dave slowed down Miles out of the gate and snuck a couple of decisive hits, but Miles
was able to stay with it, and he was able to grind out a win at the end. And one thing I think that's really important about this match, the card that I think swayed the entire match is one of the new 1-per decks that BMG made for the Any Heroes. The spell Fairy Protection, or the card Fairy Protection, was able to avoid the White Queen's telepathic manipulation, and it was absolutely the card that turned the game. If that card didn't exist, it would still be Dow, but yeah, that card was definitely the card that swung the game. So the idea that Any Heroes are not viable is definitely not true. We've got 2 Any Hero decks that are at the top of the field right now. So King Pointy, I believe King Pointy is Steve, who's not at the tournament today. So shout out to Steve Costa, who's watching from home.
Steve Costa is currently at a children's birthday party.
Well, it's no wonder why he's taking some time out to watch the Overpower game then. All right, so Ronald, it looks like we're getting right back into it.
Yeah,
I don't know who this. I'm not sure who this player is.
Starting the recorder, so Keith should be able to jump on in the next 15 minutes.
Okay, fantastic. I'm just gonna ask Doug who this is. So that on the left is Nick Spivak. So we got to watch Nick play his Cadillac variant against Josh earlier.
Mm-hmm.
I believe Nick pulled the win out. So Nick's probably playing one of the winning decks. And I believe he's playing Doug Sims.
Nick Spivak played against Josh, right? Yeah, Nick won against Josh.
Yep, Nick won on camera against Josh.
Round 7, so we have Nick versus Ty Bertrand.
Oh, interesting. This is great. Are we recording?
Yep, we're recording.
Awesome. I'm really excited about this. Ty is absolutely one of the best players in the game. Ty Bertrand is one of the guys that always comes out of the gate with something interesting. He's always figuring out combinations or strategies that haven't been played. I think more than any other player, Ty and his father Howard send me the most messages about card interactions to try to figure out. They really like to bring something new to an event that hasn't been seen before. So there's a certain amount of deduction that has to be done by their opponents during the tournament. Now, I don't know what he's playing, but I see the mission set, The Crossing, being played by Ty, and I do see the Beyonder. Now, this is a really uncommon deck for Ty. Ty generally goes for... I've never seen him play a Beyonder deck or a KO deck, but he is part of the Masters, and he did use his Dracula deck. So Ty's got the Triskelion. Basically, that's 221 Baker Street. It's then one of the new locations from the Any Heroes Essential Pack. What it says is anytime a character plays a card that allows you to look or sort through opponent's hand or deck, you can choose one of those cards to discard. And he's also playing Leader, which I'm so excited about. I have wanted to play Leader in a deck for so long, and Leader has a fantastic Masters of Evil card that I believe it reveals. Now I've got to look it up because I want to make sure I get it right. But it's a spying card that works great with Triskelion. Give me 1 second to look it up, but I believe it gets all non-1 per decks and activators in a player's hand. So when that goes off, it's either going to need to be negated or it's going to get a fantastic card every time. So give me one moment here.
He takes one of the cards?
So Ty's home base is essentially anytime Ty plays a special card or plays a card that allows him to look at cards from an opponent's hand or deck, he's allowed to then choose one to discard. So that's his entire home base. That's his strategy. So opponent must reveal all non-OPD cards and all activators from hand. So every time he resolves one of those with Leader, he's going to get to choose one of them to discard. And he immediately places one. So Nick's going to have to read this card because no one plays Leader. Now Nick sort of sat back with a look on his face, and then Ty tapped the Triskelion. So I think Nick's immediately figuring out what's going on here.
But Joe, you said that the Leader allows to look at what Nick's hand has, right?
Yep.
But does he get to take one of the cards?
He gets to make him discard one. Normally, that card would just let him look at things. So on their own, not a powerful card. You would never see that in play on a deck. But if you use that home base, the one that Ty's using, he's using an older version of it that was a fan-made one. But the one that was released officially from BMG that's based on, it's 221 Baker Street, based on Sherlock Holmes's apartment, has the same exact function. Playing that as your home base means you can't do... So the one Nick is playing allows him to bring 3 training cards to the deck that he can use to get better offense or defense. Ty's choosing to use this spying strategy. And since he's playing Beyonder, Doctor Strange also has one that allows him to look at all specials in hand. So anytime Ty resolves one of those 2 cards, he's going to see a bunch of cards in Nick's hand, get that information, and then choose the best one to make him discard. And so that's kind of the entire strategy of what Ty's deck is going to be doing. It's going to be trying to cherry pick out those best cards. Now, he's also playing X-World, and I can't off the top of my head remember if anyone has a good spying card. So X-World has Storm, Angel, Iceman, Havoc, Goblin Queen, and Beast. And I don't remember any of them having a spying card. So he may only be getting that effect from Leader in Doctor Strange. But it's also an effect you don't want to lean into it too much. Ty is one of the people that's been playing this constantly. I think he's the only one that's won a tournament with that home base. He plays it very effectively as an extra. He doesn't play it as he doesn't try to overuse it. Just when it hits, it's devastating, and he makes sure he has enough of his foundational cards to keep playing. And definitely, if anyone has any questions about these mechanics, post them. They'll be brought to me, and I can answer them. So we are experiencing a little technical difficulty. You'll notice the timer at the top of the screen is just on a different page. We're not going to have that timer displayed till we get that figured out, but we'll update you on the time as we go. So Ty bets 2. Nick is playing that same version of the Cadillac that we saw earlier, the one playing the battle site. So Ty bets 2, doesn't go too hard. Ty was only able to place 4 cards, but Nick was only able to place 4 cards. So Ty ends up with 2 venture in the completed pile and doesn't really give anything up. Nick is able to get that 4 intellect on the Starjammers. Ty draws an event. Anyone with an inherent ability gets to heal a hit, but no one had a hit yet. So it's essentially just a card with no effect. Ty does get to redraw for it. Ty gets 2 dupes. Doesn't look like Nick's got any dupes, so Nick is going to have a 2-card advantage on Ty going into this second hand. This is a great match of someone who knows their deck inside and out. Like we said last time when Nick pulled out the victory against Josh, Nick has just played this Cadillac deck so much. I think more than any other person with any other deck, this is, except maybe Dave McMillan with his Deadpool deck, Nick has just played this so he knows he knows the odds. He can count the cards constantly. He's just got such a ingrained idea of what he's going to get. Now, he didn't play it with Muir Island, so this is the first time he's doing that. So there's a little bit of an X factor, but that deck experience is going up against Ty, who I don't know what the term for it is in Overpower, but as I would say in boxing, Ty is I'd say pound for pound, one of the most creative in the moment players. Ty's also a very talented poker player, calculating odds on the spot, figuring out the best lines to take. Ty is one of my favorite opponents to play, and we've had a very, very fun back and forth in both Overpower and poker. We played in a big poker tournament when I was in Canada about 6 months ago, and I think Ty's gotten the better of me overall, but we've had a lot of great back and forths in the Swiss. So Nick's got that 4 from Starjammers, that single attack. He doesn't seem to have energy. He's got 2 energy cards in hand, so we know he can make that attack, but he hasn't revealed that to Ty yet. So he may want to keep those in hand, which he does. So he may try to sneak that over the top. If Ty gives him an opening, he's going to try to throw that 4 with the 7 or the 8, get it above a 9 or less avoid. All right, so if Nick doesn't have a negate right here, he's got to reveal all his power cards, all his activators, anything that's not a 1 per deck. You'll see he's got a Professor X and 2 power cards. I think you're going to see Ty make him discard the 8 here and just get rid of it. And now Ty knows that he can throw that big single attack. And Nick's kind of Nick's taking the brunt side of playing against a strategy that he hasn't seen before. So Nick's really going to have to try to deduce in the moment how to deal with this leader. I'm so excited to see leader being played. I've been wanting to build a deck with leader since the Masters of Evil cards came out, specifically to do this mechanic, and I just hadn't found one yet that works. Ty doing this with Beyonder is so he can do the spying cards from Doctor Strange in the back. Absolutely. What a great way to do it. So it looks like Nick's going to
promo card, right? Underneath leader?
Yeah, that is not a promo card. It's that is one of so all of the Any Power cards from the Any Heroes Essential Pack were sketches for different gods that we didn't use. So that is the 7 Any Power card, but that's from the Any Heroes Essential Pack. Looks like Keith's trying to sign on right now, so we're gonna have somebody jump on with him and get him signed in. And as soon as he gets all set up on the tech, we're gonna have a co-host here. So Nick is doing exactly what the Cadillac does. He's trying to just create that shell and just pressure him with the teamworks. And I think you're gonna see that's what we're going to see here is Ty's playing a little bit more of a control game. He's going to spy. He's going to make him drop his best cards. And Nick's just going to try to overwhelm him with individual hits that create KO pressure. Taking that 5 at this point is really tough. But Ty is running teamworks too, so we're seeing him fire one right back. As we saw in the last match, this can be the weakness of the Cadillac. You really want to make the Cadillac fight early. We've got the timer back up, 31 minutes. So the thing with the Cadillac, the common misconception, they are going to try to place out and they're going to try to run until they get that defensive shell. They want to have the 9 or less on spawn. They want to have the negate. They want to have the 6 or less, and they want to have one of their activators or any hero defenses. So they feel comfortable just throwing all of their power cards offensively. And the way you get around that is you have to fight the early fights against him, and you have to create that pressure where if they're placing all their power cards, you're pressuring the character that doesn't have the ones that can be used defensively. Both of these players know their decks and they're fantastic. Ty's taking exactly the line he needs to against this deck. Just pressuring the Starjammers. We haven't seen any 1 per decks for the Starjammers. If you can pressure the Starjammers, you can either make Nick have to run, which he's doing now. Nick knows he doesn't have the defense, so he doesn't want to take any more damage on the Jammers than that. And that's going to allow Ty to have some breathing room with the Venture later on. And I think you'll notice Nick will leave that placing slot for the Jammers open on the Spartan training ground. I think you're going to see that draw 3 in his hand go down. So Nick's got some heat. Nick's got another playable teamwork. He's got power cards to fuel it. He's got a couple of good activators, and he's got his draw 3. So I haven't got a good look at what Ty has, but Nick has got a fantastic hand. Ty places a spell of protection. Ty gets an ally out. So far, the ally is unplayable with what we've seen. But I'm guessing he can play it, or he would have either kept it in hand or placed it to Beyonder, who could play it. So Ty only has 6 placed cards to Nick's 10. So Ty is definitely in a huge placing deficit, but he's got a huge Venture lead. Now Ty may be just drawing activators that he's unable to place. I see that he's got a Storm activator in hand. I think he's got what is another Spy card from Leader. What he may try to do here is snake out another Spy so we can see exactly what's in Nick's hand, but Nick has got enough of an advantage. We might see a big bet here from Nick. Nick does not have a negate placed. He does not have a negate in hand, and Muir Island does not have a negate on any of its 6 characters. So Ty doesn't know this, but Nick cannot negate any of Tyler's spying effects. They will all go through. Yeah, he is holding one of those Leader cards, so we can count on Ty to fire that off as the first card and just get a full view of what's in Nick's hand. Nope, Nick's not even going to fight it. So Nick just, oh no, that wasn't the card. So that card is very clever of Ty. That card avoids, I believe it's a strength or intellect attack. Whichever one it avoids, it's power type focus, but it allows Leader to then draw a card. And so he was keeping it in hand, knowing that Leader's going to be the target. Ty's drawing a rough hand here. He's got 3 dupes. It looks like Nick only has 2, and Ty was already down some on card advantage, so. Ty's up about 5, or Nick is up about 5 cards on Tyler. Even though Tyler's got a dramatic Venture lead, this is not the situation you want to be in against the Cadillac. This is what the Cadillac does. You know, this is what we saw with Phil Miller's comeback. This is what Nick is just going to have a fully placed out team. If he had 1 more power card, he could put it on the Jammers. He's also got the 11 in his hand, so Ty's going to go 1, but I think we might see Ty actually stay in this and try to eat through a little bit of his placing advantage. So Ty's definitely on the defensive. You know, Tyler really needs to figure out a way to get out from under this massive placing advantage that Nick has generated. All right. Nick is starting off with that poke. So I've said this before. What I love about Overpower, the way it's played in hands, it's really got a boxing mentality to it, where these little 2s and 3s that are thrown out early, these are really your jabs. You're not looking to make the knockout with that 3. You're just looking to feel your opponent out. Nick uses one of his Spartan training ground cards for exactly what it's for. He bumps up his 1, makes it a 5, and that gives him the ability to block the 3. and then Ty is going to play the spy card. And this is what you love to see. Those spying cards historically were some of the worst cards in Overpower. Now, simply getting to discard one card when you play it, they've become a must and negate card. They went from a card that did not see a deck to a card that you see a Cadillac deck negating. And I really think that's when you see game design done right. Nick is attacking aggressively. So Nick throws a string and immediately fires off that 11. I think Nick is looking to just play from his hand. He really wants to make Tyler have to run, and he wants to just lean on that placing advantage. And that's exactly what he's done. So Tyler had to use his full avoid out of his battle site, which is premier defense card, and he had to run, and he really didn't make up any headway. Nick is going into this hand with a 4-card advantage. They both had 1 duplicate, so Nick didn't make any. Oh no! So now it's 1. So now he's got a 3-card advantage. We'll see. Tyler's going to make a little bit of a placement here. The only thing keeping Tyler in this game, he got so far ahead on that early venture that he's slowly being able to place cards to come back where, unless Keith draws another teamwork, Keith pretty much doesn't have a usable placing slot. So Keith's not going to be able to place. I keep saying Keith. Sorry, Keith's jumping on to commentate. Yeah. Nick is not going to be able to place any more cards. Oh, I take that back. Nick has got some allies. So Nick is going to be able to place one of those allies. We've already seen the aspect card go by. So we know that the aspect slot on Spartan Training Ground is going to be a dead placing slot for the rest of the game. So once Nick places another ally, and actually Nick does have the second power card placing slot on the Starjammers. So, but he's passed. He's decided to not place. Tyler has put down enough cards to start to neutralize that placing advantage. So Nick is going into the next hand with 1 more card play still, but Nick does have a draw 3 as one of those cards. The cursed card, we always talk about it. Tyler drew his card off Nick's bet 3, and again, it was the Spell of Protection from Doctor Strange. Don't know what it is about that card, but it always dupes. All right. These guys are doing a little calculating. Ty has only bet 1. Nick has started to get a little more aggressive and go back for the 3. Nick is going to be starting the play. Tyler conceded, so Nick gets to play first. I think you're probably going to see Nick try to get that finite power in his hand out on the Beyonder and shut down his offensive abilities, or at least pull another premier defense card from Tyler's battle site or a negate. I think what we're seeing here now is Nick knows that the leader can avoid a fighting and draw, strength icon and draw. And so I think he's nervous that Tyler's going to have that card in his hand, and he had already started attacking leader. So this is, again, one of those great situations where when someone figures out a good use for a character that's never been played, you make that mistake, and then you have to deduce what's going on in the moment. All right, everybody. I'd like to make a great introduction here. For those of you who don't know, Keith Bursack, former #1 Overpower player in the 90s, has just jumped on the stream. Keith, why don't you say hi and introduce yourself?
Hi, everybody. Keith Bursack. Good to see everybody. Sorry I'm not able to be there. I got stuck with some prior obligations here in New Jersey. So that's unfortunately why I wasn't able to make it out to Ohio.
So Keith, for a stretch in the 90s, was the #1 ranked Overpower player. He's also, if you remember Phil Keffer telling the story about who he used to speak to when he called the 800 number in round 1, this is that Keith Bursack. Keith, Phil Keffer was telling the story about how he went to like a nationals with you or a big tournament with you when he was just getting.
It was the nationals that one year. Where Aaron Shanky came in second, Sherry Briggs came in first, I came in third, Marcel came in fourth. That was that year. I think that was 97, but I am not 100% sure about the year.
So you're just coming into this game. We've got a really interesting back and forth. So we've got Tyler playing a 221 Baker Street home base deck. He's using an old fan version of it, but essentially that's a home base that's available in the Any Heroes Essential Pack. He's really doing a spying strategy. If you remember the leaders card, he's allowed to, if leader's spy card goes off, it looks at any non-1 per decks and any activators. So he's using that in the Doctor Strange spies from the reserve. Oh, so that's a great card. So he just avoided an attack with a strength icon, exactly what Nick was afraid of when he was poking, and then he was able to draw a card off it. That's what that card is on top of his dead pile. Ty still takes the opportunity and just concedes at that point. So Nick is playing a variation of his Cadillac deck. So he's using Mirror Island and he's using the Spartan Training Ground. Ty took a pretty commanding lead on Venture early. Nick sort of played passively until he got a pretty significant placing advantage. And now Ty's been doing a lot of bet one and concedes. And we've sort of seen everybody build up till I think we're pretty much even at this point on cards. And, Ty's got 9 cards placed to, it's 9-9. Now, Nick does have the draw 3 placed and Ty just dropped 2 discards. But that's what you're jumping into, Keith. I think we've got a pretty even match again here of Cadillac versus a deck with some spying cards.
I see that Ty went with the Beyonder deck.
Yep, and we haven't seen an event yet, but he is playing the Crossing. I think it's safe to assume there's going to be a KO coming. And I think Tyler was probably really hoping to see that event a lot earlier than now, because that KO event, both players have to KO a character, and it's so devastating against Nick's deck. Oh, now I just realized something. So this is fascinating. Did you see which 1 per deck he played off his battle site onto leader? Do you see that under the leader, Keith?
I'm looking. Is that the one that raises some of his stats to the 7s? I can't.
No, so he's playing the Resurrection card off Goblin Queen. So now if Tyler draws his KO event, he can choose leader to KO. That card will get discarded and a leader will get resurrected in reserve. But the brilliance of that deck design is I'm assuming he's not playing more than 1 per deck for leader. So even if leader's in reserve, Beyonder can still play all his non-1 per decks. So he's essentially created a scenario where one event can kill one of Nick's characters and it will have literally 0 effect on his deck at all. I've never seen that. That is a brilliant, brilliant play by Ty.
A very inventive use of that special.
That's amazing. I have to say, I think what you're watching right here, if you're watching this deck, is a new meta. KO decks with the Beyonder were already a popular deck. And if Ty's just innovated a way that the KO doesn't affect you literally at all, I think you're going to see X World start to show up in a lot more KO decks. I have to say, I love this deck design I absolutely love this deck design from Tyler.
There's been some very interesting plays throughout the various matches. One with the Juggernaut, X babies that wouldn't die. It's going to be really fun to go and do the recap.
I'm looking forward to seeing and hearing that.
So Keith, we got to see a play. Phil Miller was playing the Juggernaut on the front line, and Phil Keffer and I were sort of not really sure why he would do that. Like we figured he had a play, and he ended up. I think the big play that turned the game around, he played Rays against Marcel, got 3 teamworks and all 3 of his basic universes off the armory.
Wow. Crazy strong, the armory.
Keith, are you You're a little quiet on my headphones. Do you see the gear icon in the bottom of the list of channels? Do you want to see if you can go turn your output up a little bit?
Sure. Ryan and I were working on that.
No, we also had to move his mic a little bit, so if he moves it closer, I think you'll hear him better because I hear him loud.
Okay, fantastic.
Yeah, is that better?
Yeah, that sounds good. All right, so
Okay, good.
Ty's still doing his thing. So Ty's playing the Eye of Agamotto from Beyonder. He wants to look at any specials in Nick's hand. Nick's asking questions about it. So this is a brutal, brutal development. So Tyler now has the knowledge of knowing that both Scarlet Witch and Starjammers have a avoid a numerical attack. So now he knows he just has to not attack Scarlet Witch, and that's a completely dead card.
I think we were talking about my connectivity. I know that he also did play this as part of the Doctor Strange, make two additionals. That the Eye of Agamotto was made as part of that, which is a great use of that chain too.
Absolutely. I love that. I love playing chains that eat up a few of their cards and then getting the spy card. One of the toughest parts, I think, of the 221 Baker Street is when you don't have the KO pressure with them. So you'll notice that Ty is playing a decent amount of allies to try to get those small numerical attacks out that force them to use power card defense and then still spy. Nick is such a great experienced player. I keep saying with this deck, but it's I can almost see the stress in his mannerisms as he's trying to figure out this completely wacky deck that Tyler's come up with. So that card could also be devastating. So Tyler has to discard every card in his hand with an intellect icon. Nick has to discard every card placed or in hand with an intellect icon. So that's going to get both of his teamworks and a Beyonder from his hand and a training card.
Luckily for Nick, that's the old Scarlet Witch multi-power doesn't have the intellect icon.
That is the one weakness to that version. And there's 4 versions of that, one in every power type. In the intellect one, there's way more cards without the intellect icon. Now, I will say one interesting thing about the meta, Keith, that I could see happening. If Tyler was to start winning with this deck a lot, do you think you would start seeing people playing multi-power power cards from the 3 grid days just to avoid having that intellect icon on there?
Yeah, I think if they didn't need intellect for one of their icons or for the follow-ups, yeah, it would be a smart thing to avoid, and you can. That's the end of the leader.
So leader's died, but he's keeping that. He's pointing at that card, letting Nick know. I'm not sure what the exact timing on that card is, but when it happens, leader is going to be resurrected, and I think it just happens right now. So
yeah, he put him in. He looked like he kind of put him in reserve.
I'm going to pull that card out because I want to read the exact text on that. So
I remember you mentioned, Joe, that when leader does get resurrected, he gets put in reserve automatically.
He does. It's just a question of if he goes there now, Nick can actually choose which one comes up. So the text on that card is play during battle on your turn after Goblin Queen is KO'd. Discard this special to move Goblin Queen from the defeated character's pile to reserve. Play as normal. So they're probably asking for a ruling. It looks like they're talking to a judge. But Ty on his turn discarded it, which means Ty's going to be able to choose to bring the leader up as the main character. So this is even better than I thought it was when I was explaining it before. Ty is now going to have leader come up, and he's still protecting that 8 rank grid in the back. For those who don't know how Beyonder works, the Beyonder has a special grid that only reflects the characters that are alive on the team. When you get down to there's only one teammate, then that grid locks in. That means if Doctor Strange came up and was to die, he would lose access to all of his 8 energy power cards. But now that he gets to bring leader up again, he gets to cement that 8. And at this point in the game, there's probably not going to be enough damage done to get through a character and Doctor Strange.
Nick's trying to decide what to do with that one intellect power card attack.
He's probably in a situation where he can block it with the 7 and doesn't want to have to lose the venture. I think the only way Nick is pulling this game out is if he wins on venture. I think Ty has done so well at neutralizing the KO pressure being anything. But Ty's also on a ticking clock. If Ty doesn't kill one of Nick's characters soon, then that KO event's really just going to act like one hit from a card. So what Ty's really hoping he can do here is take out the Starjammers, then draw that KO event, knock out the X-Babies, and Nick's going to have to kill a second character. That's the ideal scenario that Ty's going for.
He definitely gets the most bang for his buck when he can get twofer.
Keith, I'm interested what you think. So this is the first time I've seen somebody playing, post Dow, he's playing the battle site instead of the any heroes. Do you think he's still playing a 56 card deck? The Cadillac's traditionally been as lean as it can possibly be, or do you think that he's playing a more fat deck because he has to make room for those activators?
A lot of times it depends how thin he has the Muir Island. I was actually thinking that this is the first time I don't know if this may have been the first time he's playing this in a tournament that's not the any hero version that he won 2 tournaments in a row with. I mean, if he's got 13 to 15 activators in there, it's going to be a little heavier because most of the time there's only going to be 9 or 10 of the any heroes. So it might be a little bit bigger than he's used to.
So Ty does manage to get that ally through. Nick has run out of defense. Ty has managed to kill the Starjammers. So Ty's still got a lot of cards in that draw pile, but if he draws that KO event next, that is going to put Nick really on his heels. And the other disadvantage too, Nick did not get that draw 3 off, so that placing slot on Spartan Training Ground is clogged up for the rest of the game.
Yeah, I was just going to say that's a double whammy for Nick.
All right. So for those of you who don't know, Keith Bursack, very good friend of mine for very many years now. One of my best friends, also with me, one of the co-founders of BMG. So it's an extra pleasure to get to do this commentary with him. I'm very excited to do the next few matches with him.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. I'm also very excited to be able to hop on and join you guys.
Keith, I was telling them earlier that one of my favorite parts of Overpower is the community stuff that stretches to our relationships that aren't just playing the game. And I was telling them the story of when we went to the Bordeborg place and everybody had to get across the pit and you did the diving leap and we all caught you and pulled you onto the platform and hit the button. And that's even though that's not playing the game, it's still probably one of my favorite Overpower related memories.
Yeah, me too. I just remember jumping and I'm like, oh man, we didn't even talk about that ahead of time or anything like that.
No.
Like, I got to get across. I'm just jumping and you were like, come on, I got you. Yeah, that was great.
It really was. It was like something out of a Spider-Man comic. I just couldn't believe, I couldn't believe we caught you and pulled you up onto that deck.
Yeah.
All right, so
to give some information to Keith, right now the Nick and Ty are both tied 3 for 3, so 3 games won, 3 losses. So this might be important. That's going to be an important game for either
This
one.
is only round. I thought this was only round 6. Are you sure they're 3-3 or are they 3-2? Oh, no, this is round
7.
I don't know. Are we at round 7,
Joe? Round 7.
I mean, I'm going to trust you because you're looking at numbers, but I really thought this was 6.
I have the screen open here. We're on round 7. And after this, Doug said that there's going to be the dinner break.
You see, Nick had to discard the Raza special.
Yeah, and Nick had to go 1 and run. So now this is what's devastating is we know that KO event's going to come up this hand. Ty is 100% still in his deck. And there it is. We knew that was coming. He's going to kill the X babies. We know that's what's coming. Ty chooses to get rid of Scarlet Witch, or no? No, he got rid of Doctor Strange. So he still got Scarlet Witch. Yeah, Nick, there's only 5 minutes left, and with the way that the venture is, I think Nick's going to have a pretty tough time pulling this one out.
Yeah. Well, it looks like that Ty can bet 3 for the win. I mean, I don't think he needs to, because Nick is what, 4 or 5 in the bottom, 3 or 4 in the
Yeah,
bottom?
I mean, Ty's in a position where I think Ty just needs to lean on him now. If I was Ty, I would bet 1, try to just win it so Nick gets another one in the bottom. And then mathematically, if you go to last hand because of time, at that point, I don't think there's any play Nick's going to be able to make to come back. Ty's managed to get that early venture lead and just hold on to it. So what do you, I want to hear your opinion, Keith. I was saying when I was solo on here, my strategy against Cadillac decks that I've found over the years, I always just try to make them fight those first couple of hands. I've found that they want to place that defensive shell, and just get you to like try to delay a few hands so they have that card advantage. What are your thoughts on that?
I think that's one of the best ways to attack the Cadillac is to make them fight the early battles, try to get some hits on star jammers. I mean, that's always the goal, is to try to see if you can get them out before they can get those 3, 4 big 1 protects.
So I'm a little surprised here. I mean, it worked out. Ty did go 3 for the win. So Ty has Twisted Mentality. I believe that's the name of that card. That card makes it so all attacks have to go against leader for the rest of the battle. And I believe leader's inherent gives him a +2 to defense while that's in play. So that means every power card that leader blocks with is going to get a +2 bonus. That surprises me. I mean, I guess there's probably not a lot of other good specials coming, but
yeah, I mean, because you don't want to save it for the 7, the X baby's 7.
I think maybe that's just Keith's idea. Maybe that's Nick's idea. Is Nick might be trying to throw an attack over the top and just see if he can knock Beyonder out while he's got a placed card on him.
So an update on the bracket: Scott Flint won his match. He's 7-0 in this tournament.
Wow, 7-0 for Scott. I mean, Scott was talking a lot of smack online to Marcel and some of the other players, and it is really fantastic to see him hold that up. I love seeing a returning player do so well at one of the tournaments.
Yeah.
Marcel's currently 4-2, and his game against Greg Costa is still ongoing.
So Greg could knock the GOAT out of the tournament here if he makes Marcel go 4-3. Do we know what Greg's record is?
One moment.
So that's a big play. Spawn throws the 7. Beyonder has the avoid and draw, and there's the handshake. Yeah, Nick just couldn't overcome. Ty, that's just Tyler's like Novocaine. It might take a while, but it's always gonna work.
Right.
Greg Costa's 4-2, so is Marcel, so it's going to be an important game for either one.
All right, so
What was the final, Joe? Do we know what the final turnout was? How many participants in the tournament?
27.
27.
27 is fantastic when you also consider that a lot of marquee players. I would have been number 28. I obviously am jumping onto the commentary because if you can't tell, I unfortunately ended up with a pretty bad cold the last few days. And Keith had prior engagements, and Sean Sawyer has been on a trip in China with his in-laws. Steve Costa is somebody who almost goes to every tournament. He's got a baby and a very young kid, so he's been having to go to only about half the events now. So getting 27 people when 4 or 5 main players couldn't show up is a huge accomplishment. I know the Buffalo crew, unfortunately our good friend Ed Kowalski passed away a couple of years ago, but I know Ed owned an RV and would consistently do a a huge RV carpool to bring a lot of those players. And I know that that's been a little bit of a struggle getting to some of the events since his unfortunate passing. So the idea that we've been able to rebuild this community to tournaments that are coming up on the biggest numbers we've had since the game was officially on shelves, I think that's a real testament to how welcoming of a community we have, the decisions that have been made by BMG to balance the environment. All right. Well, what did you say, Keith? I can hear you now. I didn't hear your response to that.
No, I didn't hear your whole question. I'm sorry.
It was a question. I was just saying that, like, I think it's a real testament to the community that we're getting 27 to 30 players per event when one entire region is essentially having a hard time getting to events, and 4 to 5 marquee players couldn't make it. And, you know, there's a very realistic possibility that we see 35 to 40 players at the OP Cup next year.
Yeah, like I'm Dave. You know, Dave and Nicola Bentley. You know, Nicola had she was recently ordained, and she's performing a wedding for her nephew, I believe.
Oh wow! So Dave and Nicola aren't there? You know, Phil's done a great job. Phil, I believe, pulled. I think he pulled 6 players in for that Learn to Play. So between, both of the Sims playing and Miles Head coming back, I know Eric counts as there. Eric's a fantastic player. I had the pleasure of playing Eric in OKC in the Swiss and playing him in the first round of the playoffs in Oklahoma. He's been playing fantastic this season. AJ, I think Phil's done a really great job of cultivating that local community with a lot of players. So kudos to Phil Miller and Doug Sims for all the work to put this community together, to just printing the play mats, making the t-shirts for everyone. I really feel like the amount of effort and passion they've put into this tournament this year it's showing in the attendance, it's showing in the way we're able to stream and commentate on these matches. It's just been, I really can't say enough good things about how awesome they're doing as hosts this year.
Just keeping the interest high in the game.
Yeah, attracting new players, which I always say for a card game that for a long time a lot of us thought was going to be a dead game and never be produced again. They're doing a really good job of creating the interest. I'm sure the new release of the BMG cards and the fact that we're working with a number of big licensees to be hopefully very soon announcing some very good news about licensing and IP. That's probably, I'm sure, fueling some of this too. But I can't give enough credit to them. They're running a fantastic event.
Great outreach program.
Yeah. So, Ronald, do we have an estimate for how long it's going to be till dinner, or till the dinner break's done?
I was about to text Doug. Okay.
So Keith, Phil Kepler isn't back around, I want to say, until around 8. I'm hoping you can
8:30. Yeah.
8:30. I'm hoping you can at least co-commentate with the first one, and if you're around, I'd love to have all 3 of us on the rest of the matches if you're available.
Yeah, I mean, I think I can do till probably about 8:30, and then I've been going for about the past day and a half, 2 days, so I'm gonna have to with the wife. I'm not sure I can push it that far, and still have some place to stay tonight.
Well, we don't want anything. We don't want you to not have a place to stay, but definitely.
I understand. I'll be down there for a little while. I'm gonna see if maybe I'll just all go and do work.
All right. Well,
yeah, definitely for the dinner break.
I think we're gonna sign off, everybody. Keith, just so you know, we've got we don't just have the Discord here. We've got a Twitch channel and a YouTube channel with listeners. So we're gonna sign off, guys, before the dinner break, and you'll get a little music in the background. And when the next round starts up, Keith and I are gonna be back commentating that first round of the playoffs.
Yeah, very exciting. And it's top 8, correct?
We are cutting to top 8. So, actually, hold on. Let's see if the standings are available here. Let's see if I refresh this, if we can get an idea. So we know Scott Flynn is going to be in. I don't know if this challenge isn't giving me.
He's 7-0.
He's 7-0, so he's gonna go in as the top seed. Now we'll just have to wait. When we get to the next round, Doug Sims will supply us with the top 8, and before we start this match, we'll announce to everybody who the top 8 is. But if you log on to challenge, and I'm sure we can put it in the chats of the other sites, once the top 8 is calculated and announced, we'll let you know.
Great.
So we're doing, we did 40-minute rounds for the Swiss. I believe it's 50-minute rounds for the first 2 rounds of the playoffs. And then as usual, the finals match is going to be decided in a no time limit match. I always love that. I know it's, sometimes it can be a detriment depending on the way you design your deck, because if your deck, some decks just do better when there isn't a time limit. So that's always an interesting, but I just love seeing the matches where no one's having to look at the clock. It's going to be decided by the person whose deck does the best.
Yeah.
So we're taking a significant dinner break. Go ahead, Keith.
No, I was just saying, yeah, it's the person who's gonna, make and play the best deck.
Absolutely. So we've got about between 30 to 40 minutes, but I'm going to report back here in 30 minutes. Everybody's breaking for dinner, and Keith and I will see everybody in 30 minutes, and we'll get started on this top 8.
Thanks a lot, Joe.
Thank you, Keith. Thanks for joining me.
My pleasure.
All right. Any word yet on restart time? I didn't mean to call you there, Ronald. That was just I didn't mean to. Yeah. Thanks. I'm just sitting back down at the computer, so jump on whenever you're ready.
We had 10 more minutes.
You said 30 to 40. This was 30 after we broke, so.
Yeah, I'm back too.
So Keith and I are back, just hanging out. Okay.
Yep.
I really got to say, I loved Tyler's play with that Goblin Queen card off X World.
Yeah, that was really nice.
I just love when you see a really experienced player using cards that historically are thought of as bad cards.
Yeah. I'll be right back in a second.
I'm going to text Doug and tell him to send us the top 8 so we can announce it when we start the next match. Send us the top 8 so we can announce it at the beginning of the next round.
Okay, I'm back.
So I just messaged Doug and told him to send us the top 8 when he has it. When we jump into the next round, we can announce it.
Sounds great.
All right, I'm back. We get the top 8?
We don't have it yet.
Okay, thanks.
Doug Sims said the top 8 is coming right up.
Nice.
Okay. So I have 7 recorded videos. The Overpower Adventures, they recorded the entire, they're currently recording the entire stream back to back in one piece. And it's been a 9-hour stream so far. Really nice. I mean, some of the reactions between you and Phil, the way that you were talking about the cleverness of some of the decks and other things was really. It's gonna make some really nice highlight videos. I need to get these to an editor and get them chopped up.
Well, we'll keep delivering too.
Oh,
Yeah.
Greg Costa beat the OP goat.
Oh, nice.
Oh wow. Greg's really becoming a great player. I think one of the things I love the most about Greg is Greg's got a heavy Magic the Gathering background. And Greg really, really digs deep. He spends a lot of time looking at old characters and trying to find something clever. So, all right. So this is our top 8. We'll announce this when we start, but
Okay,
Scott Flint is our number 1 seed.
No. What's up? Wait a second. To enable everything.
I don't think we do that. Are we doing it already?
Oh, well, I'm recording it just so we have it. Okay.
Do we know who's Reaper AP3R117? I wish people would just put their real names on challenge.
Right.
Let me send Doug a message. Ron, I think you should just pause the record till we're a little closer.
Can't record pause. Is Scott in the Masters? Phil is asking. Phil Keffer.
I don't believe so, because Scott wasn't at Canada, I don't believe. Am I right about that, Keith?
I don't think Scott was there. I mean, he could tell me, I guess if he goes 10-0, then he still might beat him.
He would have to, though. If he wins the next three, he will take Phil down.
Is Dave going to make the playoffs? Because it sounded like Dave was the only one.
No, he didn't make it.
He did.
No, but Greg made it.
Derek Bertrand made it, which
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Derek made it, but Tyler didn't.
If
Wow.
Derek makes the if Derek wins out for 3, I think he'll actually take it too. So I think Derek and Scott are the only 2 people in contention for it at this point over Phil Keffer.
Derek doing one of his minimal decks to like 51.
We haven't seen him on camera, so I'm not sure, but that has been what he's played since halfway through last season. So I think it's a good bet that he's sticking with a variation of that build, which I love, by the way. I think is such an innovative way to build a deck.
Yeah. So, I mean, give me some feedback or any tips, or what can we do to make our repartee better.
I think mostly we've just just call out things you see that are going on that are interesting and just talk. Don't be afraid to talk about your general theories on deck building or why you think they're doing a certain thing, why what they're doing is interesting. I think I'm trying to play to both. I'm assuming there's a lot of older players that may not be up on some of the nuances of the strategy or the new cards. So I'm trying to do a mix of explaining some foundational things that not everybody needs to know, but also, kind of doing some high level commentary on some of the newer, more complicated strategies. I am bummed to see Tyler win that round 7 and still not make it with the tiebreakers, though.
Can't hear you, Keith.
I'm sorry, did Tyler wind up 4 and 3?
He wound up 4 and 3, but Chris and Marcel won the tiebreakers.
Oh, so Marcel did make it in the playoffs.
He did.
Marcel made it by the teeth of his skin, or however you say it. Skin of his teeth.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's the number 8.
Big call out to we'll go through it, but nice seeing AJ as a second seed is fantastic. Love seeing that. And then Justin Sadie's been top 8. I want to say the last 2 events in a row. He's been having some good showings too.
That was Justin third.
Phil Keffer confirmed he's going to be back around 8.
All right, so that's great. So we'll get a little bit of overlap with all 3 of us.
Yeah.
All right, guys, I'm getting my second wind. I took a couple more cold pills. I am good to go.
Nice.
I'm going to text Doug for an ETA. So our listeners can hear us on YouTube and Twitch, so they've gotten a little bit of a sneak into the top 8, but we will do a full announcement of the top 8 as soon as we start the next round. When we see people start to sit, we'll do a full announcement. Ronald, did you pause the record?
Yeah. So Justin Sadie placed 16 at the Canada tournament.
Oh, I thought he'd made a top 8. Maybe he made a top 8 in OKC. I don't know. I thought this was his second top 8.
Checking right now. Okay, Steve made it.
I didn't go to OKC, so I'm not sure about that.
He did
Maybe
not place in top 8 in OKC.
Oh, so we may be seeing
there as well.
So there's a chance this may be Justin's first top 8, which is fantastic.
That's great.
Yeah, whenever you need information looking back at the old tournaments and stuff like that, I'll just pull up the information so you and Keith can focus on gameplay.
I love it. Ronald's our guy in the chair.
Yes, he is.
Keith, you do go real quiet off and on, so just gonna have to be real mindful of that when we get into it. No headset. You don't have like a earbuds with a mic or anything you can throw in.
No, unfortunately, I don't. I'll just have to. Now that there's not something on the screen, I'm just I'm looking the other way, so that's why I'm not facing the microphone.
Ah,
Yeah.
we're ready. Yeah, I'm gonna tell the.
So
We are
They're
online.
supposed to set up a third a computer on location to get guest commentators to jump in. I'm going to text the team over there.
Ronald's gonna text in a second. Period. Stand by. Period. If you think we needed it, but I guess it would be nice. But remember, Ronald, they are running the consolation bracket, so it would be someone who didn't place in either of those brackets.
Somebody's sitting down.
Okay, I'm going to run the recorder now.
All right, let us know when we're up and running, Ronald.
We're up and running.
All right, so it looks like we've got the number 1 seed sitting down. I see Scott there. I recognize Scott's deck box from his previous match. But to everybody on the Twitch, to everybody on the stream, thanks for being with us through 7 rounds of Swiss so far. I'm joined by Keith Bursack here. Keith, feel free to say hi to everybody.
Hello, everybody. Glad to be here for the playoffs.
Yes, this is the first round of the playoffs. Scott went an impressive 7-0. Always a lot of pressure on you. He's going up against Marcel the GOAT, and I can tell because Marcel has taken the time to get sealed in plastic and graded his Kingpin hero card, which Scott Flynn immediately laid down and Marcel immediately stood back up. So a little fun ribbing. Scott was talking a lot of smack to Marcel in the chats leading up to this. Very friendly banter, but was definitely giving it to him. So I'm going to go through the top 8 real quick. So Scott Flint was the only 7-0. And what I think, Keith, is really fascinating about this, there were no 6-1s. Everybody else who made it was 5-2 or less. So AJ out of Ohio, 5-2. I love seeing AJ in second place. Justin Sadie went 5-2. I'm not sure. This is definitely Justin's first top 8 this season. He did not top 8 in Oklahoma. He did not top 8 in Canada. And I think this is possibly Justin's first top 8 ever. So I'd love to see him get out of the first round. Derek Bertrand, always a top competitor. We saw his brother Tyler play. Derek has been playing a super innovative deck design where he doesn't play events. He only plays 51 cards, which is the minimum without events. And he only plays 1 copy of most cards in his deck, and he has a lot of draw mechanics, so he's almost certain to never draw duplicates when he draws cards, and he has been seeing a lot of success with that deck build. After Derek, we've got Greg Costa, also finished at 5-2. I love seeing that. Greg, I was saying earlier, is a little newer to the game. He's only been playing, I want to say, about 3 to 4 years. But he had never played back in the old tournaments. And he's gotten really serious about it lately. But Greg comes from the Magic, the Gathering background, and is always playing some really interesting, innovative decks. I think Keith looks like we just lost him for a second, so we'll get him back in a second. Oh, there he is. He's back. Welcome back, Keith. So I was just saying Greg Costa came in 5th at 5-2. Greg always has really innovative deck designs. Phil Miller managed to come in at 4-3. Or sorry, he was 5-2. He had the bye first round, counts as a win, so he was a 5-2. And the 2 4-3s that made it. There's always tiebreakers when you have a lot of 4-3s like we did. So Chris Venya and Marcel, the OP GOAT, are the 7th and 8th seed, respectively. So the way it pairs up, we are seeing the number 1 undefeated seed, Scott, play the number 8 seed, Marcel. So these guys are shuffling up their decks. We have got to see both of these decks on camera before. Scott doing a Cadillac variant where he's subbing in Inhumans instead of Starjammers to get that 3rd backup on his 8. And Marcel, Keith, what do you think Marcel's doing here with his Kingpin?
I don't know. I think he's rubbing it over his deck for luck.
So he seems to be giving his deck the blessing of the Kingpin.
Yes.
And he has officially presented it to be cut by Scott. I can't see what Scott's saying, but Scott's not sure what to do, I think.
I'm sure it's a supporting, loving comment.
So, Keith, Marcel has made it a point of playing that Xavier Protocol Basic Universe card. I'd love to hear your comments on that as well.
Well, just that he's using it, or that it's one of the overpower inserts, the classic inserts.
Basically both. That it's a nice flex of Marcel to be playing a card that is sold most recently on eBay for over $500 in his tournament deck, when he could be playing a 5-cent version of the card that's identical. So
Yeah.
respect that.
Yeah, Marcel does like his bling.
Marcel is repositioning his kingpin, his graded sealed kingpin again to overlook his deck. Scott sticking with his cut one card off the top of the deck to the bottom of the deck strategy. He's drawn his 8 cards. Marcel is putting his. Scott is playing any heroes. He looks to have drawn his fairy protection, is locked out 1 per deck as the one in his first hand. So that's going to give him a real good advantage to get that placed early on. It's going to make it really hard for Marcel to create KO pressure against such a defensive deck to begin with.
Do seem primed to clash pretty nicely. It looks like Marcel's playing the Fatal Attractions event. I'm sorry, the Fatal Attractions events mission set. Likely the no energy power cards, right?
Yep, no cards with an energy icon can be used to attack.
Yeah, that's gonna really hurt Scott when that comes up.
And likewise, Scott's playing the classic Shattered Image with a negator, so we can assume he's probably only playing no activators. I have to say, with the starting hand that I can see Scott has, he looks like he's definitely got some heat right off the bat, but I think we're going to see how Marcel plays this. I think this goes back to what we just said about watching the Nick and Tyler match. I think the way that Marcel's going to need to play against this deck Marcel's got some really big hits. He's got a 9, he's got a 7, he's got an 8. I think Marcel's going to have to make Scott fight these early rounds if he's going to have a chance of winning against that deck in the long term.
Yeah. You can just let that defensive shell get built up, but it's hard getting through it.
Yep. That's exactly right. Once if that Cadillac deck, and he's playing a more defensive version with the Royal family, if he can get one of each defensive card on those 4 characters and a lockout, sometimes that alone can just be an insurmountable mountain to overcome. All right, Marcel has called. He's done placing with only placing 4 cards. This gives Scott a chance to really place out. So Scott has got a 2-card placing advantage on Marcel, but Scott did discard 1/7, and Marcel didn't have any discards. So Scott's going to get the chance to go first because he's the top seed. He's only going to go 1. So he's signaled to Marcel that he wants to run. What do you think Marcel's going to do here, Keith?
Well, Marcel's kind of adding it all up, and I think he's gonna venture 2 at least.
Yeah, it's really a question of, Marcel does not want to let him run here, but he does have the negate to sort of deal with the 9. It's really a question if Marcel thinks he can defend his guys enough and make Scott pay for having that duplicate. Marcel knows he can't put that KO pressure on with the fairy protection placed, but if he can get through that in the negate, so he's got at least 2. He's thumbing a 3rd, but he's done it. Going for a 3rd, he's going to give Scott a draw. Scott looks. Go ahead, Keith.
Oh yeah, I was just saying. Yeah, he did. He's getting the option of drawing the 1 card.
It doesn't look like he looks like he's contemplating it. It looks like he's kept a 9 or less of void in his hand to try to hide it. He is going to take the card. He is going to look at it. It looks like it's the confusion, the captain. It looks like it was the Captain Hook card. Now that card could easily be a dead card versus Keith right now. Jeez, Keith, I'm sorry. I want you to play in every game, apparently. Against Marcel, Captain Hook could be a dead card. So Scott shows the 4. He was most likely throwing that against the reserve to allow Spawn to throw all his attacks against Silver Sable. Marcel can't allow that to happen. That basically makes Silver Sable's avoids useless for a good part of the game. So he's going to use the hand, and he's going to defend it with a 6 any power. Ooh, interesting.
Go try to draw 3.
Do you think so?
Oh, he's using that to go get something from Mr. Fantastic.
Probably Mr. Fantastic's draw 3. Great play. I was thinking he was going to try to target the fairy protection with the opponent discard a placed card and either draw out the negate or get rid of the big defensive card. But
yeah, that's true. That's probably a better one because you don't want to draw 3 and then he just concedes and you don't even get to use it.
now Marcel did go 3. If he hasn't played. He's got an even placing advantage right now. Or no, he's down 1 card. But all right, Scott's gonna let the skeletal summoning go through. So Marcel's gonna get a card out for Mr. Fantastic. I don't see a scenario where he doesn't get the draw 3 here.
I mean, he could get the pin.
He could, but with that fair, I mean, maybe he wants whatever he gets. It's an interesting idea here that he must have a plan to get around the negate. Otherwise, I feel like he should have just targeted the negate with the opponent discard a card and played a little bit of a longer game against him. Getting rid of that negate with the opponent discard a placed card really opens up. So he's going to have to lock out against the 9, and the 7 is online for being thrown at someone other than Inhumans. What's your prediction, Keith? What do you think he got?
I think he got the pin. And this way he can pin whoever it is. I can't tell whoever it is in the top.
Inhumans?
Yeah, that has the 7 on him. Because you can pin the 7, you can pin the teamwork. And this way, then you either suck out the 1 per deck avoid or the negate for that.
If you double click the screen, you can blow up the screen with the actual game too. Just want to make sure you got it full size.
Okay, thank you. I did not know that. Well, that's much.
Did that? Great.
Yes, no,
yeah. Okay, fantastic. You're probably wondering how I was calling those cards in their hands, barely seeing them.
I figure you maybe had a much bigger screen than I did.
All right, so Marcel's starting off with a pretty decent sized hit. He's throwing that 7 right away, and that concealed 9 or less avoid that Scott kept in his hand is going to avoid it. Now, I didn't see what he got, but Marcel's a very good metagamer, and he knows that Scott did not have the defense to really defend Scarlet Witch and Spawn. Nah, he did the draw 3. Okay.
Right.
Scott, there's a chance Scott lets him draw 3 here and then just runs. Oh, what just happened? Marcel put his hand up and left the table. That's an interesting maneuver that you don't see very often.
You gotta go, you gotta go.
Well, if that's what it was, their game is at 50 minutes and 30 seconds. So he's either asking a rules question off camera to a judge, or had to run and use the facilities. But nope, he's back. So it must have been a rules question. So he's going to play the draw 3. I think you're going to see Scott let him draw, and then Scott's going to run. That's what I think you're going to see here.
He's thinking. He's like, wait a second. Oh, okay.
Nope. He let it go through, and then I think you're just going to see an immediate concede. Marcel looks to be keeping all 3 cards. I don't see any scenario where Scott throws another attack here. Scott will be up. Scott can run here. He knows he's not dealing with the draw 3 later in the game, and he'll be up 1 card on his placing advantage.
Okay, he's getting ready to discard. Okay. And activated.
No, I think Scott passed.
And I guess it is 0-0.
Scott's got a confusion in his hand, which is one of the cards that might be unplayable. Scott's maybe just hoping he can make him eat up a placed card and and go into that next hand with placing advantage. What do you think, Keith, of Scott's choice here to continue to fight this fight?
No, I mean you can see that Marcel, regardless of what he has in his hand, has 3 big attacks. Hmm. That's probably going through the Dark Beast, because then he can make the additional fighting attack against somebody else, right? Isn't that 4 make additional fighting against somebody else?
Let me double check it real quickly if that has to be against a different opponent or not. I'm not as clear on the Daredevil one. I've got Daredevil right here. So that is a 4 fighting.
He just took the hit and conceded.
So that one is just make an additional attack. So that's what he did. So he was hoping to get a little bit of that placing advantage. Now there was a line that Scott had there. If he really wanted to get aggressive, he could have let that hit and then allowed Marcel to make another hit, fired back with the teamwork, and then allowed, like at Beast or at Starjammers even, allowed Marcel to throw another card at spawn, lock him out, and that would have left Marcel with 2 cards that he knew couldn't KO someone else, and he could have fired everything he had at Starjammers to really set him up for the KO. I think if you might have seen that line, if Scott wasn't stuck with an unplayable Confusion in hand, or the new version of it that we've created, if he thought that he was going to be able to stop something with that card, I think you might have seen a more aggressive play. But at this point, I think Scott was looking to get out of that hand pretty early. But Marcel did what he needed to do. He made him get down to 4 cards, and he made the Cadillac deck use up his defense. So he's in a more even position.
The 7 fighting he just placed on the Starjammers.
Yep. Starjammers can still place a second special. What an amazing inherent. Sorry, second power card. Thank you, Keith. Fantastic special that gives you a full other placing slot. Inherent. So one thing to keep in mind too, one of the great things about Dracula's Armory, which is what Marcel is playing, it gives you access to those basic universe cards, which are great on defense against decks that are a JW deck or something where you need your 7 character to be able to block an 8. But it's also a really good offensive hedge against the Cadillac deck. The Cadillac doesn't really tend to run many cards that can block a power card with a universe card if it gives above a 9. Spawn's Void doesn't hit it, and none of all the other defenses focus on either lower attacks or special cards. I think in the entire deck, there's only 2 cards that can defend a power card attack with one of those basics. That's the Fairy Protection that he has placed, and the full Avoid Guardian card. That's the Any Hero. So that's Battle Sight is very well positioned against traditional Cadillac decks. The home bases.
See that Marcel did take advantage of the additional power card placement slot on the Starjammers by putting the 4 multi-power.
Absolutely. Now, we talked about this a lot earlier, Keith, and I'd love to hear your insights. I said I always have such a hard time deciding if I'm going to play that 7 or not. Marcel's putting a real bullseye on Dark Beast to where Dark Beast, as long as that 7 is placed on Starjammers, is essentially a max 6 hero at that point.
Right.
What are your thoughts on power card placing? Do you try to get the 7 down? Do you go with lower power cards?
I mean, this one, the 7 power card that one's only in there for the Starjammers. Because nobody else can play that, because the beast only has the 6, fighting the same as the Sable in the bag. I mean, I think you definitely would have to place that on him.
Yeah, it's more of a question of if you if you place it, you're giving the opponent that knowledge that he can route his attacks through Beast.
Yeah, I mean, but if you have the Starjammers, you probably want that because you want them to not be attacked.
That's a great point. Most people are running less cards for Beast. They tend to be the 9, the Stars and Garters, and the 3 negates. So a lot of people don't play a main deck Acrobatics. So if they can get through a card or 2 and he dies, you're really only going to lose 3. I can't tell how many he went. Looks like just 2, and Scott's just going to go 1. So Marcel being very aggressive against the Cadillac. Marcel's such an experienced player, especially with the amount of top 8 appearances that he's had. Even though Scott's coming into this 7-0 and has been playing very well all day, Marcel is still he's gonna sit down, and every fight he fights, every match he plays, he's gonna be calculating this without any of that as a factor. He's gonna figure out exactly how he would always play this deck, and that's how he's gonna play it. Yep. You see what he's going for, Keith?
It's the discard, right?
What do you think he's going to target?
I think he's going to target the lockout and the void.
I agree. I think he just wants to get, if he can, he places the card down on Scott's side of the board and leaves it there. That is a Marcel move.
Always elbowing for extra room at the table.
No, I didn't see what got played. It looks like Merlin. Merlin is the anti-hero negate.
I mean, that's still good if you're sucking that out.
It's definitely good.
Yeah.
It would definitely be better to get rid of the fairy protection, but knowing there's one less negate is helpful. And you have to assume that if he had a Scarlet Witch negate, he would have placed at least one of them.
Yeah.
Now, a lot of people don't realize this, but with the new BMG Any-Hero Essentials, Power Leech, Grim Reaper. This could be really rough. Now, keep in mind, Marcel will know now, if he's called Intellect, he can discard that Intellect basic universe card, so that'll give him 1 less, but there's a chance this could shred Marcel's placed cards. If Marcel has to get rid of 1 to 2 of those placed actions, that'll put Scott in a position where he can run and then just start leaning on his placing advantage.
Something in the block.
Very big moment in the match. All right, Enforcers.
Yeah, the Acrobatics, right?
Yeah, I believe this one is called Fancy Dan.
Yep.
And that's going to lock out Mr. Fantastic, so he can only be attacked with universe cards.
It's definitely huge that the Grim Reaper didn't hit.
And that's one of the things with these smaller fields, Keith. You get a player as experienced as Marcel, just ice water in his veins. A player like this, I've seen Phil Keffer do it countless times. He goes 4-3. He's having a rough day. His deck's not playing well. He gets in these playoffs and he doesn't have any nerves. He's been in a playoff position so many times. That is a huge card right there. I think he's got to use the fairy protection on that.
Yeah. That's 22 points of venture he's sitting on right there.
And I think Scott playing the Cadillac, Scott really needs to put those 2 cards that Marcel ventured in the bottom if he can. He lets it hit. Now, he does have a royal family in his hand, so that does count as a hit in the current record. So he can remove that with the royal family later. And Marcel does not have a negate on his battle site. So if Marcel does not have a negate in hand, he can snake out the royal family offensively later, and Marcel may make some plays thinking he's not going to have to deal with those cards. Now, hopefully, one thing I hope Scott doesn't do here, Scott's played the 4, make an additional attack. Scott may try to play the royal family off that. It's a very nuanced thing, but removing a hit with the royal family is not an attack. If he was to do that off the 4, I've seen experienced players make that mistake. He would reveal that he has the royal family in hand, and Marcel will almost certainly know the nuance of that rule and call him on it. But he does not. So good. So Scott knows exactly what he's doing here. Spreading out those fighting hits. Marcel's given a little shake of his head no, but part of the reason I love playing against Marcel and being in the room when Marcel plays, he can be a very animated, very vocal player about what's going on, and definitely uses that to his advantage, tries to get in other players' heads. So he's acting like the 2 that's getting thrown against Starjammers is stressful, but he's in a very advantageous position right now.
Okay.
So we've got the royal family in Scott's hand. Marcel plays pretty close to the vest, literally, so I don't have a good idea of what else is in his hand. Promo 6 fighting.
He's figuring he doesn't need that for defense now that he's pinned down the teamwork.
Absolutely. Keith, you might know this better than me. Where did that 6 power card with the name Wolverine and the fighting on the... Where did that originally get given out? Was that a magazine promo?
I'm not sure, to be honest with you. I don't want to just guess.
Yep. Fair enough.
Yeah.
So Scott has got a 6 energy in his hand. I think you're going to see him fire that off now. All right, so he blocks the 6 with a 6. He's going to remove the royal family. Marcel's got 2 cards. He's not even reaching for his hand, so I think he has nothing he can do about that. He takes it back.
Yeah.
So that opens the Inhumans back up. 23 points of venture back in play. Marcel looks like he's doing the math himself now.
Yeah.
So Marcel's got a Kingpin activator in his hand. Now we know from earlier, Marcel does have access to his draw 3. So the question is, how much does Marcel want to win this? Marcel could do something where he could fire off his 7 and his 8, use his Silver Sable Avoid, and then try to set up a draw 3 where he really minimizes the amounts that he's going to dupe on it.
I'm trying to see if he can suck out the lockout.
I'd be really surprised with 2 other higher cards if Scott makes the choice to use it here. I think when I have those lockouts in this situation, he can fire off a full teamwork string against, say, Beast or Jammers right now, 3 attacks in a row. I think he takes this, fires back with some pressure, and then has that fairy protection to block the next hit that comes through. Now, the disadvantage to that is Marcel can throw the 4 multi and make him use the avoid on the 4 if he plays it that way.
Yeah. Scott's just got an awful lot of KO pressure there. In between the 6 energy teamwork, the 4 multi-power, I mean, I could And the fact that it's a teamwork, so it could even get through the enforcers special where they can only be attacked by universe cards. Yeah.
So he's going to fire them all off at Mr. Fantastic. I don't think this is a terrible idea. You know, the one weakness of Marcel's setup is Mr. Fantastic is the only 8-grid character he has, whereas that's how Scott won the other game that we saw, is he took out both of Chris's characters, left him with 2 max 6, and just leaned on that power card advantage. Marcel doesn't have a great way to attack Scott's grid. He has to take out 3 characters to cut him off from that 8 energy.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
There to lock out the from being attacked with universe cards. Nice.
So that essentially is a 2-card combo that creates a full lockout. There's no further cards that can be used by Scott to attack Mr. Fantastic this battle.
Well, that's helpful because, as we know, the one fighting isn't going to make any difference other than toward venture. Okay, so yeah, he's throwing that. That comes in as a 6.
And Marcel's working with perfect information here. You know, interesting. That really surprises me.
I thought he would have saved that for the Inhumans.
You know, because he may be thinking that he has to route that. I forget what that character's name is. It's Maxis the Madman.
Yeah, Maximus the Mad. Yeah.
Maximus the Mad. That opens up the path now. He can't throw it against Mr. Fantastic. In playing Dracula's Armory, if he throws it against Starjammers, the 7 can actually combine to block it, but it's an auto hit right now on Beast. And this is exactly what we said. Marcel's going to throw that at spawn. This is the disadvantage of the aggression. He has to use the lockout on the 4 now, exactly as we said. Now, Marcel doesn't have speed, so it's a real question of he can kill Beast, flat out, no questions asked. It's a question of if he's willing to. No one has any defense at this point, so he's going to put Marcel to a decision where Marcel's going to have to lose Beast to win this venture and go up to 5-2.
Unless Scott's going to run away, then then Marcel would be able to knock out either Inhumans or Scarlet Witch. Because look, he's still got the 7, the 8, the 9 sitting there.
He does, but Scott's got the pacing, so Scott only needs to take 2 offensive actions, and he knows Marcel can't block anything because he has no cards in hand, so he can kill Beast, only take 2 cracks back, and then run.
Right. Oh.
There we go.
Yeah, drone.
So Marcel's going to play it now, and he's going to really hope he draws some kind of defense for that 9. This is where what do you think? Oh, he's blessed.
He's exactly.
This is again where I really don't know if I agree with the play. Well, and there we go. So I saw a flash of it. I'm almost positive he drew the 9 or less avoid for Sable. So I was just about to criticize the decision to use it, and I think it's going to end up being the right decision because I think he drew one of them.
Yeah.
He must have drawn a power card also, and he's contemplating using the. Now, I don't really know what the decision here is. It seems like it's an auto avoid with the 9 or less and just fire back with whatever's in your hand. I mean, Scott's down to a 1 fighting, which is inconsequential. So he makes the play. He's gonna fire back with something. I think he drew the negate. So another interesting thing he could do here is he could just negate the fairy protection, not use any of his placed cards. If I'm not sure if his other card's not an attack, he could, if he negates that fairy protection.
Yeah. Oh.
Oh, it's a teamwork. No, that's a much better play. He's going to paint Scarlet Witch with 2 hits, be ahead on Venture.
Yeah.
The other card in his hand, I believe, is a negate. So Scott has no decisions at this point. He has nothing he can do. Scott immediately runs, and Marcel goes up to 5-2 and reveals the negate in his hand.
Yeah.
I'll never count out a version of the Cadillac, but I think if in the archives of Overpower, you're seeing from Marcel, this is a textbook way that you play against the Cadillac. You have to make them fight early. You have to make sure they don't have a placing advantage. You just have to go at it aggressively. You can't bet low and run away. Now I see on top, this could be really rough for Marcel. This could get him back into it. Scott has got his no activators event on the very top. He's about to reveal it to Marcel, and that can swing a hand. If Marcel's got a lot of activators, he could end up easily with 3 to 4 discards out of his hand, and that'll give Scott a chance to make a big bet and catch up. So he reveals it right now. He's going to redraw for that event. Draws the 8 multi. Marcel has at least a Daredevil activator. I can't see the rest of his hand.
I'll have to get this card.
Ooh, looks like it just gets the Daredevil activator. That's a tough break. That really puts Scott in a tough place to be able to win this hand. Now, one thing Scott's got in his hand that's great is Scott does have the Fortress of Solitude. If he can get around a Beast negate, he could bet 2 here. Marcel's going to almost certainly bet 2 for the win. He could get Marcel to take damage and let characters die, and then reset the Venture at the end of the hand and make the whole Venture of the hand be for nothing.
Marcel chooses to not place anything.
Yeah, if Scott's smart, that is a placeable card. If Scott is smart, he's not going to place that card.
Right.
Looks like Scott's got a negate. He's got the 8 multi on the Inhumans. He's definitely got the Fortress of Solitude. He may have he looks like he's got another. What was that, Keith?
The next I saw that he just placed. Yeah.
Now the big thing Scott's in trouble with is Marcel knows from playing Dracula's Armory, he's already seen the fairy protection go by. If Scott has not drawn his Guardian, Mr. Fantastic can throw that 8 with a +3 power card for the kill on Scarlet Witch, and there's nothing Scott's going to be able to do to block it. There's 1 card in his deck currently with any heroes capable of defending that, or if he is playing...
Avoid a numerical for Scarlet Witch if he's going.
Oh, he is playing Avoid a Numerical. We did see that in the earlier match. So there's 2 cards, and I haven't seen if he's playing the Shift. So there's potentially 3 cards that can deal with that 8 + 3 coming over the top. But I think if you're Marcel, you try to just throw it at Scarlet Witch now, get 2 cards out of there, and have a hit.
But then again, don't forget that you get the -5 to the Venture. So I mean, even if you're throwing that 8, then you're still only up 3 points, even though you're getting rid of the 3 and the 6 placed on her.
But you're eliminating 9 points of placed Venture, so that's basically a +4. So it's still a 12-point positive Venture if that goes through, and you get rid of any chance if he's got a negate in hand. You know that he can't negate that 9 anymore. He has to use a Royal Family or again another any hero card. So it'll be really interesting to see. A next for the K, and any frontline hero can make an attack. He's going to let him die. Probably not the worst idea. He needs that 8 energy in his hand for offense to generate Venture, and it doesn't look like he's got any spawn specials. This is game point for Marcel, so... Oh, wow. Oh, wow. All right, he's got the negate. So I think we're definitely going to see the negate fired off, right?
Yeah.
We couldn't see Marcel's hand, but that is heat. Having the Raza. So if you guys don't know, Raza discards all cards placed to a character, and that character can't attack. That would have made it so any Teamworks or ally cards in Scott's hand would have been useless. Marcel does have a 6 any power in his hand, so he can definitely block that, and that's what he's going to use. That's Zeus from the Any Heroes Essential. That's the Zeus sketch. It's you'll notice it's the sketch of the 8 energy foil card. Now this is a 4 if it hits all the placed cards are discarded off beast, and he's going to use that Silver Sable 9 or less avoid. I think Marcel, is that a negate? He has the negate too. So if Scott can't get rid of beast and he's counting on that being able to fortress that hit. All right, so Scarlet Witch is going to go down. Her inherent's still relevant, but he does lose that 6 venture, which really hurts.
Here comes the 4th. Well, he still got the 8 multi.
He's going to throw the 8 multi, which I think is a great play. Well, do this first. Sometimes you can get around the negate if he just doesn't have something that can defend beast, and I think he doesn't. I know Marcel. I know that look when he starts to flick the cards. He just can't. He can't use it, and he's going to lose access to that negate, and that's going to open up the fortress. This is going to be a brutal turn at the end. Marcel's going to have to play another hand, and he's going to be down the beast, and he's just not going to be ready for it. But Scott's also going to be down 2 of his main characters. So, what do you think at this point, Keith? Who are you calling it for still?
I think Scott's going to be able to get the fortress off.
Look at the look on Marcel's face. He's going to throw that 8 energy next and take out Starjammers, and he's going to... The only thing here that Scott has to be careful of, Scott's aggressively trying to knock out Starjammers. If Marcel can do exactly that, if he can throw 2 cards, he's going to force him to use that 8 energy. Oh, he has to use it on the teamwork now because the 8's going to come into the 9.
Yeah, he knows you that.
Marcel's not going to like this, but look at the grin on Marcel's face. Yep. He had the negate, but he couldn't use it.
Yeah,
what a great hand.
What a swing, too. And Marcel gets the advantage of still getting to go first. Wow.
Marcel still gets to go first. And Scott's got a lot of deck left to be down Spawn and Scarlet Witch. So I still think the fact that...
And Humans has 16 on them.
Keith, I'm going to step away for one quick second. My dog's clawing at the door, but I'm going to be back in 1 second.
That's okay. I'll keep it roll. All right, so Marcel still gets to go first. So Starjammer's being teetering on the edge there. Means he'll get the chance to play any of their cards first if they've only got 1. Marcel got his event. Interesting. That's the event to save the world, Squadron Supreme, where if either player draws or discards cards during the match after the venture, then the other player draws or discards an equal amount. Very effective against the draw deck, even though Marcel's, I think, used all the drawing ability.
Oh, wow. So it looks like... So Marcel has drawn the no energy icons to attack event.
Right. And now if you heard there's the to save the world, so that if either player draws or discards, the other has to draw or discard.
Okay. And just so people watching know, that does not come into play for the beginning of the hand, only once the battle starts. Is that an effect?
Yeah. Meaning that if you venture and the other person draws, you don't get to then draw as well.
Correct. But if Marcel happened to have the draw 3 in play for, I can't see if he has it, but he's not played the draw 3 yet for the Starjammers. He would essentially allow Scott to draw 3 off it as well.
Well, if you think about it, if he's already lost 2 of his characters and Inhumans teeter in, I mean, it might be worth it. What was that he
So
just
Scott,
placed?
he just placed the new promo card from the last tournament. That allows him to look at his top 5 cards, choose one and put it in hand, and then reshuffle. Scott's got a royal family in hand, so he can defend a special attack. Marcel looks to be not placing. Marcel's going to bet for the win. He knows he doesn't have to deal with Fortress. He's just going to try to end it now.
And then none of the energy cards can be used to attack. So it's going to be hard for him to score, Venture.
This is going to be a real hard battle for... he's got an 8 energy in hand. It looks like he's got a 6 energy in hand. This is going to be a pretty tough... I think we're looking at the last hand here. I'd be pretty surprised if Scott can pull this out somehow.
But at least if he gets to play the Any Hero special, then he'll be able to get something. He can probably draw. Should be able to draw something to get some Venture. It comes down to that.
So Marcel does have that draw 3 in his hand, so that is a really interesting event. You may see Marcel just not play it. I could see Marcel...
No, he's playing it right now.
Oh, no, he's just firing it off right off the bat. I have to say, I don't know about this. I think in that situation, well, you know what? The fact that he's got 2 dead characters and can attack with cards with an energy icon, Marcel's probably right. The odds that he's going to get playable cards are way less than that Marcel will get playable cards. So it looks like 2 of them are discards. I think one's a spontaneous combustion. The other one is a spawn for multi.
Oh, wow. It's definitely worth the gamble. Because did Marcel get rid of anyone? I don't think he did.
Marcel looked to keep all 3. Now, Marcel does have a decent amount of activators, it looks like, so he won't be able to attack with those, but
Okay,
he's going to allow him to do the Valkyrie card.
Doesn't he get to draw? Won't he get to then draw a card at the end of that too? Because of the
That is a really interesting question. I think he's calling the judge to find out right now. I don't believe it's a draw, though. I believe it's a put the card in your hand. So I think it just says take a card. Take one of them. I don't believe it qualifies as a draw. Okay, so, Phil Keffer has just rejoined us. So that card is Valkyrie Hilder, select the slain. Any character may look at the top 5 cards of your draw pile, choose any one card, draw and reveal the chosen card. So if Marcel caught that, which I don't know if he did, he would get to draw a card from the top of his deck when Scott resolves that card. I was looking it up. I didn't see it. Looks like it resolved. Did Marcel draw a card off that?
I don't think he did. He's throwing that as a 9.
Throwing that as a 9, unless he's got the avoid, I think he's just going to kill the Inhumans here.
How you holding up, Joe?
I'm doing okay.
Well, this looks like a barn burner right here. It looked like I saw a little bit of it on my way. It looked like Marcel. Oh, wow. There's the handshake. There's
the handshake.
Wow.
Yep.
Scott was 7-0, huh?
Yeah.
And you see that so often. You know, that's he's taunting with the Xavier protocols. He beat him with the classic insert. So I was saying this before, I think the textbook way that you play against a Cadillac variant, and Marcel just bet aggressively and made him fight every single hand. Scott didn't have a single hand where he could really afford to run. And that's really the danger with people who have this much experience at the game is, you know, they get into this top 8 and they're, you know, it's just another game for them, where sometimes when you're hitting that top 8 for the first time, the nerves get to you, you're tired, you're not used to playing when you're this exhausted. And we've seen it with Phil, we've seen it with Marcel coming in as the 8th seed and then winning the entire thing.
Yeah, I would say Marcel's deck is really set up to hit pretty quickly. He can get those draw 3s off quite fast, and he certainly knows that event's going to be trouble, which I think I saw only got him for 1 activator, so that was a really, really lucky spot for him too.
And I don't know if you caught it firsthand, but he took a page out of your book, Phil, where he had a lot of great targets placed firsthand, but he opted to use the skeletal summoning to get his Mr. Fantastic draw 3 to ensure that he got his bet of 2 in the first hand.
I did not see that, but I did notice that he had clearly won the first hand or two when I logged on my phone just to check it out.
Scott takes a long pause on his Guardian Angel any hero as he's looking through his deck. You know, that I was saying one of the things that's tough with the Cadillac variants versus Dracula's Armory is you've really only got a handful of cards that can block those power cards when they're thrown above a 9.
Yeah, absolutely. Those 9 or less defense-based teams, especially any hero, are really going to have trouble with that.
So I didn't end up playing it, but that's why my variant of it this time, I was actually running X-Man on the front line. And I think you're going to start to see a shift into variants that use X-Man. Getting those Master Mold EEs off a level 8 character. If the meta is really going to shift to a lot of these Dracula's Armory and Spartan training grounds, I think you're going to start to see characters that can use the E. If you don't know, it allows you to avoid any power card attack. So it basically, instead of a 9, it's a more focused in its range of what it can avoid. But if the meta is throwing large power card attacks at the Cadillac, I think you're going to start to see a lot more people hedge against that.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, Joe. The other reason that I think that's going to happen is because X-Man is only 17 points, and the decks with X-Man are going to want to try to play those universe home bases as well. So it's going to sort of kill 2 birds with 1 stone.
And that was exactly what I was doing. Is I took the extra points I saved from Spawn, and I was using the Dracula's Armory myself to give myself the extra defense or offense when needed.
Well, you know, Scott, you had a great run. 7-0, no small feat.
Yeah. Yep, definitely nothing to be ashamed of. Great day. Just, you know, ran into Marcel. Happens to everybody.
The Marcel buzzsaw.
Yeah.
Ruining hopes and dreams.
He's going to ride that wave in the comments for the next couple of months.
Do we know how the other matches are? Are any of them over?
Yeah. So we have now Marcel versus Phil Miller. We have Chris Vizina versus Derek Bertrand.
Oh, so we
sorry. It's AJ versus Derek Bertrand. Sorry.
Oh, that's fantastic. So with that, Greg's a really close personal friend of mine, so I was rooting for him. But I got to say, my root at this one is AJ. I don't believe AJ's won one of these events. Ronald, it looks like they're going to jump right into this next round, so you may want to stop the record and restart it if you want to have it as a separate video.
And new recording is activated now. No, new time. I'm going to text Doug right now about the time.
Yeah. So, all right. So we've got 3 great commentators. We're jumping into the semifinals. This is going to be Derek Bertrand versus AJ. So we've got Keith Bursack and Phil Keffer here.
Fantastic to be here. This is what it's all about. The top 4. Man, it's tough to get here, but it's even tougher to win all the way. So
Absolutely.
It looks like we're seeing Derek also playing Juggernaut, which I think he has played before, because this deck is even more aggressive at attacking the placed cards because of that really sweet new Masters of Evil card for Green Goblin that discard 3 placed cards, and that can really make it hard to stay with him.
Now, I love seeing Derek lost in the finals in last year's Boston, the last event of last season against Sean Sawyer. We talked about this earlier. Sean Sawyer is really the innovator of the helicarrier battle site. He was the first one that really started using it. The helicarrier battle site, it doesn't come with a negate, but it allows you to have 2 full of voids. And the Hydra one, if you have an icon that's not a bonus icon, any pure icon on the card, you can boost a character's grid to 8 in that stat. So it gives you the flexibility to play 2 max 6 guys on your front line, Green Goblin and Silver Serpent Society, and you've got a great chance of bumping one of those up to be an 8-cost character. I love seeing that Derek lost to that event, and I think that one of the cards that really put it over the edge came off the helicarrier, and he's played the battle site himself ever since, which I think as a player, there's no greater compliment than when that happens.
Yeah, and I would say that I believe Derek also had 2 points in the Masters series going into this event. So if I'm correct with that, and Derek were to go 8-2 and win this tournament out, he would also, I believe, tie me for the Masters title.
Yeah, I think that's true. I think if he wins out, he went 5-2. So if he wins out, he's going to be +8. No, I think he's actually going to beat you, Phil. Because if he goes, he'd be 8-2. So so he'd be +6. No, you're right. He would tie you, and you're at 8 points from last time.
Correct. Yeah. So.
And I don't know what the tiebreakers are.
I think we did just talked about splitting, but we could figure something out, like a final game, maybe in Boston or some other time if we'd rather.
I love that. So one of the things I like here is. Yeah, I'd love to see a meetup at some point. We could try to capture it like this and have like a one-off exhibition somewhere too. That'd be really fun. One thing I'd love to point out. So AJ is a player, great player. AJ's been playing a long time. Awesome, super nice guy. But AJ has pretty historically played decks that have a KO event. And this is the first time I've seen him not doing it. I love that he has played a Fantastic Four home base this event and has made it to the semifinals. So if you notice, he's running the Fantastic Four home base allows you to shift attacks as long as they're defended.
Yeah, that's by power cards. Yeah, with a power card.
Yeah, by power cards.
Yeah, so that's pretty spectacular that he's made it this far. I wouldn't think that a Four Freedoms Plaza deck would make it this far. At least it hasn't in a while that I know of.
Dave McMillan
heroes back there a little bit too.
McMillan made the top 8 with his version, but he made a very different version. Dave's theory, and I actually really liked it. Dave was saying, since you want to use your power cards for all your defense, he was playing an anti-teamwork event set and not running any teamwork, so he could save all of his power cards to really exploit that inherent. I thought that was a fantastic version of it. I really liked that version a lot.
It was a good interpretation. He came up with that. He did very well in tournaments too.
I think he made it to the finals with that version.
Yeah.
So Derek was taking a look at that. AJ's playing a fan-made version of Invisible Woman. It's got the panel from the Civil War comics where Mr. Fantastic's built a robot version of Thor that's half robot, half a clone, and he's killed Bill Foster. An Invisible Woman's supposed to be on his team, but she uses her force field. You can see Thor's lightning hitting the force field. Very, very cool scene. It is fun to see art like that on some of these cards sometimes.
Well, I think we're about ready to start.
Now, I really wonder if Derek is... I can't tell if he's doing his 51 card variation of the deck here and trying to get the extra draws, but it looks like Derek may have gone away from that deck building. He's also playing the Marvel Universe, which we've seen that a few times today. I love that it's seen play. Gives people a +1 to venture, but it's really interesting to me, and I wonder if he's doing that just to get the extra placing slot for the thing, so the thing comes up just loaded for bear when he hits the front line.
Yeah, he's already got
Yeah,
the 10 on there.
Yeah, and that's something that is, I think, worth discussing. Strategically speaking, I would say some people would never play a card in the back that they couldn't play right away. But some people are diehards and believe that you should. And I think that it's hit or miss. A card like a 10 like that is so powerful that if you have the type of deck that's going to go into a longer game a lot of times, then it just might be worth it.
No, absolutely. And I've seen this John Lewis, who I don't know if he made this tournament or not. John Lewis won a lot of tournaments running thing in the back with that 10 and coming up. And again, when you're playing those 9 or less avoid decks, when that 10 comes up late game and there's a good chance your full team avoid has gone by, it can be really devastating.
You also usually have hits down at that point, so that 10 is usually for the kill.
Oof. AJ is drawing some heat here. So, that's an interest. So that I don't know what I think. AJ is running a defensive card for Neymar while Neymar's in the back.
I would say I don't like that.
I would say I don't like that either.
But the game seems to be slow enough that he might get away with it here because Derek conceded quickly in the first hand, and nobody's ever going to play the game faster than Derek. So we're going to have to keep our eyes sharp here.
Derek is a very fast player. Derek is now, he's gone through all 3 of his Red Skull activators. He's got 1 in hand. He's also got his Hydra activator. So one of the great things, Derek's in a great position where if he can save that Hydra activator for the 8 or the 9 or the 10, he can avoid a premier card.
He's probably doing the Hydra thing in the 8 strength.
All right, I guess he's just doing it as soon as he can. But
I mean, with the teamwork, so it certainly is a good thing to get it on him.
He just has so many options. He wasn't going to not make that character an 8 strength. So he lets the 6 hit, and he's probably going to use the full avoid if he's going for Red Skull. We didn't see what he got, but I don't think Red Skull has anything else that can block that.
No, because he would only have he doesn't have anything else.
Yeah, so I'm actually curious if we're going to start seeing people try and get away with playing 1/8 stat hero and that Hydra card as their second way of having a stat.
Ooh, second time we're seeing this card today, and still powerful. It's going to get rid of 2 teamwork cards. You know what you got to say? It's when the meta changes like this, it's such a great thing to see in a game that had a stagnant meta for so long. That's just a premier card now. Its value is going to go so far up with it being able to get teamworks and it also being able to get cards when you get the right home base.
Oh my goodness! Oh, there's the NBA. Yeah, okay.
He's still got an attack off Beast if he wants it, but looks like he said pass.
There's the comment on Twitch. I don't know if it's relevant to this game or the previous one, but Champions of Solaris says 4 Freedoms Plaza was only broken prior to the ruling of Vertigo 20 plus years ago.
Absolutely. So what he's referencing is the stipulation now is you can shift a hit if you defend it with a power card, but that's a direct errata. So the language on the actual home base is not relevant. It had to be completely reworked. When it first came out, it was very broken. You could shift into all the avoids for everyone on the team. You could shift and let the attacks hit. It was it was a really insane. It was too powerful. So he's referencing that. So it's absolutely not broken. And if anything, I'd say card for card, it's usually considered relatively weak. Although AJ is just bringing the heat here. He's just.
The event doesn't really help that much because it's the no energy icons that you can't attack with, right? So it's only the 3 and the 4, which could actually potentially slow down the teamworks.
It definitely is slowing down his teamwork follow-ups for one of them, and it's going to be hitting the attacks off the battle site. So, I mean, it hits Marcel too, but Marcel can. It hits AJ as well, but AJ can build around that a little bit if he knows it's coming. You know,
Yeah,
only
we're
have
seeing
one
it.
attack of each guy.
We're seeing a straight avoid for the Green Goblin as well from Derek. So Derek certainly has a handful of unplayable cards right now placed. So AJ might be able to get the jump on him here.
And just remember those power cards. It's hard to play around those power cards. When you place them, you don't lose their ability to defend them. I love seeing this. I want to see AJ in a final. He's just being so aggressive here. This is fantastic.
He has some really powerful cards placed as well. I mean, he's got that draw 3 for Fantastic. He's got the 9 for Invisible Woman. I mean, he got his gas. He got all of his really good cards. It seems like he already played the Thing 10.
And he can follow up with that 8 if he wants. Oh, he's just going with the 1.
Oh, 4 for the KO.
Not for the kill though, I don't believe. I think it's only
Yeah, no, it'd be.
points.
Is it intellect underneath there too?
I think it's all intellect. It's the Joker 6 intellect underneath.
Oh, okay, then not for the KO. 16 though.
Now he could have thrown the 8 there as a really high attack and just tried to punch it through, but Derek's got 4 cards in hand. Derek's a very good player. I think he's. Wait, why is he picking it up? Are we missing something here? I think they just made a mistake. I think they just KO'd that character when he wasn't KO'd.
Yeah, I only see 15.
16
points.
venture and 2 colors.
Points. Yeah, 16 points and 2 colors. That's very strange.
I think it's just a huge play mistake on both their parts. That's really unfortunate.
I don't think either one of them would have been okay with it consciously. Wow. Unfortunate.
He's probably gonna be. He might be able to save that draw 3 too, especially if this hits.
So this is this is just the same version of finite power, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it hits and then he just basically gets seated.
Wow. Well, you hate to see that in a semifinal match, but and he got 2 Serpent Society discards as well.
So there's an event from Derek which tells us that he is no longer running the 51 card version. Wow.
Yep.
The
no specials. I think that hurts AJ more than Derek in this specific situation.
Probably does. I don't know. It's going to hurt them both. The activators definitely need to go because they're not specials. So even though probably the idea with that event was that you wouldn't have to discard something like an activator since the activator didn't exist when that card was made, and it doesn't say that, you do have to discard the activators, and that does give you more information.
Yep, absolutely. It's one of those unfortunate byproducts of cards being introduced in later sets.
But we do still have quite a few teamworks on Derek's side, so he's in this for sure. He's got his his aspect card as well. Yeah, there it goes. There was no way.
So it looks like AJ just did a 1 and run to get out from under that event.
Yep.
Yeah, this is one of those ones where if Derek does lose and he's watching the game footage after, he's definitely going to be kicking himself. So he's if he pulls it out, it'll just be a laughable mistake that he was able to recover from. He
did get the 10 when Thing came up, so it wasn't a total loss. But if it doesn't go the distance as far as characters go, but it is still unfortunate. But now I think that AJ hasn't played his draw 3, which I would assume it's the Shadowcat 1 per deck out of the battle site. So he could potentially have a double draw 3 hand here at any point.
And I can't see AJ's missions, but that was the first hand that AJ lost. So
yeah, I think it should be what 5-1-1.
Yeah, I would say that AJ probably has like maybe 2 in the middle, 4 in the top.
I'm not sure. Maybe AJ only has the 1 on the bottom. Is it possible he's betting 2 for the win?
I'm not sure. I just sent our person at the event a text to find out what the mission situation is.
I don't think that AJ had ventured aggressively enough to have 5 in the top yet, but I could have missed Derek draw a card at one point. And Derek is certainly gunning for Fantastic to try to knock him out before that powerful draw 3 and that teamwork can be played.
And so we said that earlier. The Helicarrier, the big weakness is it doesn't have the negate. Now that Serpent Society is KO'd, AJ knows he can fire that draw 3 off and it cannot be negated. And it looks like he keeps all 3 cards.
Now that he's played that draw 3, that does give the Helicarrier the ability to also play a draw 3 potentially with the Hydra 1 per deck.
Oh, that's a great point. I totally forgot about that. So for those of you who don't know, one of the Masters of Evil cards for Hydra, it allows you to go through your opponent's dead pile and play any card out of it. So it can go get the draw 3 from Mr. Fantastic from the dead pile, and it allows Hydra to play their card as a copy of that.
And that card can be played defensively, certainly not for a draw 3, but if you needed an avoid and your opponent had one of those in their dead pile, you could get that as well. It's a very powerful
Avoid,
card.
negates, lockouts.
The negate of the play is one of the most powerful defensive ones, and that's something you miss out on with the Fantastic Four. They're not going to have a negate in that dead pile to play.
Right, that is, yeah, that's unusual. Normally your opponent has a negate, so you could use the Hydra to get a negate from your opponent's dead pile, even though they don't actually have one under the battle site.
So one interesting interaction that happened at Boston. So I was playing against Derek. We both had the Helicarrier, and the Hydra card does not say special. It says a card. And so since we had the same activators, I made a play that I didn't know what the ruling was going to be. I got an activator out of the dead pile and used it to activate something off my battle site. And since I was using the same battle site, it was a legally played card. So it was ruled that I think I went and got one of the red skulls from Derek's dead pile and used it to play my Dust of Death.
I don't see why you couldn't do that. That sounds totally legal, even though, yeah, I don't think anyone would have thought of that when the card was designed. But
So they are just slugging it out at this point. So Derek's taking the 9. He's firing back, trying to get the kill. It looks like he's successfully taken out Mr. Fantastic.
We're only 13 minutes into this game and 3 characters have died.
It's surprising to me too. So I don't know if AJ's missed it, but AJ had the 9 or less avoid. I wonder if AJ is going for the win here, if he's not saving Mr. Fantastic. Or if he's just prioritizing. Oh no, and then he's running. Now, I guess with all the follow-ups, he knew he wasn't going to be able to defend him.
Both players.
And, yeah, and we see at this point, Namor comes up with a dead card on him because you're not going to attack him unless you need.
And it's not even enough of a lockout. Like I could see an argument if you're playing X-Man's full lockout when he comes up, but
to get 4.
So okay, the event that Derek just played is no fighting power cards may be played this battle, and then the event AJ played is Best Laid Plans, which we saw earlier today, which allows you to go through your draw pile and get 4 cards and put them on top. Now, it looks like AJ will be in the power pack to get to a 4th card, so his deck's being shuffled even before he looks. And AJ does have a 4 fighting in his hand, so that card's going to need to be placed because otherwise it'll be unplayable.
And I believe I think he's got one of Juggernaut's 7 fightings in hand as well. Oh, but it's only power cards, that one. It's not the icon. Okay.
Yeah.
Correct.
AJ's mission is Fatal Attraction.
That's okay. I just texted him back. I'm looking for the count. I want to know what his count is.
Is it 4, 2, and 1?
Oh, like you mean his AJ
where they
count?
are?
Yeah, I'm asking if they can slide them in a little bit just so we can see them.
Okay. Champion of Solaris on Twitch says that it's a bloodbath now.
Yeah,
It could come down to the last character standing. The missions might not even end up mattering.
Derek is certainly aggressively trying to kill characters now. Oh, there we go. So we've gotten the advice to bump him in. So it looks like AJ is bet 2 from the top. So he's 4-2-1. He's current venturing 2 from the top. It looks like Derek is 3-2-2, and he's currently betting 3, 2 from the middle, 1 from the top.
Yeah, and AJ was in fact going for the win on that last battle when he lost those 2 that went to the middle.
So he just tried to play a Black Widow. He must have already used the avoid and didn't realize it. So this could be rough. If he doesn't have a way to block that 7, that's going to knock the Juggernaut out. It's going to take that 8 away.
Ooh.
Yeah, like you.
It's not looking good. Now he's down to just Green Goblin, and Green Goblin does not have. Maybe he's playing the grid enhancing Masters of Evil card for Green Goblin, but Green Goblin cannot play the 7s or the 8s right now.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he has
got
one
the
of
dead
those.
card on the home base because the Serpent Society, so that's dead. But he's got the avoid, which is good because I guess he can avoid whatever he wants coming in. But
we are going into power pack, so unless one of the last cards in his deck is that grid enhancement for Green Goblin, he's probably toast. And AJ will likely take this one.
Oh, yeah, they avoid the intellect icon.
Are we going to see a Fantastic Four deck in the finals? That's going to be really something special.
I would love that. I would love that. And whoever it is, if he, oh no, he's right. He tried to play the 4 fighting.
Oh,
he can't play it because of the event.
Was it placed?
It was placed.
Okay, that's good.
I would love to see the Fantastic Four against either Marcel or Phil. I'd love to see it against Marcel only because so easy. AJ got it. Derek's offering the hand here, so.
I mean, practically speaking, there's no way that 6 rank Green Goblin is going to beat 2 8 rank. Well, not only that, but don't forget the Invisible Woman. Win, right? So I mean, the Invisible Woman is all he has to do is just wait him out, so he doesn't even have to hit. You just block everything 1 through 6, and then win with the Invisible Woman.
Yep.
So, yeah.
And he's always going to be able to defend everyone with those power cards. Derek's not even in a position where he can try to throw the attacks of Invisible Woman for Venture because of the home 4 Freedoms inherent. So that is a 4 Freedoms Plaza deck going into the finals. That's amazing. Fast game too. Derek's a very fast player.
This was the fastest game so far at 22 minutes.
Yeah. Normally they're slower in the top 8 because there's more thought involved, but these 2 are, I think, the 2 fastest players in the tournament.
So it is a little bit of a bummer to see that one misplay that was missed by both characters. Derek is such a strong player, so is AJ's a great player as well. But I think, that's what we talked about. I remember still, DMAC still beats himself up about he was going to make a final table. He was going to go into the finals. And there was a mistake in one of his games where he knocked out the character that had the 8 grid. And then the person played an 8 from hand, just not realizing their 8 character had just been knocked out. And that 8 venture ended up making Dave lose the game. So those things do happen.
Update. Marcel beat Phil Miller. It's AJ versus Marcel.
Wow, revenge from the earlier match.
That is going to be. I am so excited about this final. I love both players. They're both great for the game. Marcel obviously is such a legacy. AJ, I don't believe AJ's won one of these events since we got back. So seeing him take a Fantastic Four deck all the way to the finals, what an awesome thing to see.
He's been practicing too. They've been going to the get-togethers, and he was on the stream a few times. I think AJ's certainly been into it recently, so I'm not surprised that he's having such a solid performance.
In a great build for that Four Freedoms deck.
Gentlemen, so I'll be back before the final start.
Just a quick interruption, sorry. Marcel's deck versus AJ's deck, what are we looking at?
So AJ's played the one we just watched. He's playing a Four Freedoms Plaza deck. It's the Fantastic Four. It's it's always been a strong deck, but it's historically been one that's been considered just a little too weak to really win tournaments consistently. So it's really surprising to see it go as far as it has. We unfortunately, that was the first game we saw on camera with AJ, so I have no idea how his other games went, but he's certainly playing a very aggressive build for it. A lot of teamworks, a lot of big hits. And he's clearly getting them. He went 5-2 and was the second seed going into this. So he's not just playing well. He's been winning. He was the second best record coming out of it. And he's playing the number 8 seed. Marcel was the 8th seed going in. So AJ's definitely the favorite going into this match, just with regards to their records this tournament. Phil, what did Marcel have? You saw Marcel play.
Yeah. So Marcel is playing a draw deck with Mr. Fantastic, the Starjammers, I believe it's Dark Beast. It's one of the Beast characters, and then Sable from Reserve, and he's playing the Battle Site with the Kingpin draw 3, and another DS search card for Ghost Rider out of the Battle Site. So I think that I would put Marcel at an advantage here because the Four Freedoms deck does not have a negate on the team. And with Marcel having so many powerful draw 3 cards, it's going to be very difficult for AJ to stay with him. Early game, at least.
AJ's running the Age of Apocalypse, so he does get access to the one negate off the site. But when you're playing a deck, like you're saying with Marcel, where he's trying to engineer as many of those draw 3s and big moves early on in the game, that one negate usually isn't enough to stem the flow of all those specials coming through.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to need to stop 11s. He's going to need to stop Raza. He's going to need to stop a lot of cards. And
so if you're AJ going into this battle, you kind of know Marcel's deck is you sort of know what you're going into. If you're playing Four Freedoms Plaza, you've had the day AJ had. What is your strategy going into that tournament? What do you do? What do you deduce about Marcel's deck that you try to exploit to beat him?
Well, I can tell you that typically you want to attack the Starjammers, and the Starjammers just has way too many powerful cards not to go after the Starjammers. I know you're risking getting hit by a 9 or less from Fantastic, and I know Fantastic is the only level 8 stack character. But honestly, I think that you still have to go for Fantastic you still have to go for the Starjammers just because of the power. I would guess that Marcel doesn't even have the full complement of 8 stat power cards for Fantastic because of the only single 8. So yeah, I think that if AJ goes after Fantastic, that Marcel will win this game. But we're going to have to wait and see.
And it's so interesting because you could very well be right. And I would say based on your history of play for mine, you probably are. I would fall for it. I would look at that and say my best way to win this game is to take out his 8 as fast as possible and then lean on Starjammers. And what you're saying is Marcel's going to know that a player like me is going to do that. He may have built his deck to lean right into that, and that may be the wrong thing to do. If he gets that draw 3 off early with the Ghost Rider card, you may be investing into taking Fantastic out, and it may not end up even mattering.
Yeah, Fantastic. Those 2 really good 1 per decks, the pin and the draw 3. So Fantastic certainly has a few cards, at least 4 or 5 minimum. But I would also, like you said, think Marcel knows that he's in danger in that one single 8 stack character and lean heavier into his other characters.
So Kepler, you have won the Masters. Congratulations.
Oh, thank you, Joe.
With Derek being knocked out, there's neither player in this finals is going to be able to overcome your point lead from your 9-1 win in Toronto. A very impressive showing.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, and thank you again to Howard for running such a fantastic event up there. I think this year has just been the best year in Overpower for a long time. I mean, Columbus is having a fantastic event today. There was a great event in OKC to start the year with a lot of people traveling to it, and all the hype around all the new things that are happening, all the new promo cards and things you guys are giving out. I think, yeah, there hasn't been this much excitement in the game in a decade or more.
It's going to be really interesting too. Valhalla, Larry has put the location a little further south, and I think his plan is to try to pull in some of the people who, there's a small community in and around Atlanta that has been doing an event once a year. And that's really something that was organized by a player in the community, Dan Diaz. And I think Larry's intention is to try to pull some of those players in, which we think would be fantastic. If any of you guys are on here listening, we would absolutely love to see you guys at these events. Yeah. Marcel almost shuffled the battle site card in. Yeah, absolutely. One of the things we always say is, it's a game that you can't buy cards off the shelf. So anybody that wants to come to an event, we go out of our way to try to make it easy. I'm loaning cards out of my personal collection to anyone that needs them. If finances are a real struggle, Dave and I on more than one occasion have invited people to stay at a large Airbnb with us so you don't have to pay for lodging. And even at some points, Dave's made really generous offers to use his airline miles to fly new players in so they can experience the event. So if there's anything in your head, if you're listening, you love the game, you want to get back into it, if anything like that's a barrier, reach out to Howard Bertrand, anyone off NAOL, any of us players. We will find a way to get you in. It's such a great community. It's such a great game, and we just want as many people to experience it as possible.
I can't agree more. I can't tell you how many times a person or a group of people come to a tournament, and I've never heard of them having a negative experience, and they always end up coming back. Maybe not to every event, but they definitely want to come back after the first experience because they've played other card games, possibly with much larger fields of players. And you just have like such a welcoming community in the Overpower community that it's like nothing else. So if you have any chance of getting out to an event, definitely get out to it. People will get you the cards you need to play if that's an issue. Anything you need, they'll figure out a way to make it work. And yeah, I mean, you can even proxy a few cards if they look the same as the regular cards with just like a photo printer, or a color printer.
Yeah, we try to do everything we can to reduce any barrier of entry for price, for travel. And I really love, Larry spoke so highly of the tournament that Dan ran and the players there. Larry said that the Atlanta event he went to is one of the funnest experiences, just a real good group of guys having fun with the game. Yeah, if any of you guys are listening, we would absolutely love to have you at this tournament. I know sometimes there's people who haven't been to the bigger events. If there's any intimidation or anything like that, I can tell you everybody here is going to welcome you with open arms, and we'd love to see you play. So Marcel, we've seen him doing this every game. The Kingpin is blessing his deck for the final match.
I would like to point out that there are 2 Mr. Fantastic heroes in the final right now.
That's great. That's amazing. I'm also going to point out we do have a 1-hour timer listed at the top of the screen from the other matches, but this is an untimed game. So both players have an unlimited amount of time. We do attempt to have them play. The players will usually try to play at a relatively good pace, but this could be a match that lasts over an hour. Now, this is an interesting first thing. So AJ has played the event no specials. AJ's running a battle site. It's a very, very risky play, and it's causing AJ to have to discard 2 of his own activators. Now, Marcel's, I think, questioning that but Marcel's going to have to do the same thing. Any activators in Marcel's hand are going to be discards, and he has at least 2 in his hand.
Oh, wow.
He's got a duplicate 6. Now, he does have the draw 3 right off the bat. So hold on.
That's going to be a special place also.
He's getting rid of a 6. He's getting rid of 2 activators. So he actually ended out down to 5 cards to AJ's 6. And he's going to have... They both have the draw 3. That's unplayable. Wow. This is what a great opening to the finals. Now Marcel's got a real question here. He definitely wants to play that defensive card, and AJ's placing heat. He might have to not place the 8 off the Starjammers just to keep AJ from jamming a huge venture bet on him.
Well, you know, Joe, he wouldn't think he would have to. Well, okay, he wouldn't have to place it because of the way the event is worded. So yeah, typically you would have to place an unusable card, otherwise you would have had to discard it. But because of that event in this particular case, Marcel could have bluffed there, but he has chosen not to.
Now, I don't know what's in AJ's hand, but AJ has a full teamwork string that is capable of killing a guy. And Marcel only has 1 card in his hand. Depending on what's in AJ's hand, Marcel placed the 6 to the Starjammers, leaving Fantastic and Beast open. And AJ can shift to a power card defense if he needs it. I think AJ bets 3 here at least. I wouldn't go more than that, but
oh my gosh.
Is he betting 7? Is that a bet 7? There's no way that's a bet 7.
If that's a bet 7, that's the most wild thing I've maybe ever seen.
There's no way. Is that what just happened in this final? Did he just bet 7 cards? What could possibly be in his hand? Power cards coming up are gonna be playable by Marcel. So for you guys who don't know, this is the craziest thing I've ever seen. So Marcel is going to get to draw 5 cards. Any activators drawn will need to be discarded. Any special cards can stay in his hand. So he's doing it. He bet 7. Wow, AJ is just going right after the go. So this is a 1-hand game. No matter what happens, this is going to be 1 hand. Now, it looks like this one. It looks like it's going. Okay, so there's going to be some discards there. So Marcel's trying to decide, or are they?
There has to be. I did just see an 8 intellect Dracula power card. So Marcel does have an 8 now as well. That's going to be an extremely important card for him.
I'll be honest with you. If I'm Marcel here, I just bet my 2, and those 4 playable cards that AJ has have to be able to get the game.
Yeah, I mean, Marcel can bet 1 or 2. It doesn't really matter. I mean,
it's the game no matter what. You just don't give him the card. Why would you go there with the 6?
Hammers.
So he drew the draw 3, so that's a dead card.
So this is another situation, though, where the Armory might win this whole match for Marcel, because if he can trade a lower power card for that 8 or even that teamwork right now, that could make all the difference.
Yeah, it really could. I respect to AJ for sitting in the finals with this much money on the line and having the fortitude to make that call, but I just don't know. And that's exactly what he's going to do. He's going to use that 4 to block the 6, and then AJ is going to follow up. Now Marcel's just going to be thinking about venture at this point. He's not going to care about the KO pressure. He's got to use the 6 when the 6 makes sense to use. Marcel cannot defend the 8. That is an automatic hit there.
Yeah, after using the Armory already, I agree. I think that Marcel has a handful of power cards, though, other than that draw 3. Unless
we know he has an 8 and a 6, so we know it all depends on what that card in AJ's hand is. But the best it can be to be playable, right, is a 7, and the best thing AJ can have is a level 7 power card.
So Marcel's going to play this 6 offensively just to make sure that a 7 couldn't kill the jammers here.
And there's no incentive to block that 2. Well, he blocks it with a 2. and he wins. He's going to play the 8. AJ's out of cards, and that's the game.
That's the tournament. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Marcel's been waiting quite a few years for this win. Wow. Well, I thought we were going to get to see something a little bit more involved, but that was the craziest thing ever right there.
That is the craziest finals I've ever seen. I mean, I understand AJ's mentality where he wanted to, he's got the no specials. He's got 4 playable cards. But just giving him 5 draws and thinking he's not going to get enough power cards to hammer back is... I thought he was going to go 3, maybe 4.
Yeah, I'm with you, Joe. That's exactly what I was expecting. And wow, I mean, that's awesome. I
mean, he could have done. I mean, at the same token, if AJ might just know Marcel's deck. If you're right and he knows Marcel's only running 2 of those 8s, if Marcel doesn't draw that 8 there and draws a draw, if that 8 was 1 special card, AJ wins that whole tournament right there. So, I mean, I think the odds that he's going to get a power card there to be able to win are way too high, but he almost had it. If the draw of the 8 would have been any unplayable card, AJ just wins the entire tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I can completely understand why AJ did it. I mean, like I said before we started, Marcel has so many draw specials and powerful cards that AJ just can't stop, except for the 1 negate from his battle site, that he might have thought that was his best chance. Like his events weren't going to do anything else. Like Marcel wasn't playing energy, so wow. And we see a final with no Doctor Strange in it, which is good to see as well.
Yeah, that's actually true. Seeing that's a rarity. I can't remember the last time that happened. Well, unfortunately, Night Stalker just jumped in. Night Stalker, I hope you weren't jumping in to watch the finals, because we had a bet 7 and the entire finals was decided in one hand.
Yeah, and unlike most Venture 7s, the player that did not Venture 7 did manage to hold on and win in this particular case. That no specials event is a real double-edged sword.
Absolutely. So let me ask you, Phil, what's your experiences with the Bet 7 games? I've only experienced it once. I'll give you my quick story. Phil Miller in the 2017 OP Cup did a Bet 7 against me where I had dropped 3 dupes in the first hand. Phil had 1, but I had 2 allies, and it was pretty obvious by how I placed at least one of them were dead. They were actually both dead. And he did the Bet 7 against me, and he pulled it off. It's the only time I've seen it in a game, and he just beat me with knowing that even with the 5 cards I drew, the best I was going to be is even, and everything he had was fire. So
I don't believe I've ever had someone Venture 7 against me. I personally was playing a Venture 7 deck in the New York Regional back in the late 90s that did very well, and I ventured 7 quite a few times that day, and I won every time. It was just one of the very early versions of a lockout deck, taking advantage of Scarlet Witch's -5 and the Citadel specials before people knew that you should negate like an onslaught kill card straight off the bat, things like that.
I think I was actually at that event. It was that was in that little card shop that was on like a second story of a building, right? You went up a stairway.
It was upstairs. It was one of Neutral Grounds locations.
Yep. I think I was actually, it was the only tournament like that I went to, but I think we actually drove north and so I ended up going with a friend of mine and my girlfriend at the time, but I actually think I top 8'd that event and got knocked out in the first round. I was playing a real weird deck that was using Blob and Nightcrawler, but I remember being at that deck. Your deck was like, it was like Onslaught, Citadel, locking out, killing a guy, right? And then you had other ways to lock other characters out.
Yeah, so this was back before Nightcrawler's Trick Transport DC special was made offensive only. So I was able to play as many Trick Transports in my deck as I wanted, and I was able to play Scarlet Witch. I played I believe, the flash in reserve to discard my opponent's place negates. And my last character, I actually played a 3-stat beast because I wasn't playing power cards in the deck, and played quite a few acrobatics. And this is why I said earlier on the stream that I had played I believe it was Might Over Mind, where you could choose a character that doesn't, or Annihilation, whichever one, where you could choose a character that doesn't be involved in the battle. And so I played that and anti-teamwork things to make the acrobatics better. But the reason that I say it was successful, but I did not win that tournament, is because there was a rules issue where I had asked Norm about the battle site and the deck having the same cards in it, but having different characters. And the rule was changed on me in the middle of the tournament. So when I got to the top 4, I actually was playing my brother, and I didn't want there to be any bad blood with me winning the tournament. So I gave it to my brother, basically. And then he ended up playing Larry in the final, which was one of the most epic games I had ever seen, because it looked like my brother had the game won. And then Larry made this huge comeback, and my brother was down to the X babies. And this was before Dead was Dead was a thing. And Larry wasn't venturing aggressively enough. And my brother actually ate all of Larry's power cards by the X babies, and Larry had no deck left to play with. So my brother won.
That's amazing. Keith, are you just getting back?
Yeah, I'm just getting back. I caught the end of that story. I didn't want to obviously interrupt in the middle of it, but yeah, I'm back now. Thanks. My dinner got here, so.
Oh no, fantastic! Are you ready to commentate the finals?
Yeah, I'm up. I'm up for it.
You missed it. You missed it. It was a bet 7. It's done.
Are you kidding me? Really?
No, AJ bet 7. I'll explain it. AJ's playing Fantastic Four. Marcel got his draw deck. Yes. AJ gets the no special event first hand. Marcel drops 3 cards. AJ drops 2. They both place 2 specials, but AJ's got an 8, a teamwork, a 4, and a 2 in his hand. Marcel's placed his 6 on Starjammers, has a couple of cards in hand. And AJ just fires off the 7. Marcel draws 5, discards 3 of them. Or he discards 2 of them, but he has an unplayable one in his hand. But he does draw the 8, and that just gives him enough to come over the top.
Marcel won, and basically he just made it by making him lose in the first hand.
Exactly.
Yeah, his opponent ventured 7. AJ ventured 7, but was unable to take it. And with all the power in Marcel's deck, it was not necessarily a bad play by AJ. It took a lot of nerves to make that play in the final, but and it didn't go his way. But more power to him for giving it a run.
Okay, that's great. Wow, I can't believe I missed that.
All right, guys. Well, it looks like I see the backdrop being taken away. I think the table and the play mats are going to be taken away soon. I think that's our tournament. That is the 2023 OP Cup. So we have 2 tournaments left this season. Larry Van Etten is running Valhalla, and then Dave McMillan and I are still running the Boston Massacre. So we are going to.
What happened with the challenge thing, the Master Series?
So Phil Keffer, who is on here, is the winner of the Master Series.
Congratulations!
Thanks, Keith.
So we've got a gentleman, Night Stalker, has jumped in. I'm going to see if I can unmute him and see if he wants to chat with us. See what he's doing here, just while we're on here. I don't know if I can. I'm trying to unmute him. Night Stalker, can you unmute yourself? Ronald, who's not here, has the authority, so he may be the one that has to unmute somebody.
Yeah, it looks like the box that I was expecting to be able to uncheck is already unchecked. So if either Night Stalker has the ability already, which I would doubt, or there's something else that has to happen. But anyway, this was a great first streaming run, Joe. Way to hang in there all day and cover while I had to go.
Thanks for trooping through on that.
Oh, no problem at all. No problem at all. I really had a blast, and it was really good for me. I have to say, more for you, Phil. When I first got back into playing Overpower after the my hiatus from when the game originally ended, I went through all of Jack's old game tape, and that's how I started building my first decks. I watched every single match that I could, paused it. I saw what the meta was. I saw what people was playing. And that's what actually got me back into it. I think if those videos hadn't existed, I wouldn't have shown up at that Toronto, and then who knows? Like, I wouldn't have met Keith. I wouldn't have re-met you, Phil, and BMG might not be a thing now. So, I'm hoping these videos do the same thing. I'm hoping with a little bit of commentary and explanation, people who feel a little rusty on the rules or haven't played in a long time can get an idea of the strategies that are being played and the characters that are being played, and feel a little more confident about showing up to a tournament for a game they haven't played in a long time.
Yeah, I would say the same thing. When I came back, I know I came up maybe a little before you, Joe, but I was also watching those videos, and I probably wouldn't have come out either if I wouldn't have been watching those videos and saw that there was such a solid following. So yeah, that the work that Sean and Jack did, getting the Marvels cards released, and then putting up the videos, certainly reignited this game after a 10 or 12 year hiatus from the OP Cup 3 to when things really started to go again. And all of the videos Jack put up sparked everybody. And now that we're going to start to stream, and that those were without commentary as well. Those were just, just background sound you could hear from people that were playing, but basically you were just watching. So this should really, I think, help explain to people the thought process and hopefully elevate the games of even people in small play groups, even if they never come out. But like, we would love to have them come out. Yeah, I think we're going to continue to grow the game over the next few years.
Yeah, very, very excited. I just want to really reiterate that if it wasn't for the Sean Valentine and a lot of work by Jack for building Overpower CA, which is a really good reference site for people getting back in, for building, for just kind of maintain. Oh yeah, everybody does. Just maintaining the community and doing a lot of, I think, really thankless work to this just stuff nobody sees, and countless hours Jack used to put in. I know Jack for now has moved on, and I think has been focusing on other games. But we did get to see him at Toronto. He stopped by to say hi, and to speak to exactly what you were saying earlier. I think just he had that same experience where he hung out for a good portion of the day, and there's that same camaraderie. It was just great to see Jack after a few years of not seeing him. So I'm still holding out hope that that we're going to see Jack at a tournament again soon. So Jack, if you end up listening to this and listening to 15 minutes after the one hand match ends, we really hope we see.
Yeah.
Well, Joe, do you want to wrap it up?
I do, but Nice Stalker just turned his camera on. I was really hoping, since he's the one of the only ones to jump on the stream, we were going to get to chat with him for a minute, see what he thought.
You can certainly speak in the chat. Text a message in the chat there, Night Stalker. If you click over by your name, there's an open chat button. You can ask us any questions you'd like in there.
I just sent you a message in it, Night Stalker, if you wanted to chat or say anything with us.
I think I'd like to add that there was a large variety of decks in the field again at this tournament, just like there was in Canada.
Absolutely. That's been the best thing. I mean, just seeing a Fantastic Four deck in the finals, absolutely great. Who doesn't want to play the Fantastic Four,
Larry sure does.
Yeah, Larry does play them a lot. Yeah. So it was a great tournament. I got sick, so Marcel, you can thank me for not being there, because I was obviously gonna win it. So, but I will. We'll see people at Valhalla, and also to build off what you said earlier, Phil. Howard and Phil and Josh have really set the bar high. So they've really set the bar for creating great events, and they've really put the onus on Larry Van Edding and myself and Dave to step up. So you're absolutely going to see a lot of effort put into the Boston Massacre, and we're going to try to put on just as good of an event to end the season. So.
Yeah, and between now and then, everyone
or anything like that.
Say that again, Keith.
Oh yeah, did you guys like discuss any potential dates for Boston Massacre, Doodle Poll, or anything like that? Is that forthcoming?
So we have just gotten the date for Valhalla. Larry just posted it right before this tournament, so we're gonna do a quick doodle poll based on that, and then we're gonna set the date. Hey, Night Stalker, our technical guys are saying if you want to jump out of this channel and jump back in, you should be able to unmute yourself, or we'll be able to unmute you. And hopefully he's going to jump right back in.
That was a very energetic jumping out.
So if anybody wants to follow along between now and the next tournament, there certainly are Monday nights at 7 o'clock on the YouTube channel. The Overpower Adventures podcast has been on every Monday since they started, and I'm sure that's going to continue. And I also want to give a shout out to Doug Sims and Phil Miller for running a great event, and their store Heroes and Games at the Convention Center in Columbus. I'm sure is a great place to play. I think they can handle 80 to 100 people maybe in their play area now. So
yeah. Have you played there, Phil?
I've played in the old store. I haven't played since they expanded, I don't believe. Well, I played in
it's really a huge convention center. I think you could have 100 people in it. So so Night Stalker's jumped in and out. Are you able to unmute yourself? I still don't have the ability to unmute here. So, and I'm a moderator. So, this is our first time doing this commentary. So we'll definitely make sure we have the ability to do that next time so we can hear from people. Unfortunately, I just don't see any way to do it when I'm right clicking on your name and.
Yeah, Night Stalker, down at the bottom left corner of your screen where your name is, there's a little mute microphone beside your name. If you can click that, that should unmute you if you have permission to do that. Otherwise, we're probably out of luck.
All right. Well, I jump on the next one, Night Stalker. We'll definitely, if you've got any questions, put them in the chat. Well, he's just jumped out again. So,
you know what? Hold on. I might be able to do that. How would I if I had ability to do that? How would I do that? Because I've right clicked on them. It's giving me options to disconnect, time out, etc. How would I unmute him then? I mean, it gives me the option to mute, but it doesn't say unmute.
Yeah, that's
right. Exactly.
Okay. Well, hold on.
Night Stalker's set up right now as a moderator. So, Night Stalker, I'm sure you're trying to do this. So, but I would think you'd be able to click that little microphone at the bottom of your screen to unmute yourself. He also may be on his phone. It looked like he might be on a phone, and the display may be a little different when you're on the phone for Discord. So, we may be facing that issue too. Well, I think, here's somebody else. COS Gustav. Can you unmute yourself, Gustav? Do you have the ability to do that?
Yeah, Ronald may have just set it up so that nobody else can unmute themselves, except for the three of us.
That was the original plan, Keith. I feel like he's messing with it now, but
yeah, I just texted Ronald again to see if he can just jump back on for a second and give us a hand here. I think he may have to do it. I think he set himself up as the only one that's able to do it.
Just to make it clear to everyone as well that this the tournament has ended. We are still just doing a little post game here. If you have any questions, you're welcome to put them in the chat. But the finals and the semifinals were the two fastest games all day. So,
okay.
I'm here. I'm here. I can do this now. So I recommend that we all just move to Hangout Chat 1, and that's going to allow for all of us to talk freely. This chat over here is registered only for admins and moderators.
All right. Can you guys unmute yourself at this point?
Yes, we can.
Fantastic. And Night Stalker, it looks like you're unmuted as well.
Hey, everybody.
We can. So Night Stalker, you've been very patient. So you've got Keith and Phil and myself. Yeah, you got a question? What did you think of the coverage? What did you think of the event?
Oh, I watched a bit of it. Thanks for working so hard to get me connected. It's no big deal. Yeah, I was trying to unmute and just wouldn't let me. So thanks. Yeah, no, you guys are doing a great job. I just popped in and out through the day. It was busy today, but wanted to catch as much as I could, and it was awesome. Really, really enjoyable.
So, have you been in any of the tournaments? Do we know you, or are you just?
Some of you, I've talked to some of you via various forum. I'm on everything Overpower I can find. So, I've talked to a few. I even sent some emails to BMG way back right when you guys first announced. So, I've been playing the game since it started. I'm out here on the West Coast, and I have to pick my vacation like way, way, way ahead of time. So I can't like drop everything and fly wherever just because of work. So
totally
it makes it
understandable.
tough to make, like, I'm picking my vacation for 2024, like in a week. So if you know, like, hey, when Boston's going to be not, next year, maybe I could make something. Me and my son would love to come play with all you guys and just, join the community.
Do we know when Oklahoma is next year? I mean, that's certainly early in the year.
That's funny, 'cause I'm going to Oklahoma like next week, in a week.
Where are you going in Oklahoma?
Tulsa.
So Tulsa, I think, is about an hour away from where Josh plays. I don't know what you're doing there, but Josh has a big play group, and I bet if he could pull you in, he'd probably be willing to get together at his local game store if you had the time to make the drive.
I'm literally there for like a day for my girlfriend's family reunion, and we're seriously there for like 24 hours. So I'd love to, but I don't know if that'll happen. I've never even been to Oklahoma.
Reach out for Josh, depending on what he has going on. He might be willing to come to you, assuming you have a little bit of time. Not that,
Yeah, that's definitely a possibility.
You just have Josh pretend like he's related to your wife.
There you go. There you go. Josh Alexander, right?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. I know a lot of your names just from like Facebook and various places. So I'm Doug Taylor over on Facebook. So.
Oh, absolutely, Doug. We've chatted before.
Okay, exactly. So I was like, I was just mentioned. The other Doug just mentioned me. I'm the one who bought that Thor piece that he was just that they just sold. So yeah, big Overpower fan here. Love the game.
Awesome. Well, we definitely hope we see you soon. Gustav, you've jumped on. Any questions? Did you want to chat about the coverage?
Oh yeah, sure. I've watched a lot of streaming card games and commentary, and I think it works best. And just constructive criticism. I think it works best when there is designated commentary and then designated color. And I just think that you guys did an amazing job. There was background, there was history, there was the play-by-play. But instead of both of you trying to do the play-by-play at the same time, if one would have just been designated for play-by-play and had the deck list ahead of time and know what was coming, what was still available, and then somebody else would have been for the color and the background and the history of the card interaction and just the development of those type of cards and those type of themes for the deck types, I thought that would have been an improvement that could have been made.
That's great. We love constructive criticism, so we'll chat about that and we'll keep it in mind. So this is the first time that we're doing it. There's definitely some great improvements we want to make. So one thing Ronald and I keep chatting about is, when you watch Magic coverage, when a card's played, they have the ability to show a zoomed in version of that card, so you're not squinting trying to see what's played each time. those cards, the one advantage Magic has with coverage is their cards tend to stay on the board a little bit longer. It can be a little bit of overpowers so much of a back and forth. So, but no, great advice, and we're definitely going to try to make some improvements each time we stream. So, I think our plan, Ronald, you can speak to this, but I think our plan is absolutely to try to have this coverage at every event we can going forward. Ronald might have
this year is pretty much a soft trial. We're gonna get all the kinks out, and then as things progress, we're also gonna upload things. Like right now, I'm uploading the semifinals to the Overpower YouTube channel, and by next year, the hope is that we're gonna be able to broadcast each tournament with a feature table.
So I believe that it was spoken earlier that they might not be doing Valhalla stream this year, but they might try to again do Boston.
Yeah, we're definitely going to do Boston.
Very cool.
I definitely, as the co-runner of Boston, we're going to do everything we can to do a stream for that. So,
yeah. And I have to say, Joe, Phil, Keith, you guys did great. I have witnessed a lot of amateur people trying to do commentating, and you guys did really great.
Thank you very much.
I got to second that. I did color commentary at a Worlds before. It's nerve-wracking, and you guys did phenomenal. It's hard to do. You got a lot of people watching, and you guys just did great. You didn't have any dead space. You kept things going. I thought it was a great job.
Yeah.
Well,
awesome.
So
well, and hopefully we just we get better as we go. So
exactly.
Yeah. All right. Well, I think we're gonna call that a tournament. I got a year-old puppy here that's poking me that she wants to go out for a walk. So I think I'm gonna take her for an evening walk here, and yeah, we'll.
The last match of the night is between Nick and Josh Alexander for the consolation prize.
And are they playing on camera?
They're not playing on camera. I would have liked if Doug had moved them to the camera, but they're not.
Night Stalker, I wanted to add that I believe all of this is still going to be available on YouTube, that you could go back and watch any of the action.
That's awesome. I'm going to be watching all of it then. That's really cool. And if there's any way you guys can do deck lists, if you need help, deck lists would be awesome for just the community. I think that grows the community big time because it lets those returning players and new players learn kind of start to what the meta is.
I will say, I know for every tournament, it's usually through the online post. We definitely get the heroes, the missions, the battle site versus any heroes. So we get the high level, what the person's playing. I definitely would like to start doing deck lists eventually where people fill out the counts, but it's also tough too with such a small community. I know there's a lot of people that since the community is so small and you do play the same people so much, there are some people that want to keep that, as under wraps as they can, just because. Yeah, so I think it's going to be a little hard once we get to the point where there's a full set on shelves, then absolutely, you kind of lose that transparency, especially in the day of the internet. But we'll definitely get the heroes and the missions and that part of it back out, and then you can watch the stream for those higher level matches and kind of you can deduce a lot of that from counting cards as they play.
Exactly. Cool. Yeah, that's awesome.
If you reached out to anyone specifically, or you asked, if you asked me a question or just put up a question on the Facebook group, people are very, very willing to give you any information that you may want to have.
Oh yeah, every little bit I've seen. Yeah, everybody always usually jumps in real good. So absolutely, it's been a pretty good welcoming community.
Yeah, like if you send me a private message, I would definitely tell you what's in my deck. But if I'm bringing a deck and Phil Miller's on a thread, then I'm definitely not going to tell you what's in it because
he definitely will read that deck and almost memorize it enough to where he's playing you. He'll take off in his head. I saw this. I saw that.
Right. Then it's like playing the Astros when they're cheating. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. They know what pitch is coming. Absolutely.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, I get it.
All right, guys. Well, I think that's a wrap.
Cool.
And then again, so we should all congratulate Phil Kepfer for getting married today and still coming back and doing commentary after.
Absolutely.
Congratulations, Phil.
All right,
guys. Have a great night.
I'll talk to you later. Okay. Bye.
Bye.
All right. Take care, guys.
Bye. Hey, wanted to just tell you congratulations. It was really a great tournament, and thank you so much for all the help, Doug. Yeah. Really, really, really. I can't wait for the next